It all starts by saying that this is a frightening world. Darkness here is as deadly as a venomous snake ready to strike a place where the most dangerous predator camouflages itself as the most innocent creature delivering a lethal blow when least expected. The snake was lured by the innocent toad and is now gone. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts, cyborgs, puppets, every horror creature one can imagine runs through this world like blood in veins. Writing in his book, our protagonist says, "I need to stay calm all the time since the slightest trace of fear is enough to be swallowed by the darkness." At least that's what he's learned over the last 2 years. During this time, he has only been doing one thing, trying to survive. Someone knocks on the door and says, "Lin, it's time. Go hang the light outside and get ready to open the store." At this moment, he receives a mission from the system. Hang the lamp outside. Reward, skull coin, experience, and pure human blood. It's the first time he's seen this system, but he doesn't have time to think about it. He must obey the boss's orders immediately. When he opens the door, a giant Frankenstein-style figure appears. He greets him, "Professor, you're back already." But he's already thinking, "I'm going to die." That's what he always imagined when he first arrived here 2 years ago. But now he's gotten used to it all. Frankenstein is carrying a body. The protagonist notes that it was 2 years ago when this professor saved him and taught him all of his medical skills. Even though the days are monotonous, the situation isn't so bad. He opens the store door facing dozens of eyes. The darkness is so intense that it's impossible to see his surroundings. But he feels good. After all, surviving in this world is already a miracle. He lights the candle and spills a drop of blood. The reaction drives away all the souls nearby, and with that, the facade is illuminated. He then receives the rewards from the system and is impressed that despite the mission's simplicity, the rewards are quite generous. Immediately, an old toothless woman carrying a head appears in front of him. "Good morning, young man. Do you have any useless junk to give this old woman?" He receives a mission. Deliver something useless to the old woman. He looks back and replies, "I do." Hold on. He knows it's the butcher, and that he must get rid of her as quickly as possible. He hands her 2 red spiky objects that are trembling. She thanks him, and he receives the system rewards. Then she says, "You got a good heart. Here, take this, it's your reward," and hands him the eyes from her face. The system offers him the choice to accept or refuse, but refusing will cost him 50 points of favorability with her. He hesitates for a moment, but says, "Thank you very much. I'll take it." Eyeless, she thanks him and leaves. Another mission is complete. Phew. He returns to the store. He knows that across the street, there's a butcher shop and a meat shop, and the eyes she gave him belong to the owners of these places. There's an extremely important rule in this world. Never offend the walkers of the darkness. He takes advantage of the professor being busy and checks the system. All of his stats are basic, and the description says he's a fragile yet intelligent young human man who has lived in this world for 2 years. But there's no telling when he might die. Lin recognizes that this system is quite similar to a game's. Maybe as he completes missions, he will gain attributes and skills. At least that will increase his chances of surviving here. At that moment, Professor Frankenstein opens the door and tells Lin, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in 2 days. Take care of the store and don't let anyone steal anything from this place." His name is Bloodsaw, and in the combat information, the system just says, "Don't provoke him." Lin, a little scared, says, "Got it. Is there anything else I should keep in mind?" Bloodsaw tells him, "If they have money, take the money. If not, take something of equal value. And if they don't have money and aren't willing to pay, use this," handing him Bloodsaw's blade. The system warns that it's extremely sharp and easily cuts through flesh and soul, but the more you use it, the more it craves things. Lin just thanks him before leaving. Bloodsaw adds, "Don't forget to feed the little baby after closing the shop. He hasn't eaten for a long time." He receives the same mission from the system. Bloodsaw warns, "No matter what you hear outside, never leave the range of the soul lamp. If someone asks for your help, ignore them. Close the door and windows at night, and no matter who calls for you, stay quiet. If someone comes in, kill them all." "Got it," Lin says. These 2 days are going to be torture. Sitting at the table with the blade, he's just waiting for the time. As soon as the clock strikes, someone knocks on the door. "Excuse me, is the owner there?" He approaches the door and looks through the peephole, seeing a little girl holding a doll. The system gives him a mission. Help take care of the injured doll. In this system's attribute window, it warns of a wandering soul from the valley looking for her mother with the doll as her ally. Whoever dares to steal her doll will end in her belly. With tears in her eyes, the girl pleads, "Please, my doll is hurt. Can you save her?" Lin looks at the soul lamp and sees that the reaction isn't very intense, meaning the girl isn't that dangerous. In this case, he opens the door and asks her to come in. Thanks to the soul lamp, nobody can enter unless he invites them or if the person is very powerful. To keep his job there, he needs to treat customers well. Besides, the souls and spirits in this place aren't necessarily bloodthirsty. They just want to live their lives. With that said, it's good never to ask about their taboos and lives. The girl tells him, "My doll lost her arm, and no matter how hard I search, I can't find it. She's my favorite. If it keeps going like this, she'll die. Can you save her, big brother?" Already opening a giant mouth, he swallows nervously. "Of course," he says, but the system warns that he lost 5 points of sanity when examining the doll's arm. The system says the bite pattern matches the mouth of the girl, and the blood on the girl's clothes belongs to the doll. He's impressed that the system can assist with diagnosis so much. Then he asks, "Little girl, did you eat anything recently?" The girl says no, she hasn't eaten anything for many days and is very hungry. So hungry that last night she dreamed she was eating many delicious things. Meat, hair, ears, everything she loves, and it was delicious. Already opening her monster mouth, her doll repeats, "Yes, everything was delicious." Lin's sanity drops another 10 points and he tells her, "I suspect that when you dreamed, you ended up eating your doll's arm." She stands there, fingers intertwined, feeling a bit embarrassed. But the doll says, "My mommy loves me." Lin asks, "Did you feel any discomfort in your belly?" She replies that she feels a little itchy in her belly, like something wants to come out. He says it's probably the case, so the arm isn't being digested. She prefers surgery or physical work. The girl awkwardly says she wants surgery, but how will it be? The doll also says she wants surgery. He pulls Bloodsaw's blade from the table and says, "It's simple. I'll cut your abdomen, open your stomach, remove the arm, and then sew it back together." The girl seems scared. "And what about physical therapy?" "This one's even simpler. The price will be even lower," Lin replies. "So I want this one," the girl says. Putting on gloves, he asks, "All right then, from below or from above?" The little girl is startled. He tells her to relax, assuring her that either way, it won't hurt her. She's trembling and hesitates to respond. He asks, "Are you ready?" Scared, she asks, "How about we finish here? I don't want any medical treatment." But Lin signals no. "My professor said that once a customer comes in, they have to be attended to or else they have to leave something here before they go." The trembling girl says, "All right, do it from above." She sits in the chair. He tells her to open her mouth as wide as possible. Lin smells a terrible odor coming from her. He puts a metal circle in her mouth to prevent her from biting and pushes the arm inside her stomach. The girl is writhing in agony, but he tells her not to move. It'll be over soon. He searches inside her stomach until he finally manages to pull out the arm. She's agonizing in pain, and he confirms, "You really accidentally ate your doll's arm. She just didn't tell you because she knew you were hungry. In the future, I'd advise you not to digest strange things." He then opens a drawer. "The cost to put this arm back on the doll will be 30 skull coins. Do you want me to proceed?" The girl says yes, struggling to speak. The doll in desperation says, "Please, no, Mom." But he reassures the doll that he'll reattach the arm easily. He manages to reconnect the doll's arm, earning a lot of points in the system. He hands her a medicine to use on the doll once a day for a week, and she should be recovered. He pours the medicine on the doll's arm, and she agonizes once again, running to the girl's arm, asking to leave. Lin looks at her and says 10 for physical therapy, 30 for sewing, 70 for medicine, a total of 110 skull coins. "Thank you very much. Hope to see you again." The girl seems timid, takes some coins from her pocket, and throws them to him. "I only have 20, she says. He stops for a second, then says, "You still owe 90 coins. You can use part of your body as collateral. It's okay. I'll do it for free for you." The girl takes a step back, afraid. "I still have 10. "Great, now you owe 80. She says he can keep the medicine. She'll buy it next time. "All right, now you owe 20 coins. She asks if she can pay on credit and then come back to pay later, but Lin says it's a small store. They can't offer credit. "How about leaving an eye as collateral? You can even keep the medicine, and I'll give you 40 coins in change." Covering her eyes, she asks, "Can I pay with something else?" He asks, "Like what?" She lowers her head, looking a bit embarrassed. "With my body," she says. Lin is taken aback, wondering what she's thinking. He stands up, staring at her. She asks, "Can it be?" But he replies, "I don't accept your body. I just want your right eye. Relax, when you earn the money, you can buy it back." She cries and says, "All right." The doll says, "No, Mom, don't do it." But the eye has already been taken out and stored in a jar. He then receives a lot of items and money from the system. He looks back. "All done. Please come again to Sanguine Blood's pharmacy. I'll be happy to serve you once more." She leaves in tears, saying she'll never come back. "I don't want my mom." Lin finds this reaction odd, and the system gives him a quest. The blood puppet is looking for its mother. Help her find it. 200 favorability with the girl, 100 with the doll, and a special reward. He ponders a bit, staring at some hair, some ears on a plate. Those are some of the items he's been receiving from the system. He's sure that little girl has done much scarier things. Oh well, it doesn't matter. He'll talk about it with her next time. Lin notices that he's been earning a lot of skull coins, which is the currency of this world. It's a shame he hasn't been able to leave the store in the past 2 years. Looking outside, seeing the crowd of eyes, he thinks having money isn't a problem. Right. Maybe in the future, I'll have a chance to use it. At that moment, a pig without an eye enters the store. He's the owner of the butcher shop in the Valley of Wandering Souls. He's your friendly neighbor and is very happy to share a prey he just caught with you or share you with others. Lin looks at the pig, noticing that the lamp is turning very red. "Welcome to Sanguine Blood's pharmacy. Is there anything I can help you with?" He thinks that thanks to the action of the soul lamp, monsters usually don't attack him, especially because if they do, he can use the power of the soul to suppress them. However, this doesn't work properly with those extremely corrupted ones. In the end, it's a ruleless world. The pig passes through the door and enters the shop. "Damn, that old lady. She tore out one of my eyes just because of junk. Next time I see her, I'll—" He interrupts himself as he sits at the table. "Where's Bloodsaw? Bring him now. I need a new eye and I'll pay with prey I just caught." Lin responds, my teacher went out to take care of some things. If you be anything, just talk to me. It receives the mission from the system. Help the pig monster find the new eye. The pig stares at Lin. Oh, it's you. The system warns that the crisis has increased to 89%. They are silently staring at each other. Then the pig says, okay then, you do it. He picks up some items, organizes them, and says, we have human eyes, pig eyes, eyes of dead bat specters, and puppet doll eyes. Each one has its price. Which one do you want? The pig looks at them all, thinks for a moment, looks at Lin, and says, I think your eye is the best. Lin loses 10 sanity, and the crisis increases to 91%. He asks, mine? The pig responds, why can't it be yours? Lin feels a bit awkward, but suddenly takes his eyeball out. The system warns that his life is in danger and says he lost an organ. With the eye in his hand, he says, okay, this one here costs 200 skull coins. No refunds, even if it doesn't connect to your body. The pig is startled, disbelieving. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When that old lady pulled out my eyeball, I was agonizing in pain, but he, a mere human, didn't even hesitate to remove his own eye. With that, the crisis drops to 50%. He stands there, staring at the pig with the eye in his hand. The pig thinks, I understand. He's not human. He was transformed by one of those creations from Bloodsaw. Lin approaches with the eye. The pig says, I don't want yours, I want my own eyeball. If you don't have it, forget it. The crisis drops to 45%. Lin puts his eye back and says, your eye is with me. The pig is surprised. He shows it to him and asks, it's this one here. The pig asks, where did you get it? Lin tells him that this morning he found a kind-hearted lady who gave him this toy. The pig looks confused. The butcher, she's a monster capable of removing my head, and she gave my eye to a pharmacy apprentice for what reason? Minus 30 sanity for the pig. Lin just looks at him while the crisis is already reduced to 20%. The pig asks, she gave it to you and you're just going to give it back to me. Lin says, I'm not giving it back to you, I'm selling it to you. The market value is 200 skull coins. The pig understands and agrees. Okay, I'll buy it then. The crisis is now at 10% and Lin asks, do you want to do this here or on the operating table? The pig says he wants to do it here, thinking no one has the courage to lay on that operating table. Lin tells him to rest his head on the table and stay still. If it hurts, he can scream. The pig jokes, scream in pain. Lin then pulls out the blade and heats it on the candle. The pig trembles, wondering why he's heating a knife to reattach an eyeball. Lin approaches and says, you have some blood clots and some stones in your eye. But it's alright, I'll clean them for you. Don't worry about the price, it's a complimentary service. The pig seems reluctant and his sanity drops by minus 10. Lin proceeds with the operation, gaining more experience with the system. After a while, Lin says, phew, the cleaning is done. Lin finds it odd that the system gave him blade experience instead of surgical skill experience, but now it's time to put the eye back. Lin warns the pig not to move too much or he might put it in the wrong direction. Lin looks at the pig, almost fainting. Oh, I forgot about anesthesia again. I also forgot when I was reattaching the doll's arm. Well, it doesn't matter. The pig sees him approaching. What's that for? Oh, you woke up again. It's a kind of super glue. They'll prevent your eyeball from falling out again when combined with a healing potion. I guarantee a 95% success rate. The pig tells him to stop stalling and just do it. Lin says, all right, but be patient. I'll fix you up quickly. Lin then reinserts the eye, saying, believe me, I'm a professional with a hammer in hand. The pig's sanity drops by 20. The pig asks what he's doing with the hammer. Lin tells him to calm down and stay still. This is the last step of the procedure. If he moves, they'll have to start over and Lin will have to increase the cost. Lin gives him a couple of strikes with the hammer. The pig is screaming, but Lin says he can't stop now. He has a responsibility as his doctor. Every patient who comes in here has to leave in perfect condition. Lin delivers another hammer blow, but then Lin stops, looking stressed. The pig asks what the problem is. Lin tells him that unfortunately the eye is in the wrong position and he will need to redo the surgery. But don't fret, the fix is going to be free because he is a friendly doctor. The pig screams in pain and fear, but after some time, Lin hands him a medicine instructing him to take it twice a day orally and apply the other one to the skin. In 2 days, he'll be recovered, but it will cost him 546 skull coins. The pig signs the contract using his bloody fingertips. Then he asks if he can leave now, and Lin says, of course you can. Go ahead. However, the system notifies Lin that he has activated his secret mission from the pig head, the unusual stomach. As a reward, Lin would receive the visual diagnosis ability. Then Lin says, wait there. The pig asks, what's the problem? Lin calmly explains, I just noticed a problem and I need to tell you. If I don't, I can't call myself a doctor anymore. The pig sits in the chair, saying, okay, I believe you for now, but if it's a trick, I won't spare you. He asks to see his pulse and Lin gains experience in diagnosis. The pig grows impatient, asking what the problem is. Lin takes a moment and then says, it's a serious matter. The pig trembles. After staring at each other for a moment, Lin says, it's an ectopic pregnancy. The pig grabs Lin by the collar, saying he's a man, not a woman. Lin calmly replies, that's why I'm saying it's an ectopic pregnancy. It would be even more problematic if you had a uterus. We'd have to perform an even more difficult gender surgery. The pig throws him into the chair, frustrated. Lin asks what he's thinking. The pig replies, I'm thinking about how I'm going to cut your hand off. Lin says, stop thinking about these useless things. He adds, you've been experiencing swelling, nausea, loss of appetite, and bleeding in the lower region. The pig seems shocked by the fact that he knows all of that. Lin calmly takes notes and asks if anything else has happened. The pig mentions some stomach pains, and Lin asks how long it's been. About a month, the pig replies. Then Lin thinks a bad meal wouldn't cause pain for that long. He asks, when was the last time you tried to reproduce? Do you have any strange fantasies like joining many people or using unconventional tools? The pig shouts, I doubt you'll say that again. Lin responds, okay, I won't ask that again. Next question, the last time you were reproducing in your lower region, did you feel a tearing pain? The pig shouts, I'm tired of you. Explain to me what the hell this tearing pain in my lower part means, shaking him. Lin responds, please, calm down. I'm just asking for your well-being. You don't want to end up with a chronic condition, do you? The pig sits down, okay, I'll give you one last chance. Lin approaches and says, based on everything you've told me, it seems like you're not experiencing a normal pregnancy. It appears that you consume something with abnormal powers, causing a mutation in your body, indirectly leading to an ectopic pregnancy. The pig repeats, ectopic pregnancy? Lin says, lately, haven't you felt satiated even after eating a lot? You have sunken eyes, pale skin, a cold pulse. These are all possible symptoms when an evil spirit parasitizes you. Put your hand here. It is an exorcism potion. It will check if you're parasitized by an evil spirit. The pig approaches and sniffs, then plunges his hand in and spirits begin to emerge. Seeing this, the pig jerks his hand back, feeling something moving in his belly. Lin grabs a pan and hits his belly. The pig asks what that thing was, and Lin says that the preliminary diagnosis confirms it's an ectopic pregnancy caused by an evil spirit parasite, but it's not fully formed yet. Luck is on your side for coming to me at this stage. The pig hugs his legs, saying, man, I'm sorry. I acted wrong before. Please don't take it to heart. I beg you, save me, please, save me. Lin thinks it's much easier to deal with the evil spirit in direct fight. The problem is, there's not much to do when it's inside someone's stomach. In this case, I'll have to improvise and see what happens. Lin asks, have you eaten anything dirty lately? The pig admits, yes, about a month ago I fed on a guy when I went out, but it went straight to my belly, so it's not like I actually ate it. Besides, I've only eaten pork and human meat. Lin reassures him, all right, let's take a look inside you. Come with me. The pig follows Lin to the operating room. What's this about? The pig wonders, imagining the operating room. The pig is already stretched out on the bed, and Lin's eye lights up. Scared, the pig asks, are you sure you're going to perform this surgery? Wouldn't it be better to do a new diagnosis? But Lin says that hesitation would be the biggest problem. He'll check if there's a spirit in there when he opens the abdomen. It would be easier if he could just cut out the spirit. But unfortunately, that's not possible. The pig starts screaming, I've always been the butcher, but now I'm the one being cut. What the hell is this? Lin was just sharpening the blade until now. The pig asks, how long are you going to do this? Then Lin pulls out the blade. All right, we're ready. Hesitant, the pig says yes. But Lin remembers something. Wait a minute. Then he runs to the table, grabs a pen, and marks a cross on his belly. There, now I'm ready again. He presses a button, and chains appear to restrain the hands and feet. The pig starts screaming in despair. Lin reassures him, these restraints are just to prevent you from suffering too much during the surgery. The pig asks, have you performed any surgeries before? Lin says he's seen his professor cutting meat, so it's not much different. The pig can trust in his surgical skills. At this point, the pig is already pleading, don't do this. Let me out. Let me out. But Lin says that now it's too late. No way he would leave a patient of his to suffer. He's going to do this. After a lot of cuts and blade experience, Lin says, congratulations, it was a smooth birth, a bloody and mature baby. The pig looks at his belly, and Lin starts sewing. Maybe now isn't the best time to say this, but I still have to tell you the total cost of the surgery. It's 300 skeleton coins. Since it's my first time, I'll give you a 20% discount. Doing this, it's 240. The pig screams, saying, whatever, finish it fast. Lin responds, fine, but the cost to stitch is another 40 skeleton coins. Do you prefer stitching made with wool, cotton, steel, or perhaps hemp thread? The pig says it doesn't matter. It can be hemp thread. He agrees. Then just wait for me to pass this needle here, and I'll start. He passes the needle and stitches the wound. All done, he pours a potion on the wound, and the pig writhes. Congratulations, everything went smoothly with the surgery. By completing the secret quest, Lin gained more experience, and the pig acquired another 200 fear of him. Looking at the creature that came out of the belly, Lin says, even though she's being parasitized by evil spirits, if you take care of her well, who knows? Maybe she'll become a very healthy child. But the pig is already running away, fleeing. Lin tries to warn him, sir, you forgot your daughter. The pig says he left her as part of the payment too. Lin rushes to get him, saying, this is a pharmacy. You can't leave a baby here alone after all she's been through. However, the pig just leaves. Lin wonders, what am I going to do? Well, he'll take care of her temporarily. Who knows, maybe when the professor returns, he'll have her as a little snack along with wine. The creature is already trembling. Then he throws a little healing potion in his eye to perk him up, opens the system to see what's there, and his description has changed. Bloodsaw apprentice. Many feel his malevolence, and it seems he's gradually inheriting his professor's maniacal style. Our boy is incredulous, thinking, I'm malevolent. I've always been such a kind person. After that, he uses his points. I have 4 upgrade points. Let's put them into Constitution, because my priority is to stay alive. Then he feels his body getting stronger. But suddenly the monster that was born is already being eaten by another one, and Lin saves it. Thinking to himself, almost forgot about this. What am I going to do with you now? He takes a look and sees in the system, deformed infant spirit, female gender, level 2. Then the system gives a secret mission. The evil spirit inside it is corrupting its appearance, and the longer it takes, the more terrible it will become. He has 4 options. He can turn her into lamp oil, feed her to the creatures in the garden, preserve her as a specimen, or wait for the pig to come pick her up. Our guy thinks the first 3 are too cruel. The only thing written in the reward is waiting for analysis, which is a bit confusing, but it must be a very generous reward. He sits in his chair and receives 10 points of morality for being a good person. That's when he remembers, oops, I forgot to feed the creatures in the back. He puts her in the jar and says, you stay here, I'll take care of something, and goes to the back of the store. Phew. Thank goodness the system mentioned this, otherwise I wouldn't have remembered. He takes off the lid, already sweating a bit, pours something inside, and loses 10 affection for whatever is there. But at least he fed it. Our guy is wondering, what is the little creature inside there? My professor never mentioned it, and I've been here for 2 years. It's better not to ask than to ask and become food for this thing. When he returns to the shop, the creature is gigantic. His sanity is already decreasing just by looking at it, minus 30 sanity. But Lin is more worried that she became so ugly the pig won't even recognize her as his daughter. Now what am I going to do? He's already tied her to the bed. You know what? I'll do them a big favor and give her a makeover. Otherwise, she'll scare everyone on the street. He grabs a tentacle to take a closer look, and it stops moving, putting 10 more fear in the child. Poor thing. He tells her to relax. He's just going to work on her appearance. Another 10 fear added, but he's all happy there, mistreating the creature until someone knocks on the door. When he opens it, there's a burnt mummy standing there. Ah, welcome to our store. The system shows a 99% burn evil spirit carrying a great malice against anything that's beautiful. The creature cries out, I want to change my face. The system activates the Burned Coast Face Change quest, rewarding 50 skeleton coins. Our guy says, all right, take a seat. Wait a little while, I have another surgery to finish. Coincidentally, it's also a plastic surgery. Do you want to sit here and watch? Let me show you my excellent medical skills. No need to be nervous. Although I have no experience with plastic surgery, when I used to sculpt clay, they turned out quite beautiful. Changing a face is quite similar. It's like working with bread dough. The important thing is the elasticity and resilience. Not too dry, not too wet. I need to apply the right amount of force to fix the faces. The mummy gains 10 fear. Lin starts. He slaps it, rolls it, tosses it up, and pulls it to the side. The mummy is shocked, losing 20 sanity points. He grabs the head, places it on the table, and stares at it. There's something wrong here. This store doesn't seem normal. The mummy asks what he's doing. Well, this child here is very ugly, and as a doctor, I just want to give her a prettier face. The mummy comments on his unique technique, thinking he won't fix it this way. Then he accidentally squeezes too hard, realizing he's crushing her head with each movement. Oops, sorry, I squeezed too hard. He sees the creepy smile of the human losing 20 sanity. The mummy thinks, I knew Bloodsaw left someone to take care of his shop. I just didn't imagine it was someone crazier than him. Does this mean I'll become this horrible thing, like those creatures in the back? He hears a sound and wonders if Bloodsaw is coming, losing 40 sanity. But our guy appears, apologizing for being late and sharpening the blade. What's wrong? He asks, but scared, the mummy ran. The system says the quest failed, but he gained 400 fear from the creature. Congrats for getting his first client with extreme fear, earning 100 coins for it. Our guy wonders why the creature is so afraid of him. He was polite and smiled the whole time. Strange guy, but whatever. Let's take care of this child first. After some time, he finally succeeds. Lin is happy with the results, saying he had great manual skills before traveling this world. I just didn't expect to use those skills here. But then he notices there's still a third eye in the middle of her forehead. Whoa, a third eye. Venom came out of it. He warns her not to show that eye in the middle of her forehead, or he'll have to use the blade again. Although the poor thing is crying, her fear has decreased, but the crisis with the creature has dropped by 321 points. He even gained a lot of experience for fixing her. He receives some hair that seems to be good for defense. The description says it causes suffocation when close to a neck. The little girl cuddles his stuffed animal, and our guy wonders if he did something wrong. As he looks outside, he realizes it's time to close. He checks the time using the soul lamp. The weaker the light, the later it is. When it goes out, it's nighttime. As he goes to remove the lamp, a hooded figure appears, claiming to be a demon hunter. The system warns him, you'll die. A powerful hunter who walks alone in the world of darkness. Don't try to understand, he's very dangerous. Our guy stares, wondering if he's human. It's the first time he's seen one in 2 years. The strange thing is, judging by the lamp's reaction, the guy seems ridiculously powerful. The hooded figure says, I need treatment, some combat and recovery potions. The system activates the mission, 500 coins just to treat his injuries. The problem is the mission fails if our guy gets killed by the guy. Come in, sir, our guy says, thinking, what bad timing. The guy sits down, saying he didn't expect to find someone of his race in this dark world. Then the system activates the connection with the same race. If he loses this link, he'll be killed. Nice to meet you. What's the problem you need to treat? Our guy says, at least he's a human. They're usually easier to understand. The guy stands up, showing his arm with a purple thing on it. It's not good. It's beating on its own, Hunter says. The system finishes the preliminary diagnosis. His arm is being corroded by black butterfly venom. Lin tells him that, and he responds, oh man, so you recognized it. I underestimated you, the guy says. Some red-dressed ghosts set me up and used this nasty thing on my arm. Lucky for her, I wasn't in good health. Once this is better, I'll look for her. I'll help you, our guy says, thinking. How am I going to treat this guy? He won't leave otherwise. He asks the system about black butterfly venom, which is a condensation of all the resentment in the dark world and extremely corrosive to life. Treatment is recommended with osteoclin. I'll have to perform surgery on your arm. Sweating, the hunter asks, what are your medical skills? Relax, I have enough. It's my second operation, Lin replies. Scared, the hunter mumbles, is there another clinic nearby? Impossible. If one opened, my professor would destroy it. It's forbidden to have a second clinic here. The guy is uncertain if he believes Lin, but the thing on his arm keeps pulsating. I'll have to trust you. Just do it already, he says. Our guy gets his blades ready. Okay, I'll start. This place doesn't look like a clinic to me, but more like a slaughterhouse. And this skinny guy is freaking me out, he mutters. Do you mean anesthesia? Lin asks. Anesthesia will only slow down my reflexes. A real man never uses it, the hunter replies. Good, because I've never used it either, Lin says. Then he digs into his arm with the blade. Scared, the hunter stops Lin. Calm down. This is how it starts. Lin responds, it was just a test. Why did it hurt? The hunter says that he can continue but thinks, damn it, obviously it hurts. This kid must have something wrong with him, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to do something against a demon hunter. Our guy grabs another tool. What the hell are you doing? The hunter asks. Relax. I'm just looking for the right size tool. These two, I'm just keeping on you for now, Lin explains. You can't keep him somewhere else? Not on my shoulder, the hunter questions. Our guy pulls out the two tools. I was just testing to see if they're sharp enough. You have to know, it hurts a lot if they're not sharp, he explains. But relax, the part that hurts is when the knife goes in. It will be fine when I pull the whole thing out, so don't worry. I'm just making sure I'm using the right tool. The demon hunter thinks, this guy wants to sound all professional, but I feel like he's trying to hurt me, then mutters, turning away. Get on with it. If you keep stalling, I'll kill you, he threatens. Okay, don't worry, our guy says, bringing a flaming furnace and heating all the tools. What are you doing? The demon hunter asks, losing a bit of sanity. I'm just disinfecting the blades. Black butterfly venom is too cruel. To prevent it from entering any other tissue in your body, it needs to be melted. That's why the blades are a high temperature, Lin explains. But have you ever done this before? The demon hunter asks. Our boy says he's done it to remove pig hair. Shocked, the hunter says, forget it. Let's just get started. Lin pulls out a meat board. Why does it look like you're preparing for a meal? The demon hunter asks, getting nervous. Chill, it's all part of the procedure. It's just to catch the blood in some parts of your arm during the operation. Our guy tranquilizes him. Damn it. If there wasn't anywhere else within at least 100 meters, I'd get out of this hell. Use the blade already, the demon hunter demands. Lin, with a maniacal look, says, okay, let's start, and begins his attacks, gaining blade experience, while the demon hunter cries out in pain, feeling like he's being torn apart and his heart is being burned. But Lin is there all calm with the flaming blades. Hey, if it hurts, you can ask for anesthesia, it's okay, our guy says. The guy with tears in his eyes says, huh, you've already started? I didn't even realize. I don't feel anything. Lin says, really, so can you please maybe not break my table? You're squeezing so hard. You're destroying it. I'm just too strong. I can't even touch it lightly. I'll compensate you later and pay for it. Just cut already, the guy insists. The attacks began, cutting through all the flesh. Wait, please stop, the guy pleads, but it's too late. I thought you'd stop, but you didn't. Damn it, he exclaims, literally banging his head against the wood. What are you talking about? If I go slow, you're not satisfied. If I cut fast, you complain. Now that I'm halfway through, you're asking me to stop, Lin retorts. But this isn't surgery, it's torture. Why are you cutting so thin? Just rip it out. It's like you're making noodles. What do you want? Hurry up and finish, he demands. Ah, that's it. Why didn't you make it clearer? You want me to finish with a single cut? Lin asks. What do you mean by a single cut? The hunter wonders. It's a quick cut, but if I hit an artery, you might die. I'd rather not do it that way, as I'm a doctor and my patients are like children to me. I can't allow them to die with a simple treatment, Lin explains. Of course, you can always opt for anesthesia, he adds. Just cut already, then I'll never come back to this place, the guy says. Lin replies, don't worry. When I'm done, I guarantee you'll come back later. The poor guy is lying there, drooling. Our guy made a mountain of stuff from his arm. He looks at his back. Did the devil do this? He mutters, picking up the stones. Our guy pours some 75% alcohol on the wound. Phew, the wound's clean, he says. Hey, please just let me go now, please, the guy pleads. Hold on a second, there's a very important part that hasn't been done yet. I don't want to know, the guy protests, but our guy shows him the bone with a little heart drawn on it. The guy is shocked. What did you do to me? He asks angrily. Did you like it that much? Our guy replies innocently. The hunter starts cursing at him and tries to attack, but our guy dodges. Hey, I'm still trying to save you, you know. Acting shamelessly like this, I will not allow you to kill me first. I won't let a patient leave in the middle of treatment. Our guy says firmly. The demon hunter can't believe it. He pulls out his blade. Stop playing with me. Finish this already, he commands. A shot is fired into the air, and the next scene shows the poor guy already tied up. Why did you tie me up? He asks. It's just that I think you won't be able to handle the pain and then you'll want to hurt me again. I don't mind dying, but if you hit me, how am I supposed to finish my surgery? Our guy explains. If I were afraid of pain, you'd be dead by now. This is unnecessary, not to mention that you think a few pieces of metal can hold me. You're very naive, the guy retorts. But then Lin was sanding his bones. God, what are you doing? The guy cries, please help me. Our guy reassures him, I'm just scraping the bones, relax. I told you it would be painful. What are you scraping my bone for? The guy asks. Didn't I tell you to bear it like a real man? If you're a real man, you shouldn't be afraid of pain. Just bear with it, it'll be over soon, Lin responds. The guy pleads, please give me anesthesia, I can't take it anymore. Anesthesia won't work now. How am I supposed to apply it to your bone? Just bear with it, it'll be over soon, Lin replies. With 2 more points in blade skill, suddenly the guy breaks free. He tells Lin, I will never trust you again. Our guy grabs the Chicago toy from his hand, pulls it back, and puts it on the guy's face. If you try to move again and don't cooperate with the procedure, I'll end you, he warns. The guy apologizes. Sorry, man, I won't do anything anymore. Good, because if you do, I won't stop either. You're ruining my reputation. Enough of this. Don't waste any more of my time. I'll finish this once and for all, our guy says, pulling out the saw. Hey, what's going on? What do you have against me? The hunter asks, losing 20 sanity. Hold on. It's time to use the big one here to solve everything, our guy declares. Come on, please, stop it, the guy pleads as the saw approaches. Suddenly, a little girl enters the shop. Is this the place? Is anyone here? I came to buy some healing potions, she says nervously. Suddenly, she's grabbed by the leg. Help, help, she screams. When she sees our guy with the saw behind the guy, she screams in despair. Lin looks at her and says, Hi, did you come to get some potions? I just have to finish with this patient of mine and I'll get them for you. The poor girl gets desperate, gaining 70 fear of him. The system says the scare you gave her developed a psychological disorder. The girl went from excited to shy. New title, Terror of Patience. Lin is surprised. Wait, how did I become so scary just by seeing her? I offered the potions and gave a smile. Man, this system keeps giving weird rewards. Giving a glare to the hunter who was trying to leave, Lin says, Oh, you're trying to run away. The operation isn't over yet. We're back. The guy punches in pain. Our boy gives a little pat on his shoulder. It's over. All the toxins that invaded your bones are completely gone. Now just wait for your bones and muscles to regenerate a bit, and your arm will be as good as new. But the poor guy finished. My client, wake up, sir, wake up. The system speaks. With special methods, you incapacitated a legendary demon hunter. Reward, the one who inflicts pain. Effect increases by 5%. The pain you cause using various tools. Sometime later, the hunter wakes up. Where am I? He quickly gets up and tries to shoot twice. Get away from me. He's losing sanity again. Lin is against the wall. Calm down, calm down. I just took care of your injuries. Look, everything's fine. Forget about those bad memories. The guy points to Lin but thinks, the feeling of that butterfly demon is really gone. This is almost like a dream. Lin reassures him. Of course it is. The muscle toxin that was affecting you has been removed. The problem was the regeneration of your bones and muscles. That's why I gave you the best potion from the store. Along with your extremely strong physique, everything went well. The only problem was that there was still a little piece missing in the middle, so I added some extra meat. Don't worry, your body won't reject it. The guy looks puzzled. Wait, what's this? Pork meat? You said you did everything right. You put a piece of pork in me? Lin responds, well, it's a weird process, isn't it? But the result is perfect. If you ever have any problems in the future, you can come back here, and I'll help you. The hunter says, returning here, you think I want to come back here? The chance of a crisis has skyrocketed. Well, my client, even though the process was peculiar, having the butterfly venom corrupting your entire body until you die would have been much worse. In this world of darkness, staying alive is more important than anything else. The crisis has risen to 99%. The guy was holding it together, but with comforting words, the danger decreased. He lets out a sigh. You're right. In this world, being alive is more important than anything else. He turns to Lin. Just for that, you're alive. That's quite an achievement. Your torturous methods are top-notch. Thank you, Lin says. The hunter pulls him up. Do you think I'm praising you, kid? Have you ever performed any other surgeries in your life? Our guy raises 3 fingers. I swear I performed a cesarean section on someone and the father and daughter were very happy. They even praised me. The guy, considering his bone shaving compared to his cesarean, acknowledges that his wounds have indeed been healed. Remembering how scared he was, he stares at Lin and says, "Hey, no one can know about the rumor that I faint to hear, understand? You can rest assured. No one will find out," says Lin. "Just tell me how much all this costs. There's no way I'm coming back to this place. You don't even need to pay. Consider this a favor from someone of the same race. I just want to see you visit our mall again in the future." Our guy knows he needs to become friends with this guy. With that, the system gives him 500 coins. The guy doesn't think these compliments will help him with anything. Just forget everything that happened here. Even if we're of the same race, it doesn't change anything. I walk alone and will never take a kid like you to share the path with me. He puts on his hat. I'm giving you this chance. Get out of here. A human like you with no skills will soon become monster food. Our guy asks how he can leave this world. To be honest, I ended up here by accident. Apart from this pharmacy, I don't know anything about the outside world. The guy looks at him. In a way, you're lucky. Many people have fallen into this world like you from various worlds, but most have been consumed by fear. I can only tell you that this is the lowest level of Sin City, and trying to leave here is the quickest path to death. If you don't want to die, get stronger. Only then will you have a chance to escape this place. Hold on, or are you saying it's almost impossible to leave for the rest of my life? Every time I see those monsters, I'm terrified. The guy replies, with your medical skills, the monsters must be terrified of you. But enough chit-chat. I'm someone who believes in fair exchange. You killed my wounds, and I can't treat you unfairly just because you don't want money. He opens his coat, revealing his belongings. Take a look and choose something. Our guy, intrigued, examines the items. What should I choose? Oh, this one looks good. A cursed revolver from a legendary demon hunter, enchanted with 6 self-reloading bullets. Our guy eagerly grips the handle, and the man replies, your eye is sharp, kid, eager to grab the best I have. Lin replies, I just found your weapons cool. How many monsters have you killed with those? The hunter explains, none. I've never used them to kill a single monster. He admits, shooting at Lin and creating a circle on the wall. They may look cool, but both have a fatal flaw, and you must have noticed. They never hit the target, no matter the angle. Besides being decorative, they serve no purpose. What do you mean? I don't want them then, Lin protests. But the hunter insists, as a man of justice and integrity, once you've chosen them, you can't refuse them, or it would be disrespectful on my part. You have a chance. Take them, or I will do something. Our guy considers, then decides to take them, thinking he'll dispose of them later. Good choice. Just know that due to their curse, you can't voluntarily get rid of them. They can only be transferred through a fair exchange. Luckily, your intense desire attracted them, as curses like to find someone to pass on to. It's not easy. You're clearly trying to pull a fast one on me. This surgery was a lot of work, and I owe you this big favor. As an extra reward, I'll remind you tonight, no matter what you hear or how terrified you get, don't go outside and don't open that door. Seems like something extraordinary happened here. Lin asks, is it a monster or what? But the man disappears into the shadows. I think it's better if you don't know. If you manage to stay alive until tomorrow, maybe we'll meet again. Lin reflects on how his teachers said the same thing before going out. Tonight, he needs to be much more careful. There's half an hour until darkness. No visitors should come during this time. He stares at the little creature on the ground, already level 7. This child keeps leveling up. Soon, it'll be difficult to deal with. Then he uses the Chicago Kid's toy, barely missing the target. The fear in the eyes is evident. It really doesn't hit. Hard to believe. He continues shooting, instilling fear in the creature. The lamp starts to dim. Our protagonist rushes to the door, closes it, and breathes a sigh of relief. Now with the lamp disabled, the real test begins because it means anyone, even without permission, can enter his house of their own accord. The system activates the mission Sleepless Night. Survive until dawn, offering 500 coins and a special reward in his room. Our protagonist is already under the covers, armed and ready to face whatever comes. Phew, nothing so far. I just want to survive this night. It's midnight, and someone is already knocking on the door. Open up, it's me, Bloodsaw. There's a malevolent spirit following me. Help me. Wait, the professor is back. Our protagonist approaches the door cautiously. Then he suddenly attacks the door. You didn't even confirm and already slashed at me, the outsider protests. If I were outside, my professor wouldn't hesitate to do the same. Besides, he wouldn't come back at this hour. As they argue, he hears a noise outside. Our protagonist leans in to listen, but suddenly, hands grab him, causing him to lose sanity. He struggles as the hands grip him tightly, but he manages to break free by using the hair from the malevolent spirit. As the hands retreat, he wonders if they're alive or dead, but decides it's better to be safe and delivers the final blows. You killed the deceiver of flesh and gained 100 experience points. Phew, I managed to survive, but the monster knocked on the door right at midnight. Who knows what this night still holds? As he cleans the floor, the system gives 2 warnings. The root level monster is approaching, and the crisis level is at 100%. Our protagonist, already at the door, wonders if it's the creature they've been mentioning. He waits, and the hand starts to move. Suddenly, he's being pulled. He grabs his knife, smelling something awful. When he looks, there are 2 huge eyes staring at him. He quickly hides again, but the eye is right behind the door, facing him. Darn it, this monster's heartbeat is so loud. He hears licking sounds. It's kind of cute until the lick reaches his face. No, that's not cute. Forget that. He loses 40 sanity, trembling. I can't panic. If I do, I'll be eaten. The monster licks his cheek lightly. Doctor, I found you. Open the door. I have a toothache. A toothache? Is the monster not here to eat me, but to get a dental checkup? Our protagonist responds, our little clinic doesn't receive patients at night. Those are the rules and I must follow them. But the creature threatens, open up or I'll eat you. Reluctantly, he opens. Hello, my dear client. This clinic will serve you, level, race, and abilities unknown. The monster complains about a toothache, unable to eat. Don't worry, I can definitely help you. A toothache is such a small thing. It'll be quick. He calms himself thinking it's horrible, but it's a client like any other, just another day. As he approaches the monster's mouth, he activates the system's mission to treat the toothache, offering 1,000 coins, 50 favor with the unknown creature, and no penalties. He thinks, of course there won't be any penalties. There won't be anything left of me. Now he has to rely on his medical skills. The only problem is it's dark. The creature's tongue moves to take his own eyes, then uses the eyeball to light the place. Thank you. Now everything's clear. The inside is full of decomposed creatures. The menu is quite unique. Inside, he finds a legendary lance, damaged but still there. It's a spear from an unknown world that fell into the realm of darkness, blessed with sacred power, strong against anomalous spirits and demons. I found this lance similar to the hunter's weapon. It doesn't belong to this world. Besides, the sacred attribute is what causes so much pain. The creature tells him to pull it out. Lin is shocked. Inside the creature, there are tons of healer items. Demonized doctor, cursed healer body, doctor's eyeball. Maybe they all tried to deal with this lance in the last pharmacy that it went to, but being cursed creatures, they couldn't heal it. But I'm human. Sacred power shouldn't affect me. He touches it, and his finger turns purple. Whoops, the big guy's staring at me. Phew, this is my chance. I'll start pulling. The creature sends tentacles inside to help, and he manages to pull it out successfully, gaining 20 favorability. However, it still hurts a lot. Lin thinks I'm in deep trouble here, and if I don't calm down, I'll be eaten. Don't worry, I'll cure you, he reassures, ignoring the terrifying appearance. He rushes to his shop, grabs several tubes, and returns to apply medicine to the root of the tooth, explaining that it's the residual power of the lance causing the pain. The problem is that there's too much blood. He thinks, how am I going to get into this? Suddenly, he sees a tentacle. Patient, you need this tentacle because I need it to alleviate your pain. He cuts it without waiting for a response. The creature approaches, asking what he's doing, but he's already here with the syringe. Turn on the light. Why are you staring at me? He taps the eye. Let's go up. He tries to enter the tooth, but it's too narrow. I need to go deeper. Where are the other tools? He finds a drill and starts inserting it into the tooth, the creature writhing in pain. You'll have to endure a little longer, he reassures it as he drills. Finally, the pain subsides. I was about to eat you, but now the creature is in a good mood. The pain is gone. Don't think about that. The medicine has started working. Now we just need to clean your teeth and fix everything up. He asks for a bucket, and the creature brings it. He cleans the tooth and asks for steel to repair it, but he doesn't have enough material. The creature offers to fetch it, eats him, and runs. In the next scene, they are facing a door. The problem is that Lin recognized that the door is made of iron, not steel. The creature opens its mouth, shoots a laser that opens everything inside. It reveals a steel marionette with extremely strong combat capabilities. Lin calmly exits the mouth and sees the marionette, recalling that one of these caused a mess in the shop, and his boss fought for 10 hours to force it out. The creature sticks out its tongue, already crushing the marionette, then jumps, delivering a crushing blow. Lin is like, wow, I can't even know the level of either of these, but the difference in power is huge. The creature asks if it's enough, otherwise it will continue. Lin says it's enough and asks for help to fix it, turning on the tools. Perfect, the teeth are sharp. The creature holding Lin says it's great, very happy. Our guy is sweating, but he gained 11 skull points and earned 50 favorability. With that, she said she wouldn't eat him, and he thanked her and even gained 40 trust points. At this moment, he offers her an oral care service. She wants to know what that is, and he explains that it's just a long-term service to ensure the health of the teeth. The big monster is a bit confused, but he offers a free trial to let her see what it's like. He immediately jumps into her mouth, activating the cleaning mission. He goes in and starts removing lots of corpse remains and everything that's extra in her mouth. He manages to collect a bunch of human remains. Meanwhile, he's got a black bucket on the floor and she asks, "What is that, sir?" He says it's a black slime. They will sterilize her entire mouth and leave a very refreshing breath. She's like, ah, okay, amazing, and already opens her big mouth wide. Our guy gained another 20 favorability points. Then he hops right in and starts scrubbing everything, and she's pretty happy. I thought there was going to be some trick to this thing. He tells her to hold the bucket there to help out and just keeps cleaning. Another 20 favorability points. He asks, how are you feeling? She's all happy there with her shining teeth. Another 50 favorability points, and she's already loving it. He then says, are you satisfied with this service? The monster says that she is. How about you become a lifetime member of our clinic? She agrees. He says, okay, what's your name so I can create your record? Next time you come, you'll receive a special gift and a membership card. The creature doesn't know what a name means. He explains it's what other creatures call you. She says, nameless. He asks if you want me to give you a name. How about Xiao Xiao? The creature accepts the name. She gives him a few licks as a thank you and gains a title, Root Namer. You're the first human in the history of this world to give a root creature a name. With that, he gains some more affinities and the ability to remove curses. She takes him back home and goes off all happy. Our boy is shaking and falls behind the door. Phew, good thing I have a strong mindset, or I wouldn't have been able to survive the night. Back in the store, he opens the system. He has 8 points to spend, and now in the introduction it says that he is someone who has already caused fear and pain in a poor demon hunter. Our protagonist knows what to do with the attributes. Strength and agility aren't going to be useful for now. He won't get strong enough to fight against these creatures. Intelligence is also not very important since he can analyze situations with the system. With that, he invests more in constitution. The important thing is to stay alive. Then he checks out the skill he received. Limited curse removal. Cleanses a curse for 24 hours. It can only be used on one target at a time and has a 12-hour cooldown. Our guy, wait, if I use this curse remover on the pistol, it's basically going to become a legendary weapon. Curse removal, boom. You've removed the curse from the pistol. Cooldown 12 hours. Let's check out my power. He fires some shots at the bottle, but misses everything. Ah, lying system, where is it? The curse is still here. The system says it's because your proficiency with weapons is 0. Ah, crap, it was for nothing. If that's the case, he'll need to practice. So he sets up a bottle on the window. He shoots, gains some experience, but realizes you can't get good overnight. But when he misses again, he hears a loud scream. Whoa, what happened? Outside, someone yells, who was the son of a gun who ambushed me. The system notifies you can a level 75 creature, the feeder of the night corruption. He goes to the windows and starts nailing some planks. Wu Dun hides everything, then heads back to his room. The guy outside is shouting, where's the one who did it? Where? He just goes into bed, shaking all over. Our guy manages to sleep and wakes up the next day, earning 500 coins for surviving the night. The system says that for a first day it was incredible. Killed a monster, wounded a monster, psychologically traumatized various patients, and still woke up with a feeling of prosperity and tranquility. With that, he reached level 6 and unlocked the system's shop. Our protagonist thinks, my god, so many things from the system as soon as I wake up. The system sends another message. When you reach level 10, you'll be able to change professions. Keep an eye out. At this point, our guy sees some tentacles coming out of his bed, so he instantly starts shooting. He even gains proficiency, but it was just the little girl. All cute, but with those evil tentacles. Having been scared, his fear of that creature increases by 20. He thinks, no wonder I felt someone climbing over my body. I'm curious about how much this creature grew overnight. The thing is already at level 10. The system then tells him that since he reached 1,321 fear points and 200 taming points, he's earned a mission, the growth of the child's spirit. He can now influence the development of this creature. Our guy is like, man, do I have to take care of this and develop it too? Why can't it just develop on its own? However, realizing that fear was the reason it didn't attack him, our protagonist figures that he needs to instill as much fear as possible so it doesn't want to kill him. Poor thing, it's all cute there in his hand. But let's start. He begins to stretch her out. It's time for your daily adjustment. Without my consent, you made all these weird tentacles. Her fear just keeps increasing, man. Wow, he even put the tentacles in the poor thing's mouth. Let Uncle Lin fix you up again. Boom, back to being a little girl. Wow, he even added some little tails there, dude. How did he do that? The system says this new form will have a huge impact on her development. Our guy is all proud. Just with the tentacle fabric, I managed to create these little ears. She turned out to be very cute. He tells her, keep this form and don't use those tentacles again. The system says he's completed the preliminary phase. However, now he needs to make adjustments to her personality. Our guy cracks a little smile. Here, let me give you a good education. Then he makes another adjustment, this time to her cerebellum it seems. And he sets her personality direction, sweet, obedient, and murderous. What's that, kid? Why the murderer at the end? Psychological characteristics, virtuous, cute, and morbid. Growth direction, adorable, sweet girl. Also cute girl who spreads disaster and death everywhere as an evil spirit. Why does he always make the third aspect something terrifying? He even says to Sim, can I tweak things a bit? It's still kind of half-baked, right? The system says that in this first stage, you can't. Only 2 adjustments were allowed. Our guy pets her and says he'll remove the negative parts later. Then, she'll be a perfect little girl. But for now, that's what we've got, right? Time to open the shop. The little girl goes to sleep after all that process. He practices his aim, cleans up the place, and puts the candle outside. He sits in the chair to open the system shop, already thinking the system's things are going to be amazing. The guy wants to buy clothes for the girl, maybe a 9-tailed fox and a big shield. In the system, he has slime mucus, a charm that attracts money, baby diapers, a growth elixir, magical meat blocks, and a succubus's enchanting perfume. Our guy doesn't seem to like it. What the heck is this system? Refresh this, I want new items. The system says that function is not yet available. Be patient. At 5 a.m., the items change. Well, out of all of this, at least he's going to buy the toxic slime. It could be used to make some potions in the future. But then he sees the unlucky cat that also brings money. He thinks, well, I'm a very lucky guy, right? Here, I guess I'll buy it then. There goes 200 coins for the big cat that appears in the store. He looks at the diaper, checks on the little girl. Well, maybe I need to use this here. Buy it too. Man, for someone who didn't like the store, he's buying everything. Seeing the growth elixir that helps wounds heal. He thinks, yeah, this will help me a lot. Finally, something decent. Buy that too. Man, he's unstoppable. Today is the day the supplier comes to restock, so he's going to replenish all his stock. At that moment, the butcher lady enters the store with the same question as always. Young man, do you have something useless to give to this old lady? The system assigns the mission, and he brings out a bag of things he received yesterday. The old lady even asks, boy, do you have all this to give to me? He says, yes, ma'am, I can put it in the cart for you. She thanks him. Once again, he completes the mission. However, the butcher lady senses the aura of a root-level creature inside the bag and is quite impressed. He tells her that yesterday he had to deal with a root-level creature, and this was inside her mouth. The butcher lady, boy, you dealt with a root-level monster and took something out of her mouth. Aren't you afraid of dying? I thought this human guy was ordinary. Didn't expect him to be so crazy. Lin asks her, afraid of what? I was just serving the customers of our store. No matter who comes in, I treat everyone equally. The old lady says he's very brave. Last night, 3 abyssal root-level creatures were here along with the demon hunter. The old lady advises him not to get in touch with any of them, and she's impressed with our guy. She tells him that in the 3 nearby villages, all the people were killed by those monsters. The protagonist says he served a demon hunter yesterday. She says maybe that's why he didn't go attack the Valley of Souls. Lin replies, I don't think that's the case. He was a pretty cute guy. I'd say it's impossible for him to be cruel. The old lady is puzzled. Cute. How do you find that guy cute? Our protagonist responds, he was quite friendly to be honest. The butcher lady is impressed by him, and he gains more reputation. She looks down thinking, as expected, there are no normal existences in this dark world, especially those who seem to be normal. She says, young man, the items you gave me are very valuable. I won't be able to digest them for a while, and this thing here that I picked up is quite useful. You can have it. Wow, what's this? A heart? Our guy loses 10 sanity points. Heart of a faceless demon. Cursed object. Can be connected to the heart of a target. However, it requires a lot of fresh blood to work. The old lady says if you want someone to die, just think about them with his heart and use your most vicious methods. Boy, you will be able to reap much joy. Lin knows there's nothing ordinary that this old lady brings. Just by the description, I know it's a lethal weapon. She then leaves. At this time, the carriage salesman arrives and he exchanges some items. He enters the store, throws the bag on the floor, and someone immediately knocks on the door. When he goes to see who it is, man, he gets scared. It's a girl with a juicy big heart, and he says, welcome to our store. She says she's impressed. The boss's business is going this well. The system says, bloodthirsty spirit. She will suck you dry little by little. I personally would take that risk, a conglomerate of evil things walking in this world of darkness. Never be drawn to her wonderful figure, or what awaits you is a nightmare. Lin asks, may I know what's making you uncomfortable? Or what treatment do you need? She says there's nothing uncomfortable. She moved nearby and came to visit the neighbors. He's not going to refuse the visit, right? Oh, well, of course. There are some rare creatures that don't have a level, and against them, the soul lamp is useless. He tells her to sit there, and she thanks him. The guy knows if she really has ill intentions, he's done anyways. So it's better just to try making a friendship. The system gives a mission. Survive for 30 minutes. Keep your sanity above 0. And her malice towards you cannot reach 100%. The protagonist, survive. It's the same mission as yesterday. Is this woman in front of me a root-level monster? The girl points to him, boss, you don't seem to be a native of this place. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by an unfriendly customer? Loses 10 sanity right away. There's silence. He says, I am somewhat afraid. But the job of a doctor is to save lives. If someone is my patient, I will take care of that person. This is my principle. She stands up, very interesting. But what if someone isn't your patient? The voluptuous monster comes closer to the side. He asks, what do you mean by not a patient? She whispers in his ear, like, what if I'm here to eat you and drink all fluids in your body? The crisis went to 61. But Lin has a stoic expression and tells her, impossible, sister. You're too beautiful, and your outer beauty surely reflects your inner beauty. For a girl as elegantly poised as you, even a meal must be worthy and graceful, like that of a noble. She steps aside, saying he knows how to talk. Phew, the crisis decreased a bit. She sits in the chair. Do you really think I'm beautiful? Lin says, of course. Then she opens her monster mouth. And now, giant worms came out of it. 30 sanity less. Next, she's moving closer. She says, I'm beautiful. I'm beautiful. The crisis is at 81, 85, 90. She's coming closer. Well, aren't you going to say anything? 90-man crisis. Lin could only think of one way to break her evil character, and that was kissing her. He even swallowed the worms and got out of breath, everything slobbery and sloppy. The poor thing is agape with her mouth open. She wants to know what that was. Few of the crisis dropped to 50. Lin says, sorry, your sudden change made me want to kiss you. Forgive me. I was rude. It's just that you really fit the type of aesthetic I appreciate. She's flabbergasted at the type of aesthetic. He says, yes, I've always liked girls with good dental hygiene and beautiful tentacles in the mouth, especially sticky and gummy ones like yours. To my eyes, it's an existence comparable to the moonlight. The poor thing is confused. Something's wrong with this guy. He remained very calm upon seeing my appearance and is still saying that. He's strange. She's covering her tentacles all shy-like. Our guy is confused. What's up? What's wrong with you, big sis? She flashes some sharp teeth. Didn't you say you like people with good oral hygiene? For Lin, things are only getting worse. The crisis hits 70. He comes close to look at the teeth. Sister, you're wonderful, but there can't be any flaws in your oral hygiene. Let me give you gentle oral care. What's that, buddy? She's also taken aback. Next scene, she's looking at herself in the mirror, and he asks, what do you think? Is your breath fresher? She's just looking at herself, not saying anything. He comes over, touches her shoulder. Beautiful, isn't it? She's startled. What's happening? He asks, what's up? Are you satisfied with my service? She says it's okay, but inside she's all lost. What's happening? Where's this going? This guy, what kind of human is he? Normally, he should be screaming in terror, and then try to run away and afterwards pee himself. But actually, he wasn't scared at all. He even got excited and wanted to take care of my mouth. She scowls. You know what? Let's stop this small talk. I'm here for business. She asks, did you perform surgery on a pig head yesterday? The crisis jumps back to 70. Yes, I did. What's the problem? He immediately thinks, oh no, disaster. She's not here for revenge, is she? She says you operated on him and took a child out of his belly, right? Our guy remembers that weird thing. May I ask who you are? She says she's the mother of the child turning into a monstrous thing again. She's already grabbing our guy. He tells her, hey, calm down, beautiful girl. I just want to know why you were interested in that demon pig. And even if you were, what is your relation with his child? The pig even told me that it all started a month ago. The monstrous woman says, unfortunately, that little ghost was a part of me that fell off. He looks, lady, why are you here then? She says, of course, I'm here to take back my child. She must have turned into a monstrous creature, hasn't she? I'm dying to see murder, malice, resentment. My child possesses all these qualities that I have. Surely she will become an incredible calamity and bring nightmares to everyone. Oh dear, how do I explain this, right? 91 crisis. Thinking, oh crap, if she sees the current state of that child, she's going to kill me. All cute. Miss, wait a moment. Are you sure this child is yours? For you to take care of the pig-headed will have to come here and give his testimony in person. She says, testimony? All right, I'll tell them to give you a testimony. Then she opens her mouth. She's going to pull him out from her insides there, right? Yep, that's exactly it. His skull just dropped to the floor. Lin is in horror. The pighead is gone. He was devoured by this woman. 40 less sanity. She's already circling him. Now hand over my child, and then I will consider sparing your life. Lin responds, I will hand over your child, I indeed will. It's just that she might have some minor differences from what you're imagining. She hears a child's voice from the side and immediately runs towards it. It's my child. I want to see what she has become. Lin says, please, stop. Don't look at her now. She keeps running. She must be a perfect distortion. The purest malice. A creature that conveys all cruelty in this world. I want to see her. But when she arrives, the child is all cute. She's all radiant. She looks at her and smiles. The bloodthirsty girl turns to Lin. Who is she? Lin says she's the baby I took from the pighead's belly yesterday. Isn't she cute? The devilish woman is baffled. Wait, take a look. Impossible. I don't believe it. This can't be my daughter. She pulls a tentacle out of her head and throws it on the ground, which starts wrapping around the child's leg. The girl gets all scared, but the tentacle kinda starts becoming part of her body, and then she knows it's my daughter. How did my daughter turn out like this? The protagonist is also pretending to be dumbfounded. Wow, what happened to her? The system notifies that he had completed the child-raising part 1, and her worldview was adjusted according to his intentions. However, the current creature completely contradicts the mother's expectations, shaking her mental state. At this moment, she has a taming level of 351 and a malice level of 591. Our guide finds it interesting. What are these new levels? He makes a face, signals for attention. She stands up in shock, turns left, she follows. Here, good girl. It seems the taming level helps a lot. The only problem is that for the patient, this might not be very good. I need to find a way to satisfy her. The protagonist picks the little girl up. Here, miss. She really is a very healthy daughter. She looks just like you. If you're sure she's your child, you can adopt her at any time. Go on, little girl, call your mommy. She goes, mommy. The demon is in shock there, but the little girl goes and gives her a kiss on the cheek. Her sanity drops. Disaster. Impossible. How is this my daughter? I am the aggregation of all evil entities, a spirit of pure malice and hatred. My daughter, at the least, should be as monstrous as I am. But look at her. She's so pure. This purity in her eyes is terrifying. Ah, terrifying. She thinks the look of the child is fake. Wait, a disguise, isn't it? This is just a disguise. Just as I become a wonderful woman to seduce my prey, you must be doing the same, right? Beneath this, there must be an evil creature with a twisted soul. But the child is all cute there, patting her head. Loses 20 sanity again. The poor thing is collapsing. Ah, patient, what happened? But she's already fallen to the ground. Is she devastated? She speaks of a twisted soul fragment. She was supposed to be a corrupted existence. How is this possible? Our protagonist asks, Miss, are you okay? Angrily, she replies, it was you, wasn't it? What did you do? The crisis instantly went to 91. The creature unleashed a devilish fury, but our protagonist is no fool, places the adorable little child right in front of her. She stops face to face and gets a little lick. The poor thing is baffled. You, child, don't come closer. But he's just holding her there, man. She gets closer, and the crisis drops. Ah, the blonde-red ghost wants to flee the store. The system gives a mission. Make the malevolent mother accept that the child is her daughter, while eliminating all her hostility towards you. My God, but the system loves to give me some strange missions. But eliminating her hostility depends only on this child. He says to her, take a look at this beautiful little girl. She's so healthy. I think you should be happy. The monster replies, let me ask you something. If your child was born as a creature, would you be happy? He responds, shouldn't I be happy? She thinks, ah, damn, I almost forgot. He's a pervert that got excited even with a monster like me. Of course, he would be happy if he had a creature child. She, now with that terrible horse face, says, all right. But what if you had a girl with her appearance? Huh? Would you still be happy? Our protagonist asks, my daughter with this appearance? So cute? I would be even happier. She's lost. What kind of disaster are you? Happy with a monster, happy with a cute child. This doesn't make sense. But enough of this talk. You turned my daughter into this thing, didn't you? I won't forgive you. Lynn interrupts her and says, let's put this aside for a moment, okay? Let me ask you, would you really be happier if your child turned into a corrupted spirit covered in tentacles? Would you really want a malicious existence that would attack you at first sight? Or would you prefer this sensitive and obedient child who sweetly calls you mommy? The little girl says mommy. She even blushed, and Lynn gained another 2 comfort points. Then he says, in truth, deep down in your heart, you always wanted a child of pure appearance, didn't you? However, you are a malevolent creature bound by the traditions and beliefs of your race, and you never wanted to admit that. She cuts him, enough of this. You're talking nonsense. Comes to hit him, but he puts the child in front of her again. The little girl was all happy and smiles. With that, the poor ghost already fell to the ground. Lynn thought, I know how to deal with her. All radiant, he says, I'm sure that in your heart what I'm saying makes sense, doesn't it? She tells him, enough of this. You've been talking nonsense for too long. I'm not looking for anything pure. But Lynn interrupts, you can't hide it, madam. Haven't you noticed? When you're in your human form, all the movements you make are exceptionally confident and graceful, especially your gaze. The charm of a woman, none of that can be faked. Deep down, you've always wanted to have a perfect appearance, too. She's blushing there, but she's coming angrily to hit him. But he holds her hand. Calm down, let me speak. I've heard you saying that you use this scary appearance to attract prey, don't you? However, in this dark world, humans are scarce. I must be one of the few who fell in love with the stunning human beauty of yours. It becomes clear that both of your forms attract me greatly, but let's not talk about that. If in a world with so few humans you assume this form, it means it was not for the purpose of attracting prey, but rather a search within for beauty. The monster is speechless, and the crisis goes down to 41. Madam, even though you are an evil spirit, I believe that your search for beauty is not something wrong. You called yourself an evil person, but to me, in my eyes, you are beautiful. Not just in appearance, but you also radiate femininity from the inside out. A wonderful charm that is more human than I am. The crisis is already at 20, but you got carried away, didn't you? Look at the little girl. That's why the spirit that came out of you is so cute and lovely. Doesn't this prove the whole beauty inside of you? The guy lied through his teeth. She was born this way because she is the embodiment of your true soul. Now he's thinking I just need to capitalize on this. The crisis goes to 0 and her affection for our guy increases by 10. The liar strikes again. Do you think a mere human like me has the power to transform an evil creature into such a beautiful child? Of course not. I've already gained a bunch of experience from sweet talking. She's all blushing. Boom, he sends the child. Take advantage, madam. This child is the most precious gift sent to you from the heavens. A beautiful little girl like this, who in this world wouldn't like her. The devilish one comes closer, but somewhat lost. Lynn asks, so what do you think, huh? She replies, maybe it makes some sense. With that, mission completed. You survived for half an hour and earned a bunch of experience, coins, items, and 1% attraction from any woman. Even threw in the K-pop face there. Picks up the child, saying, forget that obsession in your heart and embrace your little girl. She's already all cute and now just looks like an alternative girl with tattoos all over her body. Lynn says, stop waiting and come on already. He gives her the child that goes for a little lick. She's like, this is the feeling. I never imagined what it was like to be a mother. This is affection and joy. I don't want to have these sensations, so why do I like them? Our guy says, how about that, huh? Like the genuine feeling of happiness and sweetness? She says she's not used to it, but he says it's all right. For a first mother, these uncertainties are normal. It's like the first intimate time. It's always with a feeling of strangeness. She's already shaking her head there. What are you talking about? You smooth-talking demon. Do you think your words change the fact? I know you changed my child under your care. I'm your neighbor, so I'm just going to wait for the time when I'm interested in you, and I'll come to eat you at night. The little daughter gives her another lick, and she's leaving. Just you wait, okay? I'll be back. but Lin tells her to be careful and to come back any time. Woody sits down in the chair, relieved. It's clear that I need to improve my combat skills. If I get into a situation like this again, I won't be so lucky. Especially now, considering that she might come after me at night, I need to get stronger. Well, at least tonight the professor will be back and then I'll be safe. Speaking of which, the system gave me something special, didn't it? Infectious aura, passive ability. When trying to persuade someone, it greatly increases the chance and reduces the target's malice towards you. He activates the new skill he acquired and someone knocks on the door. He gets serious, goes there, and opens it. The skull guy with the creature behind him has arrived. Black Knight. Extremely strong combat ability in attack and defense. A knight of death with an intense will to battle. He wants to challenge all those who are strong in this world. Lin thinks, here comes another tough one. It's definitely one of those elite bosses. The knight says, give me some combat assistance potions. Your reward will not be small. He receives a mission from the system. Prepare enough potions to satisfy the knight. Lin says, welcome. This is the right place. In the entire Valley of Souls, our shop has the best potions. The knight asks, isn't your shop the only one in hundreds of miles? Lin replies, of course. We're so good that all the others close their businesses. Then he throws some potions on the table. Sir, what kind of assistance potion do you want? A strength potion is our best seller. It increases your attack. Want to try? The Dark Knight gets excited and drinks it, but instantly responds, this potion is trash. Its effect on my strength is ridiculous. Are you joking with me? The crisis starts to rise. Calm down, my lord. I have better potions. I will choose here. Once more. Lin is scared. Geez, if I can't make the potion this guy wants, will he resort to violence? He picks another one. Try this one then. This will satisfy you. Maximum tier Berserker Potion. Significantly increases abilities but puts the target in a Berserker state. The guy snatches it from his hand and starts to drink. Lin thinks this one can't go wrong. Its effect is unparalleled. He will be satisfied. But bang, he slams it on the table again. What a trash effect. This type of potion is only good for weak creatures. For me, it's almost insignificant. Lin tells him, calm down, sir. I'll get another one here. Just give me a moment. 20% crisis. Take this one. Trash. 30% crisis. This one here. Trash. 40% crisis. This is the best I have. Wow, this one's inspired. 60% crisis. The knight is clenching his fists. Your shop can't make a decent potion, huh? You're wasting my time. The crisis already went up to 91. Lin realizes the guy is about to attack him. The madman already reached for his sword. 97, 98. Lin says, just a moment, sir. Our shop has a potion that I'm sure will satisfy you. Just give me a little time. The potion needs to be made on the spot. The Dark Knight inquires about it. The protagonist says, if you're not satisfied, you can cut me. Ah, okay then. Then he stares at him, saying, I'll give you half an hour to make it. If I'm not satisfied, I'm going to cut you. Lin will make a critical attack potion. It makes the person deal much more critical attacks. However, it has some negligible strange side effects. It's one of the formulas provided by the system, and our boy is praying it's at least decent. Good thing he received all the materials this morning, and the hardest part, a piece of meat from a root-level creature, he got as a reward for taking care of the head hunter. He tries to remember how Bloodsaw made the potions because he doesn't have much experience. And then he starts. Burns the herbs here, throws some powder there, mixes everything in slime mucus, adds some teeth, some vampire pieces, and stirs everything in the cauldron. With that, he managed to create a bunch of potions. Then he places them in front of the guy. Phew, it took a while, but it will be worth it. This is the potion I made for you. The knight asks, are you sure this is the best potion here? You better think carefully, boy. This time, I'm going to cut you. Lin assures that this is the best there is. However, now everything depends on its effectiveness, of which he has no idea. The knight opens the potion, smells a stinky scent. Strange, the smell is horrible, but why do I feel like my power is increasing? Then he takes a big gulp, while holding his nose. Lin is just watching. The armored guy throws the bottle on the ground. This is it. This is the power I wanted. And I can clearly feel my body strengthening. It's like a wild woman dancing inside of me. I don't know that feeling, but it must be crazy. Our protagonist thinks, well, it seems the potion's effect is strong. The armored guy lets out a shout. All the armor shattered, throwing punches around, going crazy. I want more. Such a potent potion. I walked through hell for years and I've never found something as good as this. He immediately asked our guide, what potion is this? What's its effect? Our guy says, this is our special critical chance potion. You deserve to have it. The knight asks, critical attack potion? I didn't expect an abandoned place like this to have such a good potion. With this, I will be able to take down that demon hunter. Our protagonist says, sir, this potion really has an explosive effect. However, I need to be responsible and remind you that it has a tiny little side effect. I'm just not quite sure what it is, but it exists. The knight replies, side effect, look at this explosive physique, this terrifying power. I'm not even afraid of death, let alone a little side effect. But a breeze from the door and wow man, the guy went bald. He sees the look on our protagonist's face and asks, are you in shock? Look at these perfect muscles. Lin nervously swallows while he can't say anything. Then stuttering, he says, patient, the side effect appeared. The knight's side effects, I don't feel anything. But then he touches his head, and the two are staring at each other. My hair. It hits the ground. Is this the effect you mentioned? The two fall silent there. I'm going to kill you. He comes at him and the protagonist says, you said you're not even afraid of death. What's the problem with going bald? You became the strongest bald guy. It's a small price for power, isn't it? Just a tiny one. The guy seems to be in a dilemma there. He thinks, well, I'm a warrior seeking strength. Going bald is not a problem. But my long hair matched my Black Knight vibe. But it doesn't matter. The potion's effect is incredible. I feel almost twice as strong. It's very good. He goes to the mirror there, striking that Ziz pose. So what if I'm bald? The important thing is true strength. When he looks in the mirror, his bald head looks like a shining lamp. Then he says, hey, I don't mind being bald. But why do I look like a lamp? The protagonist, I guess these special effects make you more unique, right? The knight, now covering his head, asks how many of these potions you have. Lin says, well, including the one I gave you, I have 10 more. The guy immediately shouts, I'll take them all. The protagonist replies, are you sure you can handle the effects? The knight grabs him, points to his head, and says, give me everything, no dawdling, or I'll kill you. Next scene. He's already leaving the shop with his shiny bald head. Our guy, goodbye, come back anytime. Then we see the Black Knight wandering around the ruined world. He jumps off his horse. There you are. I thought you were going to run. Face to face with the demon hunter, who says I thought you were afraid to face me. But perfect, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Black Knight. The knight draws his sword. Today, either you or I will die. The hunter replies, you were no match for me decades ago, and it's still the same. But the knight pulls out the potion. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Boom. He's already exuding a purple aura. The hunter recognizes the powerful effect and says, even with all possible medicine, the gap between us won't close. At that moment, he sees something strange. It seems like there's something shining on his head. How odd, there's even a sound effect. Wait, it shines again, what's that? Then the hunter says, apparently, Black Knight, you have a very powerful secret trap, don't you? But the knight replies, I don't use hidden things like you idiot. However, his head is reflecting and shining so much that the hunter is sure that it is some sort of secret blinding effect. Energy bomb, a sacred scroll. I got it, a magical reflection crystal. The knight yells, get out of here, it's none of those. I told you, man, I'm not carrying anything. The hunter replies, my god, but the shine is blinding. The knight then reveals, this is the small price to defeat you. I became bald, but stronger. Then suddenly, he jumps to strike with his sword. According to that human, my critical hit is maximized. Today I will bury you. The hunter thinks, darn, he's too bright, I can't see his movements. But he skillfully manages to escape, and the knight strikes the ground with his sword. Next scene. Someone knocks on the store's door. When Lin opens it, it's the hunter, all battered. Lin asks, just one day, how are you already so injured again? He enters, stop talking nonsense, just take care of me. I'll pay you double. The system issues the mission. The guy collapses in the chair, saying I encountered an old subordinate of mine who was never a match for me. And today, for some strange reason, he was extremely strong. Every attack of his was a critical hit. Lin asks, a critical hit. The hunter says, yes, that cursed one had a shiny bald head. It kept blinding me all the time, and I couldn't defend myself. Darn it, he enchanted his own head with the holy attribute. I'm sure it was when he took that potion. If I find out who gave that potion to that guy, I'm going to cut him into pieces. The protagonist thinks, oops, could it be me? It seems he was the demon hunter the knight wanted to defeat. Good thing he doesn't seem to suspect me. I have to find a chance to slip away. Some minutes later, Lin says we are done. I have some bottles here of healing tonic. 200 coins per potion and you won't even need surgery. However, at that moment, the hunter sees a bottle on the table. The hunter says, hey, that's the same potion that bald guy drank. He looks straight at Lin and says, pretending to be innocent, kid. I didn't expect it was you who had given that potion to the bald guy. Lin pretends to know nothing. What potion are you talking about? I have no idea. The hunter yells in his face, going to keep pretending? I saw the bald guy drinking something exactly the same shape as that one on your table. Lin says, was the bald guy a Black Knight with a horse? Yeah. Why? Okay. If that's the case, he really came to my shop and bought a lot of potions. He was very generous and gave our clinic 10,000 coins. The knight asks, 10,000? What kind of potion is so expensive? Capitalistic Lin strikes. My chance to make money has arrived. Then he starts his sales pitch. My great customer, we just released the incredible critical potion. It defeats monsters in the competition. It's an exclusive collection. The hunter interrupts him, Mugam seller. Shut up. Stop selling me this thing. I just want to know why you're helping a creature of darkness hunt your own race. Lin says, I think you're jumping to conclusions, sir. First, I didn't even know the knight was going to hunt you. Second, he came to buy various things and was very generous. There was no reason for me not to sell. Third, since he bought this potion to deal with you, why don't you repay him with kindness? The knight throws Lin to the ground. This seller is trying to deceive me. But to deal with that guy, I have no choice. How much does it cost? Our guy, the price per unit, is 2,000 skull coins. However, considering our friendship, I'll give you a 20% discount. 1,600, almost a bankruptcy price for my shop. Suddenly, the knight draws his weapon to Lin's head, saying, I can also kill you here and take over your little shop. It's not impossible, right? Lin replies, but we share the same blood. We're of the same race. What are you doing? Our relationship, it's better than relatives, man. Our friendship, it runs through my blood. Just because of that, I gave you these 20% off. Then you come and say you're going to kill me? That hurts my heart, you know? Lin grabs his hand to pretend that he's being abused. Let go of my hand, kid. He lets go. Phew. What a disaster. How many potions did that old guy buy? I want several too. Money is not a problem for me. Hurry up and prepare them. Then he looks at everything and brings 10 critical potions plus the potion I used to heal your arm. A total of 16,900 coins. Let's round it up to 17, right? You can pay with 17 black skulls. The hunter threw the money and left. Dude, Lin just thanked him. I think he forgot to warn that you would get bald. However, with that, he completed the system mission. Happy with the profit. I made a lot of money today. Wait a minute. With this potion going around, everyone's going to end up bald. I think I'm going to start a hair transplant business. Buy a critical damage potion and get a hair transplant free. I'm going to make a lot of money. Then see the bald knight searching. That darn hunter was badly injured. He didn't go far. I can feel his presence. He's nearby. I need to kill him. This is going to greatly increase my ranking in the dark world. It's been hundreds of years. I can't miss this opportunity. That's when he sees something coming from behind. He turns around. Found you. Wait a minute. What's this light? What's coming? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? The hunter got really ugly. What a huge head. The knight is startled. Is it you? The hunter says, now we're going to finish our battle. The knight calmed down. You too? Yes. I may have gone bald, but got much stronger. Thought you were the only one going to be bald. Now that I am too, you better get out of the way. The knight says, it seems we're back to square one. However, mine is brighter than yours. He forces his head, raising it to 300 lumens. Oh yeah, then check this out. I just increased the frequency of mine. It's shining brighter than yours. A skull guy is getting up to 400 lumens. Mine shines brighter. The two start a contest of who shines brighter. Suddenly, take this sword strike. Enough with the jokes. The skull guy asks, why did you go bald like me? You're copying me. You must die. Then the fight begins. An open exchange back and forth. Meanwhile, our little boy in the shop earned an achievement as a potion seller, in addition to reaching level 6 and unlocking the vision function. He's confused. Vision? What does that do? The system explains that it's an illusory domain, a mirror of things that have existed for thousands of years in this dark world. He thinks it seems similar to the idea of being in a field of consciousness. The system then says that each time he enters, it will cost 500 skull coins. Wow, that's expensive. But what can you do? I made so much today, so let's take a look. He clicks on the little eye and is transported, appearing in the middle of a green nothingness. He asks, is this the so-called vision system? The system explains yes, and that there is the 11th abyss of the world. This is vision zone number 900. In this zone, the Supreme Being prohibits any kind of conflict. Our guy looks at the big eye there and thinks, is that the so-called Supreme God who observes everything? At that moment, he asks the system, do you have anything to do with this so-called Supreme God? Because I feel something familiar when I see you. The system says no relation at all and gives him 1,000 coins. Peculiar. The system forms a rune on his arm and says he can check the information. But be careful so that no creature there discovers his true location. He then transfers 1,000 gold coins from his profile to his profile within this world. In this place, everyone has an attribute window. His panel shows Lin, human race from another world with no identity, with 1,000 coins and a medium danger ranking. Around him, there seem to be only some ghosts. At that moment, he receives a message. Blood. And that message warns that a battle is happening in Ghost Alley. A hunter versus a black knight. Whoever wants to watch has to pay 20 coins. He asks, how does this work? Can you really get information like this? He pays the 20 coins and gets transported. Wow, am I in Ghost Alley? The visuals are so immersive, but really on hearing the sound of a fight happening. He looks around and goes to see who is fighting. Is it the hunter and the black knight? They're fighting again. A message alerts that it's the black knight ranked 171 against the hunter ranked 143. In the chat, everyone is talking about the fight. Some guy wrote, damn, I want to see the hits, but I just keep looking at those bald heads. Lin is confused. What's this? Why does it feel like I'm watching a live stream on YouTube? I didn't imagine this dark world was so modern. Well, if I can expand my business in this vision world, that would be good. Just imagine providing medicines, assistance. Everything would be more convenient. But if I can get in here, surely the boss can too. Why doesn't he use this to do marketing for the store? He then takes a look at the conversations and sees there's a regional chat. He's like, wow, man, it's just like an online game. In this chat, someone's saying, be careful with that doctor's shop. When I went there, he was on top of someone with a chainsaw, taking everything apart. Another says, yes, he's very strange, a human doctor. I went there, and he stuck his hand down my throat just to pull out a doll's arm, and it still hurts. Lin is confused. Why is everyone speaking badly about our good shop? Oh no, I'll have to talk to them. My business will suffer if it goes on like this. At that moment, he saw the bloodthirsty hot ghost profile and clicked on it. It looked like he had access for Instagram. In a post, a burned ghost said, yesterday, when I went to the shop, he was doing something strange with your daughter. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't normal. Lin knew that he was screwed. Now she knows everything. He quickly clicks to get out of there and goes back to the shop. Wow, I have to hurry and close this door before she gets here. But just as he was about to close it, the female hand stopped him. She enters, asking, "Hello, child. Closing the shop so early today? Are you afraid someone will enter?" Lin thinks, "Now I'm screwed. She's here." He replies, "It's just that I'm not feeling well, so I want to rest a bit." Favorability just dropped. She places her hand on his shoulder. "Ah, is that so? What a shame. I just wanted to express my gratitude for taking care of my daughter." The crisis went to 79. Lin says, "No need, really. It's something I do for anyone. Thank you." Already reaching for the Chicago Kid's toy in his pocket, she suddenly appears in front of him. "Why won't you accept my sincere expression of gratitude?" Once again, the mission to survive begins, and the crisis is already at 85. She's up close. 94, and nothing happened. Suddenly, someone enters the shop. "Young boy, are you closing?" When she looks back, it's the butcher old lady. Lin says, "I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I wanted to rest." Lin asks, "How was your day, Grandma?" The butcher lady says, "I'm old, not many people care for my stories. But what you gave me today is something very interesting." Lin replies, "Don't worry, I have something new here for you." Then he picks up the hunter's and the skeleton's hair. "Look, all that I gathered." The old lady questions, "When I was coming here, I saw the two bald guys fighting. Did you shave their heads?" Lin responds, "Yes, both of them are good customers." The old lady is amazed. "I didn't expect someone so peculiar to appear in our ghost alley. Everyone here seems to be related to you, young man. It's very inspiring." Lin says it is his great pleasure to help everyone. If she wants, she can come in and rest. The old lady thanks him as she enters. Lin thinks, "I was lucky that the old lady showed up, otherwise this woman might have killed me." Moreover, he completed the mission to escape the woman's malice and received a curse diagnosis. The old lady then asks Lin who this woman is. He says she's a client and neighbor who just arrived, a very friendly and beautiful girl. The Blood Witch tells him, "Since you have another person here, I won't bother you. I'm going to cook something really delicious tonight, and I want you to come to my house." It's number 45. Yamor refuses, showing him what he likes the most. His sanity takes the usual dive, and he receives two possible missions. One to refuse and one to accept, both of which he has to survive. See you next time. Phew, finally she's gone. "Don't come back, woman." The old lady tells him to be more careful, not to provoke spirits like her, or they'll torment him forever. Lin thanks the old lady. "If it weren't for you, I'd have been dragged off, right?" She says he deserves it to be protected. Without him here, Ghost Alley would no longer exist. But Grandma will only help you this time. What happens from here on out isn't her concern. And off she went. Looking at the clock, Lin knows that he was lucky this time. He just wishes the boss would arrive soon to save his life. However, time is passing and the boss isn't coming. He's pacing back and forth, unsure what to do. "I could try staying in the shop and survive the day. But if I'm not as lucky as yesterday, I'll be eaten by monsters. I can go as a guest to the red dress woman's house, but that seems like an even worse disaster. No, I have to calm down. You know what? Let's go to the Vision World to get some information." As soon as he looks at the chat conversation, the witch is talking to the burned ghost. He asked, "Majesty, did you kill that human child?" She says she almost did, but the butcher arrived and saved him. But it's okay. She invited him to dinner today. If he comes, she has a little show prepared. And if he doesn't come, even better. Our guy leaves the Vision scared. What am I going to do? If she says it's going to be even worse if I stay, I have to take the initiative and go there. It's just dinner, right? What could possibly go wrong? He opens the door and departs. Our guy arms himself, but a step out of the shop, the curses are all staring at him. He starts putting more status into vitality to increase his chances of coming back alive, and heads for the friend's house. Arriving there, he enters, saying, "Miss, your visitor is here." But there's absolute silence. A bunch of bodies were hanging there. All well and alive, right? But our guy is a psychopath. Instead of being scared, he goes to poke them. "Ah, these aren't as pretty as me. Poor guys." He continues walking through the house until he finds the dinner table. But where's the witch? He wanders about while we see that he's being watched through some kind of mirror. The witch says, "Everyone, the doctor has arrived. It's time for him to meet us." On the dark YouTube chat, the Blood Doll is saying that it's not good to kill Lin. After all, if Bloodsaw comes back, he'll seek revenge. However, the burned ghost says he has to pay for everything he's been doing in Ghost Alley. A skeleton asks if she's going to kill him. The queen says it would be too easy to kill him like that. Before he dies, she wants to see terror on his face, to return 100-fold everything he did to her daughter. She snaps her fingers and orders the creatures in her house. Let's just see how he's going to die. While Lin is there, already sleepy, waiting for the girl. At that moment, a bunch of chains descends next to him with all the bodies. Lin asks himself if creatures are moving. What a crazy hallucination. Surely a bunch of walking bodies didn't just fall here, right? When he looks to the side again, they're all coming. Oh crap, it's not an illusion. He stands up, closes his eyes. When he opens them, they are closer. Calm down so they move if I don't look at them. Darn, but what am I going to do? They're already getting close, and I can't even blink. While he stays there for a while. When he blinks, the creature is already in his face and he is in shock, while the viewers are impressed. It had to be the Great Blood Queen. Only she knows how to create terror like this. He must be about to pee himself because he knows now when he blinks the creature will bite his neck. The queen tells everyone to relax because this is just the appetizer. The fun is yet to start. But when she looks, our guy is examining the creature's mouth. The live audience is confused about what he's doing, but Lin is there just doing his job. The doll says, "What did he take out of the mouth?" "Man, I think it was a gold tooth. That thing's worth a lot in human world." Yes, so he's not scared if he's picking up the item. The queen joins the live and says, "No, impossible. He's just pretending to be calm." But our guy is pretending to be calm. He knows he can't blink. While everyone is thinking, "I got it," he's planning something to escape. But our guy is like, "These mummies seem very strong." Then he pulls out his work tools, and everyone's clueless about what he's going to do. He went with the blade and stabbed right into, what's this, man? The Blood Queen felt the pain in her own dark hole. While Lin is fixing everyone the same way, people are stunned. The burn mummy is like, "Is he really doing this? Seriously?" He goes behind another one there. "Take that too." The chat's like, "Something strange with this guy," because it seems like he got more excited after the mummies appeared. Our guy's now staring down the mummies. So, who's next? The queen's getting mad. She's going to lift this curse and orders everyone to attack him. Another comes to bite him, man. But now our guy's confident. One goes down, then another. He's cutting everyone up. The worst part is that he's always making the same cut, right there. The queen's now screwed. She's getting embarrassed live. Everyone's like, "Damn, this guy is incredible, isn't he?" Apparently, he's not afraid at all. They see Lin heading for the door. What was he trying to escape? But he was so aggressive. Now he's scared? No, wait. What's that sound? Wait, I heard that sound somewhere before. Our guy's running like a maniac. It's time to meet the baby, pulling out the electric saw, finishing all the poor mummies. The only thing is that our guy's sanity is going down the drain with these actions. The chat's all kind of confused, and the ghost says the queen will have to use some more cruel methods. This guy's worse than his boss. Lin gets the notification that the blood doll is at maximum fear of him, and his popularity is just increasing. He finds it odd. Huh, what's happening? So many names I know, but none of them are here. How strange. Then he pulls something from his coat, puts it in the cup, and drinks calmly. This wine here is really good. The doll's telling the queen that it's better to release this human, but the queen says it was just the beginning. Now she's going to show something much more merciless. She pulls a lever and Lin feels something. When he looks back, there's a painting staring at him. He finds it odd. Why is there a human painting in this place? He approaches and the eye starts moving. He gets a shock when someone places a hand on his shoulder. He turns around. Wow, what's this? She's ugly. But Lin is very calm. He doesn't care about anything anymore. In the conversation, everyone says if they had gone through that, they would have peed themselves. The queen's there, so scared you can't even move, right? Go on, start screaming and begging for forgiveness. I want to see your face begging. But Lin says, "Hi, Kibi, how are you?" Everyone in the chat is shocked. What's happening? He pulls her close, saying, "I know she called you here just to be part of this horror show. But don't worry about that, just come sit here with me and have a good meal." But she comes behind to cast a curse on him, man. When Lin realizes that, he gives her a slap in the face. The people in the chat are all puzzled. While Lin is warming up his arm, the poor girl's head flies away. He goes to the floor, picks up her head, looks at it affectionately. Don't scare people like that. How about you be a quiet little girl? She's scared. She's a curse. A ghost. Why can he touch her? Lin says he's a pharmacist and a doctor. He deals with evil spirits all the time. And so he's always under the effect of a potion that allows him to touch spirits. Otherwise, how would he operate on people, right? The ghost is like, "Oh, cool then." But Lin comes closer and says, "It's a pleasure meeting you. My name is Lin. Can I get to know you better?" The burn ghost in the chat says, "There's some wrong development happening. Am I the only one noticing something strange going on there?" While the blood witch mutters, "Damn, I had forgotten this guy was like this." The more terrifying, the more he likes it. The ghost is freaking out. Impossible. How can he stand my scary face? Yelling, she even opens her head there to show him her gray matter. Now he's going to be scared for sure. Lin stares at it. Interesting. But he's already falling even more in love. I really liked it. She runs away. "Get away from me." While Lin says no, "Why don't you come back?" He catches her before she enters the wall. He says, "I know you're trying to scare me, but you're not very good at it. Come here, I'll teach you the true terror." What's he going to do? She turns and asks the same thing. Lin explains, "Hug, didn't you hear? I'm going to teach you how to really scare people." He takes her hand and places it on his chest. "Can you feel it pulsing and the blood flowing?" "What you're holding is my heart." The ghosts are all wide-eyed, but Lin's sanity is also going down. He gets close to her face. You have to learn to slowly feed the fear into people's hearts. The target has to feel this sensation of tightness. Then looking into the eyes, you have to slowly let the person tear out the heart until the heart appears in front of them. She's staring at it in panic, speechless. The queen is also in shock. Then Lin says, and at this moment, all you have to do is, the poor ghost stands still. Boom. He gives her a scare. Everyone in the valley starts losing sanity and going crazy. And in the house, the ghost lets out a scream. Everyone no longer wants to watch, turning it off. This is getting scary, queen. Stop it. Lin says, I was just playing with you. This here is just the heart of a faceless demon, not mine. But what did you think? You enjoyed it, didn't you? However, this lesson, I think, was perfect. You learn how to use visuals, sound effects, and even the most important part, which is to surprise someone. Learn everything. He's just looking at her while she's done for. The poor thing is crying. Don't come any closer. Get away from me, man. Our boy receives another notification. Now for the blood doll, she's in utter horror. Moreover, he has left the hairless ghost and the burned mummy in terror. Lin finds it confusing. What's happening? I'm seeing experience from a bunch of weird people. Are they viewing this as a reality show in the vision world? The little doll is pleading. Queen, please turn off this live. Like it makes no sense anymore. This guy is not normal. The skull maniac says, you said you were going to scare him, but everyone here is scared. It makes no sense. Turn it off. The queen says, darn it, he was supposed to be embarrassed, and I'm the one getting embarrassed. You know what? I'm turning off this live now. I'm going downstairs to kill him. Just wait for the news tomorrow. She slams the table, all angry, giving our guy in the mirror a look. While he looks at the photo that's now without the ghost, twirling the corkscrew, saying the same thing. The mummy tells her, you better not hesitate too much. Get there, grab his neck, and kill him. She says they can relax. This time, his head is going to be a decoration in front of my house. She's already pulling out her demon form and turning into a liquid form. Then she slips through the ceiling and is dripping down below. She appears, saying, I tolerated you for too long, but now I'm going to kill you. The ghost says, Master, he said he was getting impatient, so he went to try and find you. Maybe he just went back out. She thinks, this kid. Even the creatures in her house are now avoiding him. She sees him passing by a window and rushes to catch him. When she arrives, our guy is holding the little girl in his arms. She immediately tells him to let go of her daughter. But little bro says, that's not how you treat a visitor. You invited me here for dinner, but I haven't eaten anything yet. Just tried to scare me down there. The queen tells him to stop the small talk. She knows very well what he did to her daughter. He better not try to say the same things he said during the day. Clearly, it was he who changed her appearance and kept pretending that it's a reflection of her kindness and beauty. He needs to be torn apart now. Our guy raises 3 fingers, saying, I don't know what they told you, but I swear I have no intention of deceiving you. But right at that moment, lightning strikes. How crazy, right? I don't know why that lightning struck right at my promise. Does it increase the credibility of my words? She just approaches and he falls on the bed. Oh, gawk, it was me, Uk. It was me. But madam, you have to understand that I had no ill intentions. She tells him to stop making up stories, but our guy explains. She was horrible. Her head was about to explode. I was afraid that when the pig came back, he wouldn't even recognize his own child. Everything I did was with good intentions. The crisis is already at 97. She's approaching and our guy raises his arms, saying, I surrender, but there were other reasons. I'm telling the truth, she says to explain. He tells her, I was really afraid of dying. Your child was a monstrous baby, and I thought she was going to kill me. The madam says that excuse is reasonable. After all, she is my daughter. He continues, I wanted to get my hands dirty, to see if I could create something aesthetically pleasing to me. She's like, wait, are you telling me you were squeezing my child as practice? Is that your reason? She grabs his arm. Calm down, it was that, but it's just that I wanted to create a really cute little girl. Just for that, I made this little modification, She's like, enough of this man, already coming for the attack. Our protagonist says, I have a background. Hold on. She asks, background, what do you mean? As you know, I'm a doctor, okay? I've taken care of a lot of people who have benefited from me, and they are all my friends. If you kill me, my friends will be really angry, you see, and then they'll come to avenge you. For example, those 2 bald guys who are fighting to the death. She asks, are you talking about the demon hunter and the black knight? Are they your friends? You think I'm going to believe you? Our guy goes into his pocket and pulls out the 2 pistols. You don't have to believe me, but you must recognize this, right? She couldn't believe it. Wait, those are the hunter's revolvers. He's like, exactly. She asks, why do the hunter's revolvers he values so much are with you? He explains it's because he and I are of the same race and he's very fond of me. So he handed me this weapon for personal defense. He said if I'm in danger, just fire a shot and he'll come to help me immediately. As you know, he's on the other side of the alley. 1 bullet and he won't take long to be here. Poor guy, he's there sneezing. Then Lin goes into his pocket. Oh, right, there's also this. She once more asks, what's this? This strand of hair? He says, this here is a lucky charm given to me by the Black Knight. She's confused. Is that the knight's hair? Exactly. Today, when I gave him a haircut, he said I might need it and handed it to me. It has a curse on it. She asks, a curse. What curse? Then Lin explains to her, if anyone tries to attack me, he'll know because the hairs on his chest will stand up. Just think about it. Do you think you would let anyone shave off all his hair? But I did, and nothing happened. Doesn't that already prove my relationship with him? The poor guy is coughing there too. The demon is thinking, darn it. I fought both of them, and both were very tough. I'm sure anyone who would shave their heads wouldn't be alive. Now let's explain why this weak human is alive in this place. So he really has connections. She tried to scare me, but thankfully I was smarter. But she suddenly changes. You're trying to deceive me again, aren't you? The hunter and the Black Knight have been enemies for hundreds of years. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So there's no way they both could be your friends. Thought I wouldn't figure out your charade? He lets out a little laugh. You don't know, do you? She's like, what? They seem like mortal enemies, but in reality, they're lovers. They love and kill each other. What the heck is this? Both even felt something there. Stop the fight. Curse Knight, I've been sneezing nonstop. What trick are you using? The Knight, it's you who must be cursing me in your mind. While our guy is getting all smug in his chair. I only mentioned those two, but you don't even know about my teacher, right? The real blood saw. Do you know how many people he's cut through? As his only apprentice, do you have any idea what will happen if you kill me? Not to mention the butcher is also my friend and is very fond of me. She treats me like her own grandchild. Imagine if I die. I think she wouldn't like that. Our guy is just becoming more eloquent. The poor queen is thinking. What a mess. I just want to behead him, but all these people are not easy to deal with. Lin thinks it's time for the final blow. He pulls out a pebble. Do you know what this is? She asks, what's that? This is a fragment from the tooth of an abyssal creature. She's like, wait, are those the giant mouths that cleaned the streets yesterday? I barely escaped and made it here. An existence even king-level creatures would flee from. And this boy here got something from its tooth. You know how many people died in the alleys nearby? Why do you think the Valley of Wandering Souls was the only one spared? She's like, why? Why? He explains it's obvious, because the headhunter is my friend. Then he told a story. A long time ago, a powerful monarch appeared in this dark world. Under his leadership, they conquered empires, and he amassed an army of millions of warriors. However, the arrogant monarch offended a root-level creature and tried to make it surrender. As a result, that monster killed all creatures in a single day. Only the bones of that once glorious realm remained. When the crown of that lord fell to the ground, another rule was created in this dark world. Never offend one of the headhunters. Now the witch is scared. Impossible. He's friends with that creature. I might survive the others, but if it's a headhunter, there's no way. They have various methods to find me and obliterate me before I can escape. He stands up. Madam, I'm quite weak, but my interpersonal relationships are strong. However, there's no reason for you to be mad at me. After all, we're neighbors. As neighbors, we should look out for each other, help each other, and even keep each other warm. What do you think? What's this, buddy? You're such a mature big sister. She looks at him. There he goes again. That darn smile. She laughs. She wants to attack, but holds back. Then she returns to her human form. All right then, we can get along again in the future. I'll put up with this for a while, and then I'll kill you, boy. Lin says, woo thankfully. The words I told you this morning weren't completely false, you know. Although the talk of your kindness was nonsense, you really have some qualities that other spirits don't possess. She's there charmingly wanting to know, what are those qualities? There he goes again trying to deceive me, silly. Our guy approaches. Your beauty and your care. I can see it. This room here is all tidy, isn't it? Your entire house is a mess, but look how cute you've made everything here. She shakes her head. No, I just did this casually. But Lin says I can see it. The chairs, the tables, everything here has a refreshing feel to it. It's not something an evil spirit could do, especially this beautiful flower. It's impossible for a non-toxic flower to survive in this dark world. She blushes all over. It's nothing like that. And Lin is unstoppable, he says to her. I remember you saying you didn't like her being cute, right? So explain this to me. Why is she wearing this hand-sewn wool outfit? Can I know? The witch says no, it wasn't me. But our protagonist says, you don't need to explain anything else, okay? Just admit that you love seeing your cute little daughter. There's nothing wrong with that. In a way, she reminds you of yourself, since even though you're an evil spirit, you still have a human heart. The more he talks, the prettier the witch becomes. She's thinking, maybe I really can't forget about my human life. If I hadn't died that day, I would just be a normal woman. I would have gotten married and had a daughter. However, reality was different. I've already died, and now I'm an evil spirit. And that's why I have no choice but to accept the evil identity of this world. And my humanity has already been buried in the deepest part of my consciousness. But how did this doctor find out? I buried these feelings extremely well. The system warns Lin that he managed to break some of the spirit's hatred, but our boy is unstoppable. He needs to completely end all of her hostility. So he makes an offer. Madame, I don't think you like turning into an evil spirit very much. If you want, I can help you become permanently human. She seems to doubt him. You think you can? Stop kidding yourself. Just because you fixed my daughter? Do you think you can do the same with me? You don't understand, her evil spirit hadn't taken shape yet, but mine already has. Speaking of which, you've only seen my face, haven't you? She then starts to transform, her leg all bloody. Wow, it's getting really ugly. Stop it. She says, I don't think you've seen a truly corrupted spirit yet. Are you still confident in changing me? The little kid is even crying, the devil mother talking. Damnation, pain, resentment. I am the embodiment of all that. Do you think you can solve this with your hand? Our boy's sanity is plummeting. The poor thing is thinking, now I'm screwed. She's so ugly it's beyond my knowledge. But I need to stay calm. If she realizes I'm scared, she'll eat me. The crisis is already at 99, almost reaching 100%. Our boy closes his eyes and says he has a solution. He's going to use that curse correction ability he received. However, the sister warns him to be careful because her curse is extremely corrupted. Not everything may go as planned. Our boy doesn't care. He just uses the curse removal. A glow starts emanating from his hand, some little souls ascending to heaven. He then manages to undo it, but the little witch ends up naked. He's left with a crown in his hand, and the system says the curse has been removed. Recharge time 12 hours. I would say that in this new form, the witch became even more dangerous. Lin says, I told you it wasn't a lie. She's a bit confused, saying it's impossible. How did you pull the curse out of me? Our boy is now all confident. I told you I'm a doctor and I never abandon my clients. Already behind the little girl, she's celebrating while my AdSense is sweating bullets. But our boy is confused. It seems she's gone crazier without the curse. A little later, our hero is with the child waiting for the mother to return from the room. It's been a while, and he's even received something from the system. But when she comes, sorry for making you wait. However, she comes back extremely dangerous with all this charm and says, sorry, it took me a little while to change clothes. Our protagonist blushes. He's even wondering, is this someone else? She even apologizes to him, saying she did excessive things. Lin says it's okay. They're neighbors now. Helping each other is what matters. But she's looking to the side, blushing, saying she didn't expect him to actually remove it all like that. The favorability is skyrocketing, and he warns her, I removed the curse, but not permanently. In 24 hours, you'll return to your original appearance. She says only 24 hours. He says yes, but if you always come to visit me, it will be permanent. She already has a smile on her face. Really, can I come to your shop every day then? Plus 20 favorability. He gives a thumbs up, saying, of course, I'll even give you a 20% discount. Slyly thinking, not only did I solve the crisis, but I gained a lifelong customer. However, she's all excited, asking, a discount? Do I have to pay anything? Our boy says, unfortunately, it consumes a lot of his energy, and since their shop is a small place, it's just a small fee, nothing major. She's there, saying, okay, so what's the price then? Lin is confused. Why are you talking so much about money? You were very powerful. You must have money at least. She says that actually she doesn't. She never cared much about it. Usually what she likes is to consume the person. She comes blushing, staring at our boy, who says, it doesn't matter if you don't have money. You can pay with other things, body parts, herbs, curses. I accept. She then makes the best offer. She approaches, asking, is this okay? Our boy takes a step back, now blushing, and she's already pulling down the strap of her dress. She throws herself and looks at the sly smile. But he says, madam, please respect yourself. She says, earlier you called me baby. Why not call me that again? Our boy, as they're trying to stop her, our shop doesn't accept these kinds of payments. She asks, but didn't you say you would accept anything as long as it was valuable enough? Or do you believe I'm not worth that? Lin is lost. What do I do? I'm just an innocent teenager. She's too powerful for me. She has over 100 years of experience. He's just looking, no, I'm losing my chance to make money, and this will drain my energy. But she's already in his ear, hesitating. He closes his eyes, I can't, and pushes her away. But the witch asks, what's wrong? Have you never been intimate with a friend? Our hero says nothing. She insists, not even a kiss, not even held a hand. The system says you feel extremely humiliated. She then says she will teach him step by step like a little teacher. Man, I don't know what happened, but he's sitting on the bed and the system sent the achievement. Congratulations on receiving the achievement, an incredible first time. You really tamed the little monster blonde, he doesn't forgive at all. Her favorability towards him increased by 50 more, he gained 400 experience. She even has to put her stockings back on, telling him that he better wait because next night she will come back again. He takes care of her, she takes care of him. Wow, this doctor pays too much attention to his patients. She can squeezes his shoulder and says every time he removes the curse, she will teach him a new powerful technique. Our boy runs off. For completing the whole mission, he receives a blood demon cloak. It allows him to become like an evil spirit, invisible and apparently untouchable. However, he has to be careful because using that, he also can't attack anyone. Our boy curses the system. What are you talking about completing the mission successfully? I'm turning into a pervert. I'm spreading fear everywhere and still accepting payment from a woman with her body. Not only did you put me in a dangerous situation, but I was also seduced. Finished in the chair, he's still thinking. Thank God I put all the points into resistance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand all that hit force. Truly a wicked girl. I will definitely continue putting points into Constitution. Our boy is getting ready for the visit, sneaky guy. But it's at this moment that he notices something. It's been 3 days and the professor hasn't returned. Did something happen? He then enters the vision world, spending 500 coins, and checks the YouTuber's chat. The blood doll is asking, Queen, how did things go? That human apprentice of blood saw, how was his death? Tell me. The queen says yes, he received his punishment. The doll asks, how was it? Did he suffer a lot? She says yes, he was powerful, but after striking him with great force several times, in the end he was finished. The burnt mummy asks, what do you mean he was powerful? What happened? She says everything went fine, she ate him. It just happened in a different way. Our boy is there. Damn it, this woman is so open-minded. She's telling everyone. Worse still, it's in this chat here. The whole city will see. Ah, forget it. I'll focus on my business. He enters the regional channel, but there's no information there either. So he goes to the global channel to see if he can find anything. Since there was no information, he creates a post asking if anyone saw the Chainsaw Maniac. But to create the post, it costs 1,000 coins. That's expensive. Looking above all, he thinks it's a concept very similar to Earth's video games. Could the person controlling this place also be a human? At that moment, a pentagram appears. Someone is trying to contact him. Ah, so we saw a kind of gargoyle in the territory world, the place that serves as a bridge to connect dark worlds with others. However, sacrifices must be offered. Lin gets excited. Wait, connect with other worlds. With the right sacrifice, can I go back to my world? But when he tries to use it, the system says, you don't have sufficient permissions to use this function. He realizes he'll have to level up to unlock that. But at least now he has the trading area, and he decides to go take a look. Several shops selling spells, powers, weapons, and one with a skull, selling high-level stuff suitable for humans. Another one also sells organs and limbs to connect to other people, and even one there that sells some friends who can knock you out all night. Our hero feels like it really resembles a video game. Was the creator of this world a kid addicted to the internet? The system explains that he can teleport into any shop he wants, and that to open his own shop costs 10,000 gold coins. So he decides to create one with the name Blood Chains Pharmacy. But when he clicks, it says duplicate information. The Blood Chains Pharmacy store already exists. Him? What do you mean? Wait, teleport? And he appears in front of a big door. Does the boss already have a store here? So he opens the door, but the shop requires a password to enter. Unfortunately, Sarah never told him. Since he has no idea, he decides to guess based on what the professor likes. He starts trying some. Single 200 years, the disciple is the cutest. What the hell is this? Obviously, he misses everything. I love you, Lin. He got it right. Upon entering the shop, he sees that the design is basically identical to theirs in the real world. However, it needs a little maintenance. That's when the system says, to enter or exit this shop, it costs 500 skull coins. Our hero is shocked. Wow, 500 just to enter and exit. Where was Sarah getting all that money from? But for now, the shop has 4,000 coins saved. Our guru decides to check the store's history and sees that his professor was selling a bunch of organs and pieces of monsters. Lin then understands. When the professor arrived with that crew in the bag, he went to the operating room, cut and took everything to this shop here. The shop in the underworld is just a disguise where his real money comes from. And our guru is even more impressed. The creatures he seems to be killing are very strong by their names, and there are a lot of them, which shows how strong the professor is. Our protagonist then sees a message left a few days ago. Some old friend of his invited him to explore something called the Hanging Tower, and that the professor belonged to the Demon Association for 10 years. Our hero thinks this is his last location, but it seems he already participated in the association. It shouldn't be a problem, right? So he decides to take advantage. Since he's in this world, it's the perfect chance to make more money than ever. And with the money, he'll give a lift to this shop. He goes to the back to make more of those critical attack potions that make you bald. With the potions ready, it's time to market the store. He still has to pay another 1,000 coins to create a giant billboard on top. He makes the announcement. It's the critical potion, only 3,000 and you'll finish your enemies. He stares at the door, thinking a crowd will come, but no one does. They'll come soon, right? I'll just spend a little more to do some marketing. But the shop is just cobwebs. No one comes. Damn it, I've already spent 5,000 coins. Why hasn't anyone shown up yet? You know what? Let's change tactics. He puts a succubus with the potion that makes the guy extremely resistant enough to withstand his succubus doing gymnastics on top of him. The sly one is the king of marketing, so he creates a bunch of fake profiles to keep commenting on his store. Wow, this critical potion is the best of all. After I took it, oh, no one can handle my attacks anymore. Now he's confident they'll show up. Sure enough, a bunch of monsters really show up, all asking to enter the store. The guys are asking, boss, is it true that you sell a potion that will make me irresistible to women? I need it, my girl just dumped me, man. I need that potion to prove to her that I can handle a succubus. Lin is even confused. Why did this marketing work so well? I almost feel sorry for these creatures. But now that it's worked, it's time to make money. But when he goes outside, everyone is desperate. There's even a girl there. Why do you want that? Your hubby can't handle it. Our sneaky boy arrives and gives a little speech. Wow, there are so many people here, but I only have 30 potions. What should I do? Obviously, the guys with more money start bidding. I'll pay more than everyone else. 4,000 for a bottle. The little skeleton throws in a chest. Do you think only you have money here, you jerk? Boss, 5,000 for the bottle. I want all 30 now. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 7,500. Everyone is desperate. Our boy is there drooling, saying, don't fight, folks. Let's take it easy here. There's enough for everyone. Lie because I know there isn't. He thinks, I didn't do anything wrong, right? It's just marketing. The system even gives him some points for deceiving everyone. He gets angry at the system, saying, what are you talking about, system? I didn't deceive anyone. The potion's effect really is the best there is. But then he remembers, oh no, I'm going to make everyone bald in this place. I have to go back home and create a potion to make hair. Let the guys know he's back. We then see an army of elves against a bunch of creatures. Did they buy the bald potion? One comes with a box saying, leader, the supplies have arrived. It said that this potion doubles your critical. It's amazing. Legolas is incredulous. It doubles. How can something have such a good effect? What's the side effect? The soldier says, nobody knows yet, sir. But suddenly a bunch of monsters are coming. The leader gives the order. Defend yourselves. Everyone raise your spears. The battle begins, but the number of insects is almost infinite. There's no way to stop them. The guys are thinking, there's no way, we need more power to win this. I'll have to trust that doctor. He drinks the potion. He starts emitting a purple aura. This power. Ah, what is this? Boom. I become stronger. Captain, your hair. But the captain says none of that matters. Oh, yeah. Wow. He lost his hair right there. He throws a spear in the air. It shatters the creature far away. In the next second, everyone is flying bald. The newspaper says recently strange events have occurred in all regions of Sin City, most of them related to bald heads. In the Blood Clan, a person went bald and broke all records ever seen. A boat that was missing at sea was detected because one of the people was shining too much. Meanwhile, our hero is producing the potion. Plus 10 reputation in Sin City. Plus 5 popularity with the Black Elves. He's confused, but with no time to spare, the potion production doesn't stop. Now I'm ready to make another fortune. My god, here comes another potion. Potion of flesh and blood proliferation. A potion that quickly regenerates any trauma and even lost limbs. But there are some small side effects. There's already someone knocking on the door when our boy looks. Oops, hey there, friend. Yeah, you're missing an arm there. The system shows that her combat ability is small, but she's not weak. But in this dark world, she has difficulty competing against other species. Our protagonist tells her to come in and sit down. She timidly says that her arm was eaten by a monster, and she needs treatment or she'll die. Can he help her? Our hero receives the mission to rebuild her arm. Lin says he can fix that arm, she doesn't need to worry. However, she asks, are you sure? You're not trying to trap me, drug me, tie me up, and then do some naughty things with my body, are you? Lin gets confused. What do you mean? Of course not. She says, all right then, I'll trust you, and the favorability increases. Our hero finds it strange. What? It increased? She trusts me just like that. He then says, why did you ask me about that? She says that before being transported to this world, the elders of her world warned that the creatures here are wicked, and many of them have been deceived to be used as toys. You're not a liar, are you? Our guy says no, and she believes him. With 10 more trust, she drinks the potion. He's already noticed that she's very easy to deceive, thinking your elder told you to be careful, so why are you trusting me? He then asks, you said your race is migrating? You don't belong to this world. She says, unfortunately, something so confidential cannot be disclosed to a stranger. Are you by any chance a strange creature? Our guy says, no, I'm a good creature. She says, then I can tell you that we're migrating to the northern mountain of hell, a place with plenty of food and territory for our tribe to thrive. I'm trusting you, if you deceive me, you're screwed. The protagonist says, are you one of the warriors of the tribe? She pulls out her sword. I'm a powerful captain of the Goblin Clan. The first mag to complete the test, Lord Yu. The direction my sword points is the direction of the future of my nation. We will shine. Lin says, I understand, but now sit down, your wound has opened again. He thinks she's easy to deceive and a bit crazy. The amazing thing is that she's alive. And then he says, you said you were going to the infernal northern part? What are you doing here in the Valley of the Soul, which is in the opposite direction? She replies, don't talk nonsense. I would never be going in the wrong direction. Clearly, I'm going north. Lin then says, all right then, where is north? She points and he says, that's south. She says it's impossible. She always goes in the right direction. She's already walked 2,000 miles. Her intuition tells her she's on the right path. Lin asks, intuition? Do you always rely on your intuition? She responds, why not? It's the talent of my tribe. Lin asks, how far is the place you want to get to from where you started? She thinks and says, obviously, I know this information. 500 miles. Lin says, but you just told me you've already walked 2,000 miles. How come you haven't reached the destination of 500 then? She looks at her hand and analyzes. It's really strange. Our guy thinks, how am I going to help this girl? He goes to the drawer and picks something up. Here you go. I'll sell you this for only 200 coins. You'll never get lost again. She blushes. What is this? He explains this is called a compass. It's worth 1,000 coins. But for you, my friend, I'll make it 200. She gets all excited and he gains 60 more trust. However, he loses morality for this. The system congratulates. It's clear that you sell any junk for any price. Our guy touches her shoulder and says, as a friend, I have to warn you about something. She says, what? Lin explains when someone says they're not a bad person, it doesn't mean they're good. And when they say they're good, it doesn't mean they're not lying to you. Understand? She says, thanks, but I don't even remember anymore. Lin thinks, apparently there's nothing I can say to her. While she's been surviving until now, she should be able to keep surviving. He asks, where did that wound come from again? She says it was a bite from a giant. Unfortunately, it's much stronger than me. If I hadn't dodged, I would have been eaten whole. So graceful. Lin says, okay, but he's confused. Why is she talking about it with such pride? He then asks her to take off her armor for the exams. But she says she can't. A knight like her can't be without protection. And for the first time, Lin says he has to use anesthesia. But she says she doesn't need it. It will affect her reaction time, so she'd rather endure a little pain. Our hero asks, are you sure? She says, yes, I'm absolutely sure. He then says, good, you're the second bravest person I've seen. She's already all tied up, tells our guy you can start having fun now. I'm already a fish on the chopping board. Our hero says if you want you can scream, just don't bite your tongue. She replies, I already told you my pain tolerance is maximized. He then begins already making a strike on the arm. The poor thing is already screaming and crying. Wow, now I realize how tiny she is. And she's desperate, asking, why does it hurt so much? Why are you using such a sharp and torturous instrument? You want to cause me pain, don't you? Lin says, girl, that was the first strike and I've only just begun. Come on, wouldn't it be better to take anesthesia? She's crying there, pretending to go beyond no. I can't lose my reaction time. Another blow. Pleading, please stop, it hurts so much. Lin says, but you just told me that your pain resistance is maximized. She says it hurts a lot even with everything maximized. But our guy isn't going to stop now. She stands up, opening her mouth, saying she's going to bite him. She's tired of him, but he already puts the tube in her mouth, saying, stay still there, it's almost over. Lie. This has barely begun. He gains experience, gives her another cut. She cries desperately. After a while, few were done. The system gives him the points. The poor thing is destroyed there. He removes the thing from her mouth. I told you, man, it was quick. Now we can move on to the next phase. Then he frees her, and the girl gets up saying, wow, it feels like I woke up from a nightmare. Our protagonist says it's a normal reaction. She points to him. You're the first man to make me feel so much pain, and also the first to put such a big thing in my mouth to the point of making me drool. Why she said that, I don't know. Our hero says it was just so she wouldn't bite him and she wouldn't bite her own tongue. But it's certain that this will generate some misunderstanding in the world. However, she's all shy, saying she was impressed by his generosity, and he gains more favorability. Our Lin is confused. What kind of person suffers so much and increases favorability? He then pulls out a green vial and says, now that we've dealt with any potential infection, we need to start building the next arm. However, before I begin, I need to ask you, do you have enough money? She asks, is it an expensive process? Lin feels so sorry for her that he decides to even offer a fair price. She then replies that of course she has all the money, and she starts searching in her bra, pulling out a bunch of coins. However, Lin notices something. Her black skull coins are painted as if they were normal coins, so she doesn't know the value of those. With a handful in her hand, she asks, is this enough? He says, of course, it's more than enough. Already thinking that now he'll have to give his best. He gets up saying he'll fetch the best potion of all. He's going to use the new potion that we don't even know the side effects of yet. He warns her that it's a new potion, so he's not sure if it will work. However, with a foolish look, she already takes it, opens it, drinks it, looks at him and says, my resistance is indeed very high. Potions don't work very well on me. Our hero asks, then why did you come to my shop? She says, to try my luck, right? What if you have? I don't know, a metallic arm for me, you know. Our guy looks at the potion. Damn, it was the perfect opportunity to test this. Had to be someone with immunity. But the system gave it to me. It has to work. It doesn't make sense. If this potion worked even on those with immunity, the price would be much higher. He turns to her. Trust me, I'll make it work. If it doesn't, I won't charge you anything. She replies, okay then, what do you want to do? And instead of drinking it, he pours it on her arm. The bandages fall off and her arm begins to reconstitute itself. Our hero is excited, but she still seems, it seems like the effect was kind of, well, strange. Installing a metal arm now, that's when she starts to notice that it's working. She's surprised. Doctor, it's really working. It's kind of incredible, isn't it? Lin thinks, wow, the recovery is better than I expected. And apparently no side effects, it's perfect. She says she's impressed. He's really a very capable man. He tells her, hold on, don't fall in love just yet because we don't know the side effects. But he gains another 50 favorability. He then asks, what did you feel when you drank it? She says she felt kind of numb. Anything else? She says, it's quite comfortable, but it also felt like something else grew. I don't know, strange. Our guy is confused. Something else. What do you mean? A big tail then starts coming out of her back, and our guy has lost his sanity. The all-slimy tail is caressing her face. She's there, all innocent. Oh, don't tease me like that, doctor. You're a good doctor if you can't do this so casually. Favorability is increasing, so she likes it. But Lin says, could you open your eyes and take a look? She sees it, and gets kind of confused, the thing caressing her face. Looks to one side, then the other, sanity already dropping by 60. Poor thing goes into shock, throws herself on the ground wondering, why do I have a tentacle on my body? Lin says, calm down, I'll help you, stay calm. But her sanity is just dropping. She says the thing is entering and going too deep. He asks, going. She says it's in a strange and tight place. He then pulls it, gives it a stare, but it's coming out of your shoulder. Hold on a second then, and then gives it a hack. Disconnected, the thing is still following her. Our guy smashes it. She asks, hey, doctor, what's happening? Why was there a tentacle coming out of my shoulder? Lin shamelessly says, don't worry, it's just a small side effect, nothing major. She's confused. What kind of potion did you give me? I don't mind growing tentacles, but what if something even stranger grows? Clearly it's not a restoration potion, but a mutation one. Our protagonist throws out a saying that must be Chinese. The rich depend on technology, while the poor depend on mutation. He still says, look at your arm, it's already grown a lot. Just use a little more and it will return. She timidly asks, are you sure? I think that thing will come back too. Olin says, don't worry, if it grows back again, I'll cut it off for you. Just trust me, Don't you want to see your entire arm back? She replies, okay, last time. He uses more medicine, and the big tentacle is already coming out again. This time it really was a tail, and he immediately cuts it off. However, the thing is now coming out from all over her armor. Our guy is slashing away. Even butterfly wings are sprouting from her back. She gets excited. Don't cut those. But it's too late. He already did. She says, I told you not to cut it. 10 minutes later, she's lying there on the bed, and he finally completes the mission. He asks, how do you feel? She says she feels like her body is covered in strange things. Our guy tells her to stop lying. He already cut everything. It's just a hallucination. The treatment was perfect. He says potions cost money, but cutting off tentacles costs nothing. With that, feeling all sad, she heads for the door. Okay, can I go now? Lynn says, of course, just don't forget to leave a like on our store to get an 11% discount. But at that moment, he says, wait a minute. She asks, what's wrong? When you drank the potion, I didn't cut anything. Are you sure there's nothing inside your body? She looks at herself. I don't think so. He says, okay then. Maybe this potion doesn't always cause mutation. See you next time. Our guy thinks it was a success. He just has to sell it online now. But then he sees the bag of coins on the ground that used to be in her bra, and that's where she kept the coins. But when she left, she didn't even need them anymore. And then he understands it was that which grew. He needs to return the bag of money and prevent her chest from growing even bigger. But when he goes outside, there's no one there. He thinks, as a doctor, I made a really bad mistake, and I'll need to find a way to contact her and apologize. But as the lamp is about to turn off, it's time to close everything. At that moment, he spits blood. And the system says the risk has been created. The Bloody Night mission has been activated. Try in any way to survive until the next daybreak. 2,000 coins and 2,000 experience. Oh, it's not going to be easy. Our guy sees some floating text warning him to be careful, and he recognizes that the handwriting is from the professor. It must be some kind of warning that something bad is coming. He grabs the potion, the heart, the pistol, the dagger, everything he needs to survive. Considering that the rewards are greater, the danger is much greater. The mission indicated that it was a dangerous place, so he decided to leave. And obviously, he's going to the red-haired girl's house to spend the night there, right, you rascal? On the way through the city, some souls reacted to his lamp, and the system crisis automatically went to 100%. Seeing this, he hurried back, running to the shop and closing the door. He realizes that whatever it is, it seems to be after him. While he's trying to go to the back door, there's something at the front door, which already broke the entrance. Our guy is there with everything. He has to try to protect himself. He hears a bunch of potions being smashed inside the shop, and he's just losing skull coins. What a damn thing, it's destroying everything. Losing all my money is worse than losing my life. I won't let this go unpunished. He tells the system to reactivate the Blood Witch's curse and deactivate the pistols. That way, she'll realize something's wrong. And with the curse removed from the gun, he can deal with it. He heard the sound getting closer, thought it was coming to the door, but then it moved away. Lynn wonders, is it going to the back? However, the monster's blow already went through the wall and him along with it. Our Lynn fell to the ground, already coughing up blood. The beast used a portal on the wall. Oh man. Our guy is almost losing consciousness as he looks at the door. When he manages to see what it is, and it's a really ugly big creature this time. Hellwalker, extremely evil, combat ability, an incomparable and powerful creature. It gets stronger by absorbing other creatures. Our guy's leg already has some tentacles coming out of it, and that thing is consuming his flesh and blood. The beast does a quality analysis and decides that he's not good to be absorbed. It blows up our guy's leg. Man, did it have to be all this? Well, poor thing, he's finished. The monster still feels that he lost the ability to move and needs to be finished off now. Our hero's lost heart pounding. He fires a shot that went into the eye and pierced. The big guy is going crazy. He takes advantage to put on the blood cape that turns him into an untouchable evil spirit. While the beast is going crazy, undergoing a transformation, he's just running away and hiding. He throws himself into the barrels there, all beaten up. Damn it. I should have imagined that a beast of this level would easily find my location. These days have been so easy that I even forgot that you can die at any time in this world. Our guy feels something strange in his leg. Some kind of mutation is about to happen. He tries to stop it, but can't. The system warns. Side effect, proliferation beginning. Your body will undergo a level 1 mutation. Some tentacles start to come out. It has advanced to level 2 mutation. More flesh and blood tentacles and even an eye on the back of the neck. The beast is still going crazy, thrashing around, until our guy is coming in hiding. The big guy feels his presence and sends an attack. Man, but now he's all Spider-Man hanging on the wall. Look at the psychopath smile. Now you're finished. The bullets are all going through the creature. As it is of sacred attribute, it easily pierces. Or not, actually, the creature stopped the bullets and threw them away. And then our guy gets terrified again. The deal is to run, my son. Get out of there. But the demon can see him even with the cape on. Yes, a look in his skin starts melting. So he throws the potion that causes mutation on his own face. That's because he's already mutated. The system once again. Your body is undergoing a mutation. The creature comes to make another attack, but it turned into a bunch of digital stuff, appeared on his back. It almost grabbed him. Our protagonist is confused. I'm wearing the cape, how can he still attack me? He almost got caught again. He keeps running, throws more poison on his body. Eyes that can see ghost energy are born. And then he realizes that the hand the monster created is spiritual. That's why he's getting beat up. He sees he's under a bunch of eyes. All the spiritual power. He realizes the cape is just getting in the way. He's still being seen, but can't hit. He jumps down into the store again. He throws the cape, starts hunting for potions, but the hand is coming. Lin sends some explosions there. It's a potion against evil spirits. The big hand is already there. He's passing him the blade. Our maniac starts to smile. The anti-spirit potion worked. Look at the little hand trying to escape. He takes advantage to try. He's going to finish him off. Well, but the creature grabbed his spine. Our guy then thinks, was this the monster that bit the girl's arm? As soon as he sees that the monster is 100% back, he understands. Probably he's resistant to the potion too. If that's the case, what is he going to do? Can't hide, can't run away, can't kill. The potions don't work. The creature is pulling his spine. Let go, man. Our guy says he still has a chance. Turns around, throws himself on the ground. But man, he broke your spine. And now, however, he took advantage to cut off the arm. It's the enemy of biology with a broken spine walking, breaking walls, running. That's because he's got that cursed heart inside him. But the system warns, you have to be careful when using this, because it's very likely to take control of you. He's psychopating, saying it's time for them to have fun. He tears out the heart, points to the big guy, throwing some spirits into him. The curses seem to be entering his flesh. Not only entering, but circulating through the creature's body. Our hero is just confused. Will it work facing the creature? The system warns that the effects are taking over the creature. Its energy center and cells are being weakened. Finally, our boy is confident. However, the creature starts an emergency repair. Seeing this, he already pulls out the saw blade. I have to finish this while it's weak. But the big heart inside him is absorbing everything. Because in the description it said it's a heart that needs a lot more blood. He falls to his knees, screwed, one more potion, one more gulp. Saying I need to survive at least, regardless of what I will become. He let out a yell. There's something coming out of his eye. The system still warns. You have reached a level 3 mutation. Your physique and willpower cannot fully control this mutation. Current mutation, snake brain. You control 31% of it. Our boy says it's the only way, and sends the snake to eat the heart. However, when he's finally ready to return to combat, the big guy is back too, already giving him a stare down. The system warns that the creature has returned to spiritual form. Our boy tries to flee again. Once this creature reaches 100%, there's no way he'll get out alive. But look who he sees coming from afar. Will she save our boy? But she's also a bit beaten up, peering ahead. She arrives at our protagonist and asks, "You're quite unique today, aren't you, sweetheart? Are you trying to do some kind of different performance?" Our guy says, "Yes, exactly. But why didn't you come sooner? Didn't you realize your curse came back?" She covers his mouth and says, "Calm down, missing me so much from yesterday. I'm joking, of course I noticed. But I was dealing with something. After all, my daughter is growing up. And as a mommy, I need supplements for her. But seeing you like this, do you have a problem? Do you want my help?" Arlen says yes. "I'm being hunted by the monster. If you help me get rid of him, I'll forgive your debts for 5 months. She says just that. I'm not interested. Lynn increases it. It's all free for 10 months. However, she still says she's not interested. Our guy sees that the devil is coming and the system warns that the crisis is only getting worse. He turns to her. "So please name a price, any condition." She licks her lips and asks, "You didn't want to surrender to me last time. So if you come to beg on your knees in front of me and kiss my big toe, I'll help you." Our protagonist asks if it's about romance. She says that's not the case this time, it's just humiliation. He then refuses and says, "If I survive, see you next time." The little girl was proud, thinking, that's right, never surrender. Even the mother liked it. She grabbed our hero, pulled him, and threw him into an adventure in the mountains, saying she finds him very cute. Not even with his life at risk could he abandon his honor. The favorability increases. He says, of course not, but what are you going to do? Now the little witch is going to help. She uses her Tokyo Ghoul power, already throwing a bunch of claws on the ground. But the creature is defending everything, and even analyzes to devour her as a priority. Can she do it? Even though she transformed too. Even though the devil is staring at our guy, our protagonist warns her to be careful. He has a kind of hand that can pierce anything and hurts even the soul. From afar, he climbs up and watches the fight. They're both so fast you can't see anything, just the creature being cut. He's impressed, saying she's wonderful in combat. He didn't know she was like this. He starts trying to cheer her on from afar. "Madam, you're very strong, so cool, so beautiful, so perfect, so sexy. Your tentacles are fascinating. You penetrate my heart." He's gaining favorability. I don't know what he's trying to do. While the devil keeps evolving, he's detecting threats and going to a secondary level. Our hero just finds it strange the blonde is tearing the creature apart, and he's still the main target. At this point, something passes by him. "What's this, man?" She spits out some creatures. There's an explosion from both attacks, but nothing happens. The creature comes at him again. She sent the Blee Blade to protect our boy. Already wrapping around the creature's tentacle, biting everything from the sides, coming in a Orochimaru style, piercing the eyes. Our boy, seeing a bunch of eye remnants on the ground, thinks, finally it's settled. But the eyes start flying. The blonde is already piercing everything again. Man, she did everything, huh? Lin is already angry. What a disaster. How persistent is this creature? Pulling out the Chicago toys, shooting at everyone. He even gains experience for hitting the bullets, but the thing doesn't end. He's running away and taking potions. Another big claw comes at him. Now he's using the tools with the tentacles. He's going crazy, and the little creature in his arms too. Going to take a big bite. Even the Encapitada is impressed with our boy, saying he's tough. Another attack from her. However, the creature is very stubborn. But finally, inside the eye, she finds a little demon praying. She says if she kills that thing there, the creature loses control. But he opens his eye right on time, and they're electrocuted. Second-degree analysis complete, initiating countermeasures. She's still going for it anyway, stretching her neck up there. However, she got caught halfway. The two down there are worried, asking what happened. Something falls beside them. It's a tentacle with her face. Lin asks, "What are those hands on your body?" She explains that the creature was analyzing her combat power, adapting, and now it's devouring and assimilating. Our hero is trying to free her there, but he can't. The big eye is already using the power there that used to be in her hair, and the crisis that had subsided because of her is rising again. In an instant, it's back to 99%. The eye takes another look and then jumps at our protagonist. But he uses his mutation to protect himself, tries to attack, but the creature dodges. He steps aside, but already spitting blood. For someone who underwent so much mutation, spitting blood is nothing. But now he's screwed. He didn't expect the Blood Witch to lose the fight. He doesn't know what he's going to do. He stands there, trying to think of a solution. At that moment, he opens that trapdoor back there and says, "Hey, I don't know who's there, and I know you hate me because I'd only feed you with lousy medicine. However, it's the perfect time for you to get angry. Come here and defend our shop." The system says the creature has a good impression of him. A small tentacle starts to rise. Not small. Gigantic with a big mouth. The system says it's a demonic baby. If this is a baby, how big does it get when it grows up? Everything about it is a question mark. You can't know anything. But the monster is giving him friendly licks, and the system warns that the creature likes him. Our hero then points and says, "I need your help dealing with that thing. My friend was eaten." The creature is standing there doing nothing. He offers, "I'll give you 2 months of great potions." His favorability increased by 0.1, and the creature seems to be finishing devouring the thick witch there. Our protagonist goes after the basement creature. The damn thing thinks it's Jack Sparrow on the ship. However, the monster jumps trying to escape Sun. Lin says, "Come back now, I need to rescue my friend. I'll give you 3 months of potion." The creature returns, already giving him a lick. Our hero compliments, however, the system says the creature doesn't like that. Another attack coming towards them. The devil starts analyzing the basement creature to adapt to it too. Man, the creature draws some blue lines there that wrap around the creature and crush it. Our boy already warns, no way. He knows there's no chance. He's running towards a ball there with an eye with a portal. He already takes out his blood cape, touches the thing, and goes into something. Is it inside the creature? He's looking for something. He finds a hand buried and pulls. It really was the thick friend, and they're inside the creature. But a piece of the brain is missing. Man, a lot of pieces are missing. There's just a little bit left of her. Is our boy the one to try to heal her with a potion? My boy, he's going to have to throw her into the potion pool. The creature again targets her to attack. Our Lin uses one of those curse hairs from the butcher to wrap around the creature's tongue that's outside as she pulls them both. However, the big eye is there again. "We're going to die here, son." Someone has to save our boy, because he's starting some kind of soul devouring. He's being buried in flesh as he tries to get out. Is he going to die? He's thinking, this world is like this. Even though I've given my best, in the end, I'll be swallowed. It's never been easy to survive. At least I've been lucky so far to meet good people. He broke another potion and threw all the liquid into his mouth. The level 3 mutation began. Even the witch's pupils shrank she couldn't recognize. The creature once again tries to activate its target analysis to see what's happening. However, it's saying the mutation is too abnormal and the analysis is failing. The target's efficiency exceeds the analysis capacity. But the system is also telling the protagonist, mutation out of control spreading. A gigantic tentacle emerges from the already large creature, full of corrupted heads. The witch is being carried. She falls to the ground and looks around wondering what it is. Wow, a bunch of crazy Lin's heads. The big devil eye is finally torn apart. Something falls out of it. We see Lin's face. The sanity of the monster and his own has dropped. The creature decides to initiate a biological extermination. It even summons a dragon spitting fire at our hero's head. But he has a lot of heads now. I don't know if it will work. Now it's clear. The creature looks like a hellish dragon. Our hero is a bunch of tentacles with his face. But there's some mutation happening inside the creature too. The witch is confused, not understanding what's happening. All she can perceive is that Lin is becoming corrupted, turning into a fleshy thing. But the big eye is still trying to make analyses, but now it's finally breaking down. The system says there's a creature trying to engulf it, but it's undergoing a special level 9 mutation. Then a flash of light happens right in the middle of the eye. Special alert, mutant unit appears. Molecular reorganization system. Outside, the witch is trying to communicate with him, but he's just mumbling, sending out some rah-rah-rah. She gets scared, This voice of Lin now, why is it so similar to my Yule voice? She imagines that some part of her merged with him when she was being swallowed. There's a piece of meat there with eyes all twisted, forming a huge eye, the system warning that the whole body has failed. Body loss has reached 88%. The eye is even larger and more twisted, and the witch feels that the puppet she was controlling somehow is dying. A hand comes out from the top of the big eye. Not even the witch knows what's going on. Then we see a blood moon and a clock tower. Inside it, there's a cauldron with some operations going on. And the guys there are receiving a warning. Flesh Golem Type 3 has 98% of his body damaged. The guys say, "Master, we lost contact with Type 3 sent to Blood Peak. These bastards are all from the Demon Association." The Master responds, "Are you kidding me? Type 3 is the most advanced of all demon hunters in the Association. Unless it's a root or king-level creature, nothing else in this dark world can be its opponent. Looks like these rebels who don't want to return to the Association really are powerful. Luckily, we've already killed many of them strengthened with Blood Peak blood." Is that the Blood Peak there? The guy says, "Locate the coordinates of Type 3 and send a predator at the same time. You're our protagonist to break, please. There's no rest in this world." At this point, we see the witch pulling Lin out of the piece of meat. Our boy looks very clean for someone who came out of the thing. She's confused. Why does he look so good? Something strange. But she can't worry about that now. He needs to rest first. However, there's a demonic tongue coming out of his hand. Our hero completed an extremely difficult mission and reached level 10. Now he can start the class change. Sometime later, he wakes up in the ruined bed, but he recognizes right away that it's the thick witch's bed. He wants to know why he's here. Was I swallowed by the creature? She appears. "Lin, you're awake? Did you survive too?" She comes running, wanting to know how his body is. "Are you feeling anything? Is something wrong?" He stops her and says, "Wait, explain to me what happened." He explains that it's been 2 days. Since he doesn't remember, she'll tell him everything. Later he asks, "So is the monster already dead? Did all that evil stuff come out from inside it?" She's making a seductive face, saying yes, and then she pulled out his body. She's thinking someone capable of killing something so powerful isn't common. "Lin, you're making your big sis more and more interested." All that fighting had its advantages. Lin wonders if it might have been the excessive use of the potion. The level of mutation caused him to enter an unconscious state, however. The mutation was so intense that it destroyed the monster from the inside out. The lingering questions are, how did his body return to normal? Where did that creature come from? And why was it focused on killing him? He asks where the creature's body is, and she says it's at the back of the house. She waited there because there might be some secret. Our boy barely woke up and already wants to go see it. He believes there might be a clue about where his professor ended up. The rest of the creature is outside. Our guru even says, "Wow, did I kill this?" She says yes, but let's not forget that it was completely mutated, so much so that even she was scared. Our boy already knows, if that's true, then the power of the mutation must be somewhere in my body. "Friend, there's a lot of devil in your shadow. I think there's something wrong with you." The system once again says he's locked at level 10 until he selects a new class. He wants to know, "System, explain to me where I am with this mutation." The system says nothing, just gives him a mission. Find out by midday what happened to your body and control this curse, or it will become irreversible and take over you. Darn system, I ask what's happening and you give me a mission? He gets angry and starts hitting the system, which says, "Dear user, please don't be angry with the system, we're just delivering the missions." He looks at his friend and says, "Sorry, but I have something urgent I have to do." He rushes out, but he comes back, grabs the body, and then runs back home. Arriving home, he goes to Sarah's library. He remembers he had some books about mutations. After reading for some time, 4 things are important. First, his body's mutation is in the incubation process, so it's not complete. Second, the mutation acts on its own. Third, it wasn't him who defeated the creature, but the mutation. Fourth, he only woke up from the coma because of the system. He wasn't supposed to wake up. He remembers that as a reward for the missions, he received a body reorganization. He uses it to try to locate the mutant part. The ability really reorganizes everything. He can see himself entirely. He says he's getting stronger and invincible. Man, the uglier, the stronger, right? The bones reconstitute, the cells reorganize. And in the middle of it all, he tries to find what's mutated. Where does this curse keep so much flesh? Why did he get so big? He sees some poison nearby and decides to try to solve it like this. He takes a swig and falls to the ground. Feel that, you trash. The system warns that the host is losing life. However, it gained resistance to poisoning. He's trying to rip the devil out with hatred. What's the taste? Hot, you eaten. This is the most powerful insecticide I created from memories of my world. Better leave my body. But when he looks at his hand, nothing happens. He curses, no reaction. He just runs out. You want to see what I'll do then? He gets upstairs, opens all the poison bottles, throws it all inside. The system warns again. You've suffered various injuries and your skin is melting. The madman is there. And now, are you convinced? I'm telling you, this pain is nothing to me. This is the worst body for you to stay in, you Eden. I'm going to make you suffer. Man, I don't know if our boy realized, but he went crazy after that demon. He's already preparing something unhealthy in the jar. He makes a very dangerous plague potion and a potion to weaken defenses. His plan is simple. He will weaken himself and then drink the demon's poison. A sip in the wine and a sip in the poison. A perfect combination. The system says you are completely poisoned, and your current life is rapidly decreasing. His death will occur in 20 minutes. So he takes a healing potion, and then he takes a poison. His plan is to make the virus go crazy. The virus is causing destruction to his main organs, and now you will die in 15 minutes. Our boy looks exhausted, saying that no one could handle this. If it's a battle of endurance, he won't lose. He's already on the timer. 20 minutes later, nothing happens. He takes more poison. Man, you're going to die like this anyway. He throws it on the ground and grabs something to produce something even worse. Are you going to eat that thing? The pot is boiling. Potion produced. Another gulp. Wow, it looks like there are heads inside that thing. He's going crazy. Look at that psychopathic face. But there he goes again, just consuming everything from the cauldron, saying, "Come out again, come out." Now he's drooling with his tongue out. Eyes all twisted. Going crazy. Come out, come out. Something came out in his hand. The system says, question mark, question mark. It's afraid of you. Our boy was looking at his hand and the thing coming out. 10 more of fear. However, the thing started to go back into the body. He said, "Oh yeah, take this." He goes to take another big gulp. 15 more of fear. 20 more of fear. What's this? The little arm is running away. Taking control of the protagonist's hand, he uses the healing potion on himself, while our boy drinks poison on the other side. The devil is saying, "My God, enough of this, man. You're getting addicted to these potions already." 30 more of fear. He's spamming all the potions at the same time. The creature is exhausted now. I can't take it anymore. The feeling of being poisoned and then healed. My mind is being destroyed. However, she saw that the protagonist is going crazy. This guy can't take it anymore either. But he gets up. Just one more. Just one more. It's getting good now. The creature's fear keeps increasing. Enough, man. Don't drink more poison. But our hero says, it's just one more medicine. Just one more. Falls to the ground. And now, did he kill the creature? He's crawling to try to grab the healing potion. Got to the pot. Opened it. Poured another one. Man, the creatures in this world are very persistent. When our boy opens his eyes again, he received a bunch of experience. Mainly resistance to poison. In addition, he received the achievement Poison Cauldron. You get this by being poisoned 500 times in a short period. Our hero has a headache thinking, I remember that some part of my body was moving on its own. I just don't know when it was. But the little hand talks to him. Phew, I'm saved. The system gives the description of the creature. Deformation that was born inside a human with a combination of a golem, a faceless demon heart, fragments of an evil spirit, parts of a witch and remains of a human. Man, it has everything, and then some. Our boy is staring. Already runs to get more poison, but the hand says, "Enough for God's sake. I'm going to eat you." Our hero responds, "Now I know why I couldn't drink the poisons anymore." The big creature there is in a fight, trying to eat him, until something activates. Apparently, the desire to control the creature. Cause it to freeze because the devil is saying, "Are you trying to control me? A trash human like you is the one who needs to be controlled." One hand is fighting the other there. Our boy won't back down. Takes a punch to his own hand. Ironically, when he hits his hand, he also loses life. The creature's hand tries to lick him, and he bites its tongue. Takes the opportunity to run away with it. Into the operating room. Going to try to rip it out. Grabs the hand to try to immobilize it. The blade is already coming down. Oh, damn it. Managed to block it with a little blade. The crazy Lin says, "I just want to give you a cut, man. Then I'll put you in a medicine to turn you into a wonderful species." The fight goes on and on. Our boy loses his blade, and the hand takes the opportunity to strike him right in the thigh. He managed to hold on. Our boy sees from the outside. One of those potions that he throws into the hole of that creature. The devil says, "Do you think I'll let you drink that? Only in your dreams." But Lin activates the flesh cataclysm. Sends a kind of disfigured hand, which pulls the potion back and throws it into the devil's little hand. Apparently, the hand lost strength. Our boy is, finally. But apparently the poison was more than he could handle. The system warns. You were poisoned a bit. You were poisoned a lot. You were severely poisoned. He's already puking rainbows. Now he can't even handle it. And the devil's hand is talking. Fools, even if you put poison in my mouth, you'll still receive the effect. Oh, we see that creature that lives down in the basement. Something falls there. The rest of that devil's poison. She takes a sip and seems to like it. Our hero is vomiting down there. Now even the creature below wants to kill him. Are you trying to give me this? But the devil's hand takes the chance to remove everything too. The hand speaks. Just wait until I finish puking. I'll kill you. Our boy falls to the ground and says, "A truce. In a little while I'll cut you." The devil's hand says, "All right." She's not feeling hungry now. Our boy replies, "Let's live in peace." She makes a pinky promise. "All right, good suggestion." Our boy, there's no reason for us to fight like this, right? Yeah, man, why is that? We're both losing out. Two consciences in the same body is something quite acceptable if you think about it. Yes, we can live calmly and peacefully, but they've already started trying to kill each other again. Even though they're fighting, our boy is returning to the shop. If I didn't have a customer to attend to, I'd cut you right now. Apparently, someone is knocking on the door. Our boy says, I'm going. When he opens it, a buffed goat. Creature of the alien race, level 69, powerful ability in close combat. Our boy just welcomes Sarah's pharmacy. The goat is kind of, what the hell is this, man? Looking at our boy there, banging a knife on the other. Yow, welcome. I'm taking care of this place because the boss is away. So I'm the boss here. What do you need, my customer? Sanity has dropped a bit. The goat says, I'm a foreigner from a distant land and I'm kinda sick. I was passing by and came to see if the doctor could take a look. Our boy says, you found the perfect person. Whatever the illness is, I can cure it without medicine. Our boy says to the hand, damn it, stop attacking me. Can't you see I have a customer? The goat asks, what's going on? You know what, boss? This pharmacy here is a little different, huh? I think I'm leaving. You're too busy. Suddenly, a cleaver almost got the poor guy. Sanity has already dropped. Lynn says, sorry, my little hand dropped it. The goat says, don't worry, kid, it's okay. What kind of place is this? What do you mean it fell? He clearly threw it at me. Lynn says, come in, come, don't be afraid. But the goat is looking at all the destruction. What's this? Was there a war in this place? Lynn explains that they're just going through some renovations. You're not going to tell me you think there was a life or death fight here. The goat looking, a lot of cuts. Clearly there was a battle, but our figure is already on the back, already sharpening the blade. The goat thinks something's wrong. Since I walked into this store here, why does he look like a psychopath? Already swallows hard and says, kid, I gotta go see, let me explain. I was rude, I walked in with my left foot first. I have to go outside and come back with the right one. Lynn says, oh, was that it? But you're not going to leave me alone, are you? He responds, and if I do? The customer is always right, right? But the protagonist goes crazy, saying that if he leaves, he will have to be cut to death. Now it's bad for the goat. He's already in shock. If I stay, he cuts me. If I leave, he cuts me. Minus 10 sanity. Sweating, he thinks it's very scary. Why does the owner of this store have to be so cruel? He asks our boy, why are you fighting with your 2 knives? Are you practicing your combat skills? Lynn replies, combat skills. No, I'm just trying to cut off my left hand. The curious goat, but why? The kid says he can't explain, but just know that this left hand here isn't very good. It eats people. If I don't cut it off, it will eat even my customers. The goat's scared. Cannibalism? Lynn turns around saying, relax. As long as I'm here, it won't be able to eat you. The goat wants to know, hold on, this is very suspicious. You're trying to kill me and blame it on your left hand, aren't you? I may be a foreigner, but I'm not that stupid. You know what, boss? You're too busy there with your so-called hand, aren't you? So I'm out. But Lynn says it's over. I'm not busy anymore. Let's start diagnosing now. Already throwing a bunch of tools on the floor. The goat asks, what are you looking for? Why are only weapons falling out of this box? The goat tries to sneak to the door. Lynn, talking to his own arm, says, you damn, I may not be able to cut you. I'll call my neighbor, and she'll finish you off. The goat thinks it's for him. Wait, he's warning me again. If that's the case, I'll have to handle this. He's going to try to fight our boy. Approaching, he thinks, I'll come slowly and surprise him. Jumped up, but right then Lynn said, now I'll cut you. He quickly hides the blade. Our boy looks. Oops, I found my stethoscope. What's the problem, little goat? The poor guy is trembling all over and says, nothing. Let's get started. Listening to the goat's heartbeat while holding his own hand. The goat asks, doctor, is there something wrong with me? Thinking, this doctor, is he imagining how he's going to cut me and roast me, isn't he? But our boy says, your heartbeat is irregular. Have you had any severe fights recently? The goat says maybe, but thinks, damn it, he knows why my heart is racing. Our boy says he's showing signs of poisoning. The goat asks, what do you mean? Lynn says your skin has some dark spots, your lips are purple, and your eyes are sunken. All signs of poisoning. If you're exposed to any kind of fear in this situation, the rapid circulation of the poison can kill you. The goat's in trouble there. Lynn asks, have you been attacked by something recently? The goat says it wasn't really an attack. He was in a swamp and ended up dragging his arm near some vines. However, he only used some bandages since it wasn't serious. The system analyzes it, and the protagonist discovers that there's a vine called Human Face Vine. However, he already has to defend himself from the hand again. Stop it. Are you trying to secretly attack me? The goat questions, Human Face Vine? What's that? Our boy explains that it's a type of poisonous vegetation. It waits for creatures to pass by before attacking them. The good thing is that its poison takes a long time to incubate, so it's not fatal. Unless you get involved in certain situations. The goat wants to know, what situations? Lynn tells him if you get scared of things and that fear speeds up your heart, everything can get worse. To prevent the blood from spreading, you have to stay very still and calm. The goat says, yeah, I'm very calm here. I'm peaceful. But the hand is almost biting Lynn. It's about to swallow. The poor goat's sanity drops by 20. While he fights the hand, he says, if the poison starts to spread, you'll start to smell a fragrance. It will make all the creatures around you want to devour you. Your luck is that our pharmacy is a safe place and there are no scary creatures around. But there's already something on his mind. He says, wow, if the evil creatures are being attracted, the blood has to be removed. 1 minute late, and you could die. But wait, before removing it, it's good to use a recovery medicine and drink plenty of water. However, the goat has already pulled out the knife to drain all the blood. The goat looks and says, now I've taken it out. Lynn says, my dear visitor, why did you want to break free so badly? The angry goat retorts, you shouldn't have started your sentence telling me to take it out. Now stop this wound here. Look how my business is bleeding. But the poor guy took a kick in the middle of, and he fell to the ground, agonizing and saying, I don't want to be treated anymore. Please. Lin, with his devilish face, says, the treatment started a bit rough, but I won't give up. Don't worry. This is the only pharmacy within 100 miles. If you leave here, the poison will kill you. The goat says, stop lying. There are plenty of villages around here. How come this one is the only pharmacy? Lin looks at a pile of heads and says, yeah, there were other pharmacies, but they became studies for our shopping mall. The boat starts to pray. Please forgive me. I have an 84-year-old mother and a 2-year-old daughter. I just want to get out alive, doctor. Lin replies, don't worry. I'll remove that poison from you. I am a doctor, remember? From this door, you only leave with good health. Now come with me here. This is a somewhat violent potion. However, as long as you have an antidote to neutralize it, everything will be fine. Pulling out the siren, she explains, I can't say it cures everything, but it will leave you full of vigor. Bringing it with the devil's hand, the boat asks, how are you going to apply something so big in my bloodstream? He says it won't be in the bloodstream. It will be there. Lin, without mercy, he was about to inject it with a needle. The goat mentions that his starfish hurt less after the injection and starts to wonder if this place really is a legitimate pharmacy and not some nefarious operation. He stands up and asks, you're not planning to cure me just to cut me up again, are you? Our boy assures him that such thoughts are unfounded. Bloodsoft Pharmacy always adheres to the principle that customers are gods here. Everyone is treated well. With this, the goat finally relaxes and the system awards our hero 5 comfort points. But then it's time to pay and he asks, what if I don't have the money? Lin stares, no money. The goat throws a bag of coins, joking that he was just playing. Our boy tells him not to joke about that. I was about to take a piece of you. The goat's blood pressure even rises a bit. However, he thanks Lin, not having expected such effective medicine here. Lin tells him it's a recipe that Bloodsaw has been perfecting for a long time, and they're the only ones in the area who have it. The goat wonders, if they're the only ones with it, it could be dangerous if someone else gets bitten by that plant. But Lin informs him, my customer, we've done the calculations. Your total comes to 2,100 coins, but you've only given me 1,700, so you're short 400. The goat says he still has 300 and goes to look for the other 100. He throws the 300 on the table, searches but can't find the rest, sweating as he admits he doesn't have it. Lin stares, don't have it. No matter, and he throws a leaf on the table to explain. We always accept body parts as payment. Take a look at the values. You can sell the balls, the horns, or as always the eyes. Lin is sharpening his knives. Speak up. I suggest you sell me your eyeball. It's easy to recover afterward. But the goat asks for patience. I have other things here that can be used. Take a look. He throws something on the table, claiming it's rare, something he found recently, not quite sure of its purpose. The system informs the protagonist it's a piece of mithril skull, an extremely durable material used for making biological weapons by the Demon Association. Lin is curious, Demon Association? Where did you get this? The goat says there's a hilly area about 100 kilometers from here. It looked like a battle had taken place with many bodies around, but I only took this and ran, not daring to stay long. Will you accept this as payment? Our hero says, yes, of course. With that, he completes the mission and receives a radioactive cut finger. It causes new body parts to grow on a person who consumes it. With that, the goat leaves in a hurry. Our hero contemplates the notion of biological weapons from the Demon Association. He yells for Little Hand to wake up, who wakes up and bites his head. He stands there, as if he couldn't care less. The hand spits him out, asking, why did you hide? Lin says he had consumed too much poison and his judgment was off, but now he understands. Little Hand doesn't have the guts to eat him. But the hand opens his mouth and says, I'm going to eat you now. Showing his tongue and teeth, he asks, you're scared, aren't you? Look at the size of my teeth. It's not too late for you to beg for forgiveness. If you're sincere, I might even let you live. Lin is yawning, are you done? If you're going to eat, eat. If not, get that tongue out of my face. Little Hand tells him, you're pretending. I know you're scared and I'm going to eat you, see. Our hero replies, you think I didn't notice? I know you're the one who's scared. If when I drink poison you're affected, and when you drink I'm affected, I know if you eat my head you'll die too. Little Hand says that's irrelevant. You might taste bad, but I'm going to bite you. Lin points, bite here. Go ahead, bite. I'm giving you the chance and you don't eat. Why don't you just admit that you're not going to do anything? But the system warns him you partially managed to deceive the mutant, making him believe that if you die, he dies too. Complete the second phase of the mission, surviving without him discovering that in fact nothing happens to him if you die. Lin is making a mocking face, but inside he's thinking, what the hell is this? If he had bitten my head just now, would I really have died? And he would have been fine? The poor guy's sanity dropped by 10. The hand, seeing him trembling, asks, what's wrong with you? Lin says, we really have to make amends. A fight where if one dies, both die doesn't make sense. The hand says he's not sure about that, but for now, he'll let him live a little longer. Lin changes the subject, saying they need to know more about this Demon Association. He mentions that the goat brought this mithril, and that the association has something against his boss, saying, yesterday, they sent that hellish creature to kill, but I dealt with it. Lin isn't stupid. He knows the association must have realized he dealt with that first creature. That means in a maximum of 2 days, another one will appear. Hand tells him, So what? It's not my concern. The protagonist says, of course it is. If I die, you'll die too, especially since you're right in my dominant hand. But the little friend replies, I know you're just afraid of dying and want my help. I agree if you accept my conditions. The first is that the protagonist can't eat pesticide anymore, and the second is that little hand has to devour things he likes. Our kid agrees, and they'll take a look at yesterday's body. Lin wants to find his revolver, and Bloodsaw's blade and the hand starts hunting there. He noticed that even though the pieces of the hand seem to come out from within him, he feels nothing happening. It's as if the creature has its own internal structure. After hunting around, he finally finds the two things and throws them out. Our protagonist, seeing this, makes a greedy face and asks, you must have eaten a lot on the way. What else do you have there? Show me. Little hand grabbed a hand and some eyeballs. Our kid is impressed with the amount of good stuff. The psychopath starts pulling up, telling the hand to throw out more items but gets slapped in the face. Still angry, he says, you damn thing, didn't you say we were going to cooperate? Little hand says he keeps threatening her all the time. Stop doing that. Lin replies he just wants some items to help him survive the demon association. Why is she so mad? The hand is furious, saying he left her hungry. They're going to fight again. But right at that moment, the system warns, survive visits tonight. He stops and says, stay quiet there. The hand asks, what's going on? Lin replies, people are coming. There are 3 giant spider guys coming outside, all with a human head on their bodies. The hand says it's good if their legs are tasty to eat because they have several. But Lin, poor guy, tells her to shut up. It's time to survive, not to think about food. Already hiding, he says they'll need a stealthy attack. Face to face, we can't win, and he says, hand, stay on the other side of that door. If anyone comes in, just attack. I'll stay here. You have to help to stay alive. They're there apprehensive, waiting. The door opens and he tells her to attack, and she comes over. However, when he looks, wait a minute, there's the witch and her daughter's leg being swallowed. Wait a minute, brother, give that back. He's already finished the sanity of both. They're spit back out. The protagonist asks, ma'am, why are you here? She says she was worried about him. You didn't give any news all day, and I was afraid you were attacked by monsters again. Lin became shy, wondering, wow, does she care about me that much? I thought she just wanted to mess around with my body. Is she really falling in love? She then asks, what was that thing that just ate her now? Lin explains that this damn thing is yesterday's mutation that got stuck in his body. His name is Little Hand, who's biting him, saying, I'm not Little Hand, you gam. Lin warns that the people from yesterday are back, so it's dangerous here. Right at that moment, there's a loud bang outside. Everyone jumps, staring at the door, and there's a mist coming. Out of nowhere, the little girl gives the hand a lick, who licks back. And in the protagonist's system, it shows that the favorability of the hand increased for the child. She licks back, who licks back. Lin says, enough licking. There's something coming. He sees there's a laser passing by and imagines the creature is scanning. And if that's the case, there's no reason to wait. He jumps and starts shooting, unloads everything. But now he's screwed, since nothing happened, and the big creature's in his face. But Lin's decision is right. He knows this is a biological weapon that came to hunt him, so he can't keep hiding. However, after seeing him, the creatures confirm that he's a target that needs to be eliminated, and they go for the attack. Little Hand runs to pull him, saying, you idiot, are you trying to die? The system says this creature is the 120 type hunter, one of the most powerful hunting tools of the Demon Association, famous for its speed and agility. The 3 are running and Little Hand says, you better run. You won't be able to dodge this even if you try. She pulls him up again, trying to get away, but one's coming right at their face. But the thick witch defends. She's in combat, holding the 2 spiders. While our boy takes advantage, being a strategist, he moves aside and sends Little Hand to the blind spot, who tells him to shut up and not teach her to fight, and bites the spider. One of the spiders tries to analyze the hand, but finds out it's an unknown organism, and suddenly there's a tornado there. It seems it's being created by the witch's fight with the spiders, while Little Hand defends the protagonist, who's just shooting. He's just increasing his pistol mastery. Soon he'll be on the VCT. Another tornado rolls and Little Hand goes full force now. We see some people in the Demon Association who want information about the hunters they sent to the Valley of Souls. The little robot says, my lord, the signal has been established, and we can take control of the 3 predators at any time. The boss then asks for visual control. He wants to see what's happening in this Valley of Souls. As soon as they take control, they recognize right away the bloodthirsty woman, a crazy woman who's a celebrity in this city. She always kills people according to her preferences. And when she starts fighting, she doesn't stop until everyone's dead. And man, she swings with grace in that angle. But they know that not even she could deal with 3 spiders. Is he responsible for this? They ask, seeing our Lin. Weapon in hand, Little Hand controlling the big knife with the other hand defending. Man, he's got swag now. They recognize right away that's a demon hunter's revolver, is it? How does this kid have that crazy woman fighting alongside him? And even the revolver of that insane hunter? Already remembering that in recent days, several people from the association are being defeated. And according to the research, all of them are related to the Valley of the Soul. What's going on in that place? He sent the hunters but can't figure anything out. He pulls out a control from inside his head and tells him to prepare. The thing agrees, yes, President. He clicks and activates something. Control synchronization activated. You now have the highest authority in the neurosource. Synchronization successful. He will take control of the spider. The system warned the protagonist. The crisis has dramatically increased. Emergency moment mission. Survive. And there's a huge prize, so our boy knows something's wrong. One of the spiders comes to attack. He tries to send Little Hand to help with her tongue, but the creature makes a heated claw attack, cutting her tongue. Lynn was trying to ask the hand if she could recover, but there was another one coming, aiming at his face. Luckily, the hand from behind uses the blade of the bloodsaw to defend, and now she's angry for having her tongue cut. Lynn notices that her movements are completely different. Before, decision-making seemed automatic, but now it seems strategic. He sees that the creature is fighting very well, while his hand is desperate, suffering. The hand says, "Stop analyzing and shoot." She tries to stab it, but the creature is stopped. Our boy argues with the hand, saying, "Yesterday against me, you were really strong, huh?" The hand says it's much easier to eat from the inside out than from the outside in. He almost gets stomped, but manages to escape with the power of Tokyo Ghoul. Lin goes into his pocket and pulls out the curse-removing object, but it needs to be integrated to work. You know what he's going to do. Look at the psychopath again. He sticks the big hand in, pulls out the globe, puts it in the jar, and puts it on his face. Our boy is transcending already. The system says you've connected a new organ. However, it will be dominated by sins. Your control over any extra member has been drastically reduced. Even the hand was shocked. This guy is crazy. Did he really put a monster eye on his face? Lin says, "Hand, get out of the way, cover the eye, take your hand off, and send the curse of the gaze up to the creature." There's some black and red stuff coming out of its face. It's turned into some kind of machine gun by the looks of it. The man from the association is shocked. How can someone assimilate a monster eye so easily? Even if yesterday's creature wasn't killed by this guy, he's involved with everything, and this guy needs to be killed. The spider is using its power, but now our boy has a lot going on. It's revolver bullets, it's the hand, it's the eye shooting. The fight continues, but the spider is suffering now too, and the eye has an ability that allows our boy to lock onto the creature. The spider is scared, dissolving its body and starting to melt, but the spider also has some kind of emergency healing. Our boy is now full of monster stuff. He pulls out a dragon head that carries resentments and activates it on top of him. It's a dragon shoot with the power of the eye, and the spider starts burning. In the Demon Association, the boss receives the notification. Creature number 3 was completely melted and the nerves desynchronized. The soldiers there asks if he's okay. The boss is outraged. That dragon head was inside that creature yesterday, so he used his own weapon against him. One of the soldiers says, "Sir, I'm sorry. We didn't imagine he was that strong. Everyone thought this kid was just a normal human. No one knew he could assimilate biological weapons." The captain is thinking, it's impossible. This kid is not normal at all. He's some macabre experiment of Bloodsaw. Indeed, Bloodsaw has always been one of the best in the association. He may have won this duel of creations, but that just makes me even more excited. The other soldier says, "Sir, Hunters number 1 and 2 were destroyed by the witch." The captain just ignores it. "Whatever, I'll personally go get them tomorrow. I just want to know, did you find Bloodsaw?" The soldier explains that they have several predators following him. It's most likely that Bloodsaw went to the doll yard and made a pact of allegiance with the doll girl there. This lunatic from the Demon Association is all happy. "Wow, Miss Doll, this just got even better. There are only crazy people in this place. Even the villains are not normal." Back with the witch who set fire to everyone. She then ran outside to rescue Lin, asking if he was okay. Without an eye, the psychopath says he's perfectly fine, takes his other little eye, and puts it back. The poor thing's sanity even drops. He throws her medicine, and it's perfect. He says that solved it and asks if she's not hurt. She even blushed, realizing how crazy he is. She's thinking, wow, I didn't expect him to care so much about me, and I'm loving this child more and more. The hand appears, saying the taste is good, starting to eat all the spiders. Lin thinks at least we have someone to clean everything up. He completed the mission and received some special drops. Fast transfer to Night Doctor, and also obtained the legendary skill of random diagnosis technique that Little System shows us. This is the Night Doctor class, a group of experts in surgery. Their goal is to make all patients happy, with smiling faces, destined to help all creatures get rid of their problems. He even gains an ability that allows him to make up to 20 diagnoses instantly on a creature. He also receives a black scalpel. The only problem is that it's half a meter long and would be better for cutting people. But for an extremely skilled Night Doctor, nothing stops him from using it in surgeries. Our boy is all smiles, but the witch wonders why he's smiling so much. She asks, this kind of biological weapon combining machine and flesh is usually related to the Demon Association. Did you do something to offend them? Our boy says he's not sure, but he's sure something big is happening and this won't be the last attack. She's curious. She wants to know how he offended such a big organization like this without leaving the Valley of the Soul. Could it be the fault of someone he took care of? Lin says it must be something related to his boss, but for now, he doesn't even know where his boss is. He then says that today there shouldn't be any more combat, so she should go back and rest. She then leaves, but nearby there's a creature with a bunch of eyes observing. Our boy is exhausted and goes to sleep, thinking that he's sure whoever was controlling that spider won't leave him alone. He needs to meet with the professor quickly. He enters the vision world where he had sent a message to the professor to know where he was, but the guy didn't respond. But there's an urgent notification there warning everyone in the Valley of the Soul to be careful. Recently, there was an insane battle involving the Blood Witch, the Demon Association, and an unknown person who seems to be the pharmacy doctor. Lin is impressed. Did the news reach here already? It was 20 minutes ago. When he opens it, it's all recorded and has a bunch of comments. There are even some female colleagues in the comments saying he's too handsome and that they want to feel his power. Two more say the same thing, commenting on how cool he is. One even says she wants to hook up. Everyone in the chat seems to want our boy. But he doesn't seem very impressed, just finding it strange that the video is on the internet and that there was someone else on the street at that time. He remembers that they also recorded the fight between the Hunter and the Black Knight. It cost 30 coins to watch this video and 3,000 people watched it. Clearly, you can make a lot of profit. He imagines that whoever is behind this must have information on almost everyone and probably knows something about the professor. He then finds the person who posted it and asks to be transferred to the store. He pays the price and comes face to face with a guy in a red cloak who asks what he wants. Lin asks, "Are you the one who shares information?" The guy says, "Yes, I am intelligence agent number 24, responsible for area 900. He was the sneaky one observing Lin from the rooftop. He adds that he can provide any information from the area, but the price is not cheap. Our boy ignores that, looks around and says, "This place of yours is kind of deserted, isn't it?" The guy explains, "This is an independent room from this place. Every time someone contacts me, they end up in a room where only two people can be. But now, tell me what you want." Lin says he wants to buy information and asks where Bloodsaw is. Calmly observing, the creature says 50 black skull coins. Lin is shocked at the price. What the hell is this? The informant explains the information about this target was upgraded to level 1 day ago. He's in a dangerous area to reach and there's another person also wanting information about him. Lin imagines it must be the Demon Association and that his professor is in danger. He then asks, "I want to know how to contact a creature from a long distance." The creature says it depends on the type of contact. The price varies from 100 coins to 100,000 black coins. Our boy says he wants to know the cheapest value of all. The creature says the easiest way is to have a horizon mirror. It allows teleporting between worlds and is the simplest way to communicate. The protagonist stares. "Is that all?" The creature says, "I answered your question. That's it." He gets angry. "You bastard, everyone knows that if you have a teleport mirror, you teleport." The creature says, "Boy, that's the cheapest information I'll give you." Lin says, "It's okay then. Here, 1 black skull coin, give me something decent." The creature then says you should try to hire a messenger. Of course, the speed and guarantee that your message will arrive vary according to who's sending it. The creature shows him a list of possible messengers. Our boy soon realizes that most of them die very easily. The only one that seems decent and guarantees the message will arrive is the turtle at the end. He seems to be the only one who at least gets the message through. The informant says, "Perfect, I'll make a reservation for you." The probability of accidents is 0% and the speed is 1 meter per hour. Lin gets confused. "Wait, 1 meter per hour?" The informant says, "Yes. Are you impressed, sir? We increased its speed tenfold compared to previous years." Our boy thinks by the time this message arrives, everyone will be dead. "Damn, I wasted another 1,000 coins. The protagonist then asks the guy, "Is there anyone else there besides the turtle and the guys who are sure to die?" The informant says, "Unfortunately, those are the only 4 here. If you're not satisfied, you can come back later to see." Our boy looks like a fool and asks, "Does the turtle guarantee he'll arrive? But it's terribly slow." "Yes." "Is the void bat fast but always dies?" "Yes." He then says, "You know what? Send me one of each." The guy agrees and says it's reserved. "Just need to put your address there in the dark world and we'll send it to you. Since it's a biological creature, we can't send it to you here in the vision world. You'll have to put your address. Relax, we won't give it to anyone else. Trust us." Our boy fully trusts. He's crazy. After all, he had been warned. He doesn't remember by whom never to give out his address. The informant then says the fee to hire both will be 2,600 coins. "Okay. As soon as you pay, we'll send them." Lin gets angry, saying, "I just paid 1,000. The informant says that was the price of the information. You have to pay the monster salaries. He's getting pissed off with this shop, but what to do, he pays. The guy thanks him and says in 2 hours the things will arrive at your house. He's back home now, sees the little hand sleeping. If she hadn't been so useful in the last battle, he would have ripped that hand off. Our boy then goes to an abandoned house nearby to take a look at the things he received from the system. The first thing he grabs is the Black Doctor's surgery tool, which looks more like a sword than a scalpel. It's really made to dismember people. Even our boy is confused. Is this my scalpel? Isn't this too big? But the bastard liked it. This one is perfect for killing, for defending myself. Our hero has both items in his hand. The item that will change him to the Night Doctor class and the other one that will allow him to make 20 diagnoses at once. But when he learns the skill, he finds out that with this random diagnosis, he not only diagnoses, he also can make people sick. Then the bastard thinks, damn, will it be extremely unethical for a doctor to give people diseases? But he imagines himself in coins. but treating these diseases I gave means infinite money. The devil and the demon in his head. No, you can't give diseases just to cure them. The demon says you can. This is a cruel world. He then takes a look at his own hand and activates the effect. Level 4 mutation disease recessive. Our hero thinks, damn, just take a look and the passive activates. Should I use the active part and throw a bunch of diseases at the little hand? Better not. Whether you like it or not, this guy here is helping me. As much as he always wants to eat me, always beats me, threatens me with a knife. In the end, you know what? I'll punish you, he glares. The little hand starts talking, damn, I'm feeling kinda nauseous here. What's going on? I shouldn't have stomach ache. I don't even have a belly. Our boy gave him morning sickness, which is something that normally happens to pregnant women. The poor little hand starts vomiting. Our boy laughs, learn what will happen if you mess with me. But our protagonist feels bad too, a fool. Damn, this hand really passes everything on to me. You'll have to drink the antidote. Poor little hand doesn't even know our boy poisoned it. He gives the potion to cure it too, and she's all happy, thinking he's being nice. Now it's clear why he's in this abandoned house. When he sent the address, he put this random place. He is very clever. The delivery guy arrives and asks, your delivery has arrived. Are you Mr. Lin? He says yes, and the guy comes sniffing, identity confirmed. He already opens his head and takes out the chest. Here is for you. To make it work, just open the scroll and spill a little blood. Sign here to confirm that you received it. The guy hands over the scroll, but there's some magic going on. Our protagonist activated his passive diagnosis, discovering that the guy had a cold heart disease, a cyst in his abdomen, and rheumatism. He stared, thinking the guy was done for. The crazy dude keeps looking, waiting for him to sign so he can leave. But Lin says, have you recently felt pain in your abdomen and chills throughout your body? Or do your knees crack when you walk? Or sometimes when you look in the mirror, do you feel like crying? The delivery guy says, wow, how do you know all that? Who are you? And what do you want? He's thinking Lin is a stalker. He knows so much about my life. This guy must be following me. But Lin says, it's okay, buddy. You're not going to die, okay? Confused, the delivery guy asks, what are you talking about dying? Lin explains, I'm saying I'm going to take care of you. To be honest, your problem is really serious, but luckily I found you. If I don't treat you now, you'll have lifelong suffering. The guy asks what he's talking about. Are you going to save me? Lin tells him, of course, we're destined to meet. My pharmacy is right next door, come on. So the guy went in and sat down, but he's thinking, wait a minute, I just came here to deliver something to this guy. How am I inside his shop? But maybe he's some kind of miraculous doctor? Maybe I got lucky. Lin comes up to him and says, raise your leg, and hits a hammer right in the middle of the knee. The guy's sanity drops by 10. Lin still asks, did it hurt? The delivery guy says, you bastard, that hurt like hell. Lin says, if it hurt, that's great. It means the cause of the disease is right there. Everything is being caused by ice poison. At this rate, soon you won't even be able to get out of bed. The delivery guy says, but it didn't hurt that much. It only hurts now that you hammered it. Did you have to use such a heavy hammer? But Lin replies, regardless of the hammer, the important thing is that your disease is there. You don't want to cure it. Sooner or later, it'll penetrate all your bones and you'll be stuck. Do you really want to die just because of this? Come on, and don't be afraid. Your real fear should be not getting treated. Soon the pain will be as intense as a blade cutting your flesh. The guy says, okay, doctor, you convinced me. So Lin gives him something and says, this is the prescription for you and 2 kilograms of medicine. This one is a nutritional supplement to help you get stronger. And this one is to make you hungrier so you keep eating and your kidneys recover. The delivery guy looks at all that medicine and says, doctor, isn't this too much medicine? Our boy explains that's because you have several other diseases that I didn't even tell you about. The guy asks what else he has. Lin tells him, you're also feeling chills in your abdomen, aren't you? The delivery guy is startled. How do you know that too? It's impossible. Our boy warns, not only you have a bone problem in your knee, but you also have a cyst in your abdomen. Of course, it's always possible to solve the surgery, grabbing the sword. Suddenly, on the operating table, he asks, Mr. Lin, isn't your scalpel a bit big? Why are you shaking holding it? Lin asks innocently, did you find it big? Don't worry, I'm a professional with a scalpel. The best in this place, let's start. The guy tells him to stop, and Lin asks, what's wrong? The man inquires, don't you need anesthesia for this? Lin is confused, how so, sir? He insists again, wouldn't anesthesia be normal for a surgery like this? Lin apologizes, I'm joking, I almost forgot, right? I'll anesthetize you, just a moment. The guy's sanity is just dropping. This guy is crazy, he doesn't use anesthesia. Why does he have such a big scalpel? After searching for a long time, he finds a little pot there. But unfortunately, it's expired, so he says, how about you just endure the surgery? The delivery guy says he can't. The hammer blow on the knee hurt a lot. Surgery without anesthesia. He's going to die. Lin explains that there is other way. The guy asks what form. Another form of anesthesia. He grabs the chair and wham, hits the guy in the face, knocking him out. Now it's just a matter of sleeping. Take that. With this, he's gaining a lot of experience from the system in abdominal surgery, healing the guy's organs and sewing him up. Sometime later, the guy comes out of the room all bandaged up. This physical anesthesia isn't very nice, sir, but Lin says the cyst was completely removed. There's still a bit of freezing poison, but with the medicine, everything will heal. Besides, after observing your case, I even prepared this new remedy. The delivery guy thanks him and says, I wish you and your shop all the best. Lin says he's always welcome. But now that everything's settled, can you pay me? It was a total of $3,000 for the whole procedure. He hands over the money and says, can you sign the document for receiving the items? You haven't even signed yet. Lin says he almost forgot, but when he touches the scroll, he manages to diagnose that something there's carrying a disease and gets confused. What happened? Why did my passive activate again? Whose hair is this? Was this delivered by someone else? The delivery guy says, no, I deliver personally. No one else touched it. Our protagonist thinks it must be the informant's hair, and he's full of disease. How beautiful. I mean, how sad. He takes the paper to sign and passes on the information. Mr. Informant, I received everything according to our contract. But I saw a strand of your hair, and being an amazing doctor, I diagnosed several diseases. It's good for you to visit my pharmacy soon, or you'll die. I'm waiting for you. Bring money. Your loyal Dr. Lin. And then he hands back the sheet. The delivery guy takes a look at the paper Lin returned, reads it, and sees that he wants to treat the master. Hud, does he want to take care of the guy just by seeing a hair? You know what? Goodbye. I don't want to get involved in this anymore. I don't want to be diagnosed anymore. So our hero says goodbye and then runs away. Without further ado, he decides to write a letter to Xiao, the one with the big teeth who made the dental plan. Strangely, he sends a romantic letter saying he can't sleep, he hasn't seen her in a while, and it's hard for him. He even lost weight, and he asks her to visit. Of course, he's planning something sneaky with her. He puts a drop of blood, and the contract activates. The big dog appears. He summons one more, and the big turtle appears. He asks the animals, are you my messengers? The dog agrees, and the turtle says, I am. He looks at them with a suspicious look. This isn't going to arrive, is it? He then asks her, is it true that you can find any target based on scent? The turtle takes a century to speak, but says yes. The name I want you to find is Xiao. Take this letter to her. The turtle takes it in her mouth to carry it on her back, but it takes so long that he takes it out of her mouth and puts it on her back. So she's going at a snail's pace, and Lin thinks, damn, this is too slow. He then looks at the dog and says, I also have a mission for you. I heard you're the fastest of all. The dog disappears in an instant. Wow, does it have teleportation? That's when he sees the meteorite fragment in the dog's mouth. That's when he understands. The dog traveled to the void and came back in an instant. Our protagonist is all happy. This is a messenger indeed. But then he pets the dog and breaks his skull. You bastard. You better not die as soon as you leave here, you hear? Deliver this message. But then he had a psychopathic idea. What if I combine the two? He grabs the dog by the scruff of the neck. The turtle he had sent wasn't too far, so he grabs her too. He gives them a few hammer blows, squishing one into the other. Boom, he managed to create the void-jumping turtle. All proud. The impenetrable defense of the turtle with the teleportation ability of the dog. Of course, the weight will affect the distance, but now it's immortal. He goes to the turtle and says you have to protect the dog and deliver the letter. Got it? And tells the dog you have to teleport the turtle. You two working together will revolutionize the world of messengers. Now go. The animals leave. Our guy sits down now to send a message to Bloodsaw. And for some reason, this time he sends a dramatic message. Professor, it's me, Lin. I won't survive. I'm about to die. My body is bleeding. My brain is on the ground. My skull is about to explode. I know you gave me all the warnings, but those who are visiting me are too strong. Evil creatures are destroying our shop. Every day they destroy our facade. They beat up your favorite little apprentice. If you take too long, I'll be dead. If you arrive and I'm gone, I want you to know that your disciple Lin misses you. He even cried about it. Damn, and got really emotional. Even I couldn't handle my letter. He summons another dog and a turtle, who are about to introduce themselves. I am the dog from the valley. But he stops, saying it's time to make a joke. He takes a hammer. Goodbye to you both. Phew. Now I think it won't take so long. Then we see the goblins there, colorful and horned, talking to someone. An elf arrives and says, Brother Taichin, I'm very happy you accepted my invitation to come here. A toast to all the brothers. Xiao was there on the left, and there are also some giant big-headed ones with tentacles. You can't even tell who's who. The goblins are tiny next to the elf, who is tiny next to the giant big head. But they're making some drinks, which everyone seems to be enjoying. Xiao gives a dazzling smile. Her tooth is too bright. The pale elf says, it's incredible to see my most beautiful and brightest niece ever. At that moment, the elf feels something. He uses magic and captures the dog and turtle, the protagonist who had arrived to bring the message. He grabs it and says, this is a messenger from the void. It must be for me. Let me take a look. When he reads it, it's for Xiao. Who is this? The protagonist's friend introduces herself. I am Xiao. He asks, is this your name now? She says yes. My niece, did you choose this name? The mother also wants to know, my daughter now has a name. I thought she would be upset, but she was happy for her daughter and went to pet her. Apparently you liked that name, didn't you? So from now on, that's it. Your name is Xiao. The elf looks at the letter. I want to spend my life with you and raise cats and dogs. Who wrote this letter here? He then hands it over. Here's your letter. Her mother also wants to know, who wrote this? The guy says the name is Lin. Xiao's eyes light up. The elf thinks to make her so excited, this Lin guy must be amazing. Xiao says she can't read and asks the elf to read it to her. He hesitantly asks, do you really want me to continue? The whole family is staring at him. Okay, let me continue. Dear Xiao. Suddenly he's hesitant to tell again. Damn it, if I keep reading this, the consequences will be disastrous. But the whole family is staring and he reads it again. Every time I lie down, I remember that wonderful night we had. The mother asks, night? And the father adds, wonderful. The elf says it's the letter. Here's what it says here. I'm just reading. Xiao Xiao says she's really liking it. Please continue. And the curious parents ask, is she enjoying it? Why is she so happy? I wonder if she should continue, the elf thinks. Then he keeps going. It's very hard to endure the loneliness of not having you by my side. So after much hesitation, I decided to write you this letter. The elf is thinking, Lin, I don't know who you are, but you're a bastard. Look what you're making me do. I'm going to end up dying. And it continues. I had the feeling that if I didn't write anything, I wouldn't be able to live anymore. The father is getting furious. What do you mean you can't live without her? He continues, and today I invite you to come to my house. From Mr. Lin, who misses you. The parents are speechless. The elf doesn't know what to do, but Shou comes, all happy, grabs the letter from his hand, and runs off saying, bye dad, bye mom. I'm going to have dinner. Everyone is looking at her as she leaves. The elf is thinking, what dimensional creature is this? How is it possible to kidnap a creature of her level with a love letter? This guy, he's very strong. He's amazing. But behind him, the parents are staring. Poor elf says, damn, she's matured a lot lately. I guess it's her age. The father shouts and breaks everything, and everyone runs to follow her. But the mother holds him back, saying, you can't interfere in her relationships. The father hits his face on the ground. Then we see a castle on a red moon and a bunch of those spiders from the Demon Association going to attack. Inside one of them, someone with a neural system activated passes the command to attack everyone. The whole gang goes, but the poor things are being decimated by vines from the ground. The guys send the whole army, but a tree just wraps and shreds everything in half. When the spider takes a look, who comes as a new beautiful thing for this history? The spiders start analyzing, and the result is the same for all. Black Moon creature, extremely powerful in combat. The spider leader orders everyone to attack her from all directions. The boss is confident. The girl is standing still, and it's almost in her face. But then she stops everyone there with lines, throws her hand of all graceful, and that's it. Everyone explodes. She only leaves the leader alive to have a chat. She gets closer and says goodbye. It's over. The entire Northern Offensive group was defeated in 59 seconds. At this point, Turtle Dog is arriving there, but it gets stuck too. We then see a room with a bunch of puppets, and Bloodsaw is there too, who punches angrily. The puppet comes to warn him that a letter has arrived. He asks who sent it. She says she's not sure, they just found a messenger in the courtyard. But the name of the letter, apparently, is a certain Lin. Does he know this guy? Bloodsaw asks, Lin, how is that possible? She wants to know who this is. He explains, a child I adopted. I warned him he'd be attacked, but I didn't expect him to survive. Reading the letter, he gets confused. What's this? Why is he saying he's going to die? He throws it on the table and says to her, Madam, thank you for these 2 days, but I'll have to leave. If you ever need my help, I'll be grateful to repay your kindness. But when he tries to leave, she traps him and says there are many hunters out there, and you're not completely healed yet. I don't let you go out like this to die. Bloodsaw insists I don't care. Better than waiting for death is bringing death to those guys. And I'm going to make the whole Demon Association pay. The puppet thinks it's strange. He's usually so calm. Why is he so manic like this? Is it because of this letter? She pulls it out to read. The letter says, Professor, your apprentice Lin, I can't survive anymore. I'm going to die. My body is bleeding and my head is exploding. I can't resist anymore. If when you come back, I'm no longer alive, know that I always had a lot of affection for all the care you took with me. I tried my best to protect this place, but I think I'm going to die. In the end, your student just wanted to know one thing. Are you still alive, Professor? Well, next year on Father's Day, please burn my ashes. From someone who is dying but misses you, your little disciple, Mr. Lin. The professor is going crazy, shouting, and Lin, it's my fault as a teacher. I should have sent you to a safer place. Demon Association, you killed my disciple. But I'm going to kill you all tomorrow. I, Bloodsaw, put my whole life against you. But the marionette holds him, saying she won't let him leave. Stay calm there. She says you won't be able to solve this problem now, and she thinks there's something strange about this letter. But Bloodsaw says, I'm sure this is Lin's handwriting. Do you think I wouldn't recognize the words of my son? The marionette says it makes no sense. Who dying writes such a giant letter? Bloodsaw stops for a moment, and she says, do you think that someone with their head exploding really would write such a fluffy article like this? Use your head. She gives him a slap on the face. Bloodsaw asks, do you think he's just messing with me? Why is he doing this? She shows an eye in her hand. If you don't believe it, take this. I'll accompany you to the horizon. They then appear at a shopping mall in World 900. She says, here we are at the corresponding place to the Valley of the Soul. I guarantee your apprentice is safe. Bloodsaw says you said that, but I still want to know what happened to him. She hits him on the head, you idiot. Just look at the regional channel. Bloodsaw then clicks to take a look, and everyone is saying they never imagined something like this would happen in the Valley of the Soul. Such terrifying creatures. It's good for everyone to dig a hole or stay in the basement. Today, it's guaranteed that the Valley of the Soul will be completely destroyed. The only thing they can do is rely on fate. Root-level creatures are appearing. Bloodsaw sees something entering the store and gets angry. My disciple. She asks what's wrong. He's in danger, and you're trying to convince me he's okay. He disappears before she can tell him to wait. Bloodsaw is thinking, disciple your master will at least collect your body. We then see Lin sleeping. A little tentacle goes to pet him. It scratches his face. And even before waking up, bang, bang, he shoots it twice. The system says you shot a root-level creature and gained experience for it. Lin then gets up and looks who arrived all cute. But our boy's sanity left with that. He takes the bullet out of her forehead and apologizes, saying it was unintentional. She asks if this kind of affection on the face is some kind of ceremony. Lin says exactly that, puts a band-aid on her, and she gets all happy, showing her big teeth, asking what he thinks of her tooth. Did she take care of it? Our boy gives a thumbs up, saying yes, it looks very good. But I'll need to do a more complete analysis. Come here. We then see someone observing the store with a spyglass. It's her father, and the crazy elf is all there too. He asks, do you see what that bastard looks like? The mother says he's cute, just too small. But the father doesn't approve, too small for her. He jumps up. The mother holds him and says, don't ruin their relationship. But the father insists, no, I'm going to kill him. The mother says, calm down, they're just talking. Besides, it's okay that he's a little smaller. You weren't that big either. It humiliates the poor father who accepts it. I want to see if he'll have the guts to do something to my daughter. But they're inside. You can't see anything. Damn, I can't see anything. The mother holds him again. Stop there. We're just here to gather information, not to do anything. The father is fuming. The elf comes and hands him the listening device so he can hear the conversation between the two. Obviously, the conversation he hears isn't the most normal. Xiao asks, is this really what you want? Lin assures her and says, don't worry. I always do everything thoroughly. But Xiao replies, if you go so deeply, it will be strange. Lin says she doesn't need to worry. He knows how she operates. It hurts a bit, but it's nice. She learned his technique last time. Wasn't it good either? The father is going crazy. The mother tells him to calm down. Maybe it's not what you're thinking. The mother comes to listen along with the father. Xiao says, if we're going to do this, let's do it one at a time. Lin says it's okay. I'm ready to start. Don't get nervous and take a deep breath. The father is outraged. Bang hits the ground and flies off, but the mother holds him again. The father is shouting, telling her not to stop him, that he's going to kill that bastard. He's making my daughter do these things. The mother says he must be misunderstanding. She has a different body. They can't be doing that. The father stops again. The listener falls to the ground and the conversation continues. Lin says, did you see how normal it was? I told you that you wouldn't feel any pain. I'm skilled. Xiao says it's true. It didn't hurt. Lin then says it's okay. It was because he took it easy. But now he'll have to go deeper and explore her completely. The elf listening thinks, wow, these two know how to have fun. The protagonist is eyeing her ear, which is full of wax. He goes down and tells her that it's really all blocked. But don't worry, I'll prepare a potion that will fix it right up in no time. He gains more of her trust. He starts pouring the potion into her ear, rushing it and asking, how is it? Is it too deep? She says, no, it's very comfortable, actually. Lin says that's perfect. They'll have to go a little deeper and continues to brush her ear. After a while and a lot of wax removed, he goes out and asks, are you hearing better? She says, yes, she's never heard so well. The doctor is incredible. Lin says, this is just the beginning. There are many areas I can take care of for you to stay healthy. With this, he gains another 20 of her trust. She's all glowing, and he says it's time to continue. The elf and the goblins are all listening, impressed. He then tells her to open her mouth, but she says to be careful not to touch that part so casually. He then throws a white cream on her face and says that it will help her skin become more radiant. The elf and the goblins are going crazy, but Lin is calmly cleaning her skin. The father here is almost exploding, while the mother gave up and says, our daughter has grown a lot, hasn't she? Sometime later, the elf is saying, boy, it's been 2 hours. As expected, this Lin guy is incredible. In the protagonist's system, it appears. The admiration of the horned Ghost King for you has increased by another 50. For a creature as powerful as that to admire you from the bottom of her heart, you gain another 10 in all attributes. Lin is confused. Where is this guy? The scene then goes to the guy from the Demon Association arriving at the Valley of the Soul. And obviously, he brought another one of those terrifying creatures of his. All confident, he says, here we are. I hope that guy called Lin doesn't try to escape. When I capture you, I need to study you. How can someone integrate so many parts into their body? It would be an honor for your corpse. While Lin was still cleaning her, until an active mission appears. Try to survive as long as possible, or at least try to keep your house intact. Lin gets a scare. What mission is this that guarantees I'm going to die and puts the house as a priority? Good thing I had thought of a countermeasure. Look at the countermeasure there. He asks, Xiao, are you hungry? She says yes and asks, where's the dinner you said you were going to prepare? Lin says, the order has just arrived. It's definitely one of the biggest banquets. You'll be full. The scene goes to the association leader bringing his monsters. He tells everyone to stop. Look who's in front of him. Our confident guy who says, welcome everyone. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The association guy is impressed. Did you know we were coming? How brave. Why didn't you try to escape? Lin says he's asking the same question. How dare he come to the Valley of the Soul knowing that he's here? Lin is getting bold. An announcement then appears for everyone in the valley. The level of danger there has been increased to the maximum. An unimaginable amount of high-level creatures have appeared. Click here to watch for 100 coins. Everyone is interested, and they recognize it immediately. It's the Demon Association. You can tell by the creatures. And who's that over there? It's the kid from the pharmacy. But why is he so confident? I think he's overestimating his abilities. He's just an apprentice. What's he going to do alone? What a joke. The one-horned elf is also watching and thinking. Strangely, they brought various biological weapons from the association to cause trouble for that human kid. The mother and father observing wonder, is he in danger then? The elf understands Lin's plan. Strangely, that guy seemed to know they were coming and was even expecting it. Did that kid only lure our niece here so she could use them as targets? The dinner is actually a demon's. When he observes her waiting there in the middle of a house, he thinks surely that's it. The guy from the association once again admires Lin's bravery. And Lin says he's here just to finish him and all those association creatures. The association leader says he seems very confident. But how can you be sure you'll defeat us? Lin's crisis is at 99. He says he's not sure about anything. The guy says he's confused now. If you're not sure, why are you here? The crisis hits 100%. The people in the city are all scratching their heads, thinking he's gone crazy. The association nutjob finds it strange. There must be some conspiracy here for you to be so confident. Lin says once the professor told him that a guaranteed victory card game isn't worth it. It's better when nobody knows who will win. Laughing like crazy, he says he likes to bet everything. It's only worth it when life is at risk. The people in the city are impressed. My God, I never even knew there was someone so brave in the Valley of the Soul. But he's crazy. The opponent is the Demon Association. He's being very arrogant. Lin is there pretending to be sleepy, saying it's very boring there. Better to go back home and sleep, just gaining popularity. The association nutjob is losing it. You're trying to provoke me, aren't you? But you're going to pay the price for that. He shouts and says, let's see how strong you really are. The creature gives Lin a look and starts activating all its powers. But our guy is stoic there. Hasn't made a move yet. The guy from the association asks, do you think all this confidence will save you? This is my Type 3 flesh puppet. The greatest war weapon in the history of this world. Not even a king would survive. Not even a root-level monster would be a problem. He shoots, and an explosion occurs. But Xiao gets in the way and sends it back, and a bunch of eyes fly back at the guy. He's in shock. His big creature is gone. Lin still teases him, saying, sorry, I didn't hear you right. What did you say there? Everyone watching the live stream says, my God. It's the legendary root creature that terrorized several cities. Is she friends with that Lin guy? Is that why the Valley of the Soul was spared? With that, a lot of people in the city are afraid of him, and he keeps gaining a lot of achievements. Xiao asks the kid if she can eat them all. Lin says, of course you can. Nobody's going to steal from you. It's all yours. The association guy is confused. How is this possible? Why is there a root-level monster here? In the protagonist system, it says this guy gained 20 more fear. Lin takes 2 eyes in his hand and says, do you think if I hadn't prepared, I'd be here in front of you? Next scene, Xiao is devouring all the creatures. The poor ones fall to the ground, unable to do anything. The association creatures do an analysis, and the chance of victory is 0%. It is recommended to escape immediately. The leader gives the order and everyone runs away. The spiders are all desperate to escape. Lin says now it's all up to you. It's time to eat plenty. She runs towards the poor ones who are tiny compared to her. I didn't know she was so huge. She grabs the spiders with her tentacles all at once. She swallows everything, and it's over, saying that the mixture of robot taste with meat is delicious. The people of the valley are scared, not understanding what's happening, and they all come to the same conclusion. Maybe the valley was only spared because of Lin. Lin tells Xiao, these guys run too fast. Why don't they just stand still so you can eat them? She pulls in with her tentacle and gets scared. She tells him to hold on tight and runs away with Lin, while keeps eating all the spiders on the way. Seeing Lin mounted on her, people want to know what the relationship between these two is, because clearly it's something beyond the ordinary. He's definitely the first human in history to ride on the head of a root creature. He is the Root Knight. A legend is born. These demons are all crazy. A guy says it's like an amazing queen asking a peasant to crush her into 4 walls. Lin is struggling to hold on, but the system alerts. You've obtained an epic achievement. Root Knight, the first human in history to ride a root creature as a mount. The protagonist is confused. What's this Root Knight talk? She's just my friend. That doesn't make sense. But just then, one of the big spiders is coming to get him. He quickly draws the hunter's revolver and shoots it. Xiao takes advantage, grabs one in her hand, and eats it. Lin says this is the perfect combination. I immobilize them and you eat. Now he's shooting in all directions. There's a Cyclops couple there in romance. The spiders are all fleeing. The protagonist is running. Poor Cyclops got crushed. Lin asks, Xiao, are you full? She says no, and he replies, then let's go after the big one who's trying to flee at any cost. The association guy is still running around thinking, what the hell? This is a dimensional disgrace for me. In less than 10 minutes, half of all the hunters are gone. Why did such a powerful creature come to this place? He calls the association to try to give him his location, but the association system says this is association number 5 machine and I will obey all your orders. He tells the guy to shut up. Just give my location. But he took a hit to the head, hit the wall, and even lost his mask. Now he's face to face with Lin and Xiao Xiao. The association guys respond that they managed to locate him and are sending help. He wants to use a teleportation device to get out, but Lin picks it up from the ground. So this was your plan to escape. The guy denies it, saying, like I'm escaping. I was calling for reinforcements, and let me tell you, you better run fast. But on the walkie-talkie, they say, you can escape at any time, sir. Now he's sweating, and Lin thinks of wickedness and says, Xiao Xiao, this delivery wasn't enough, right? Let me order more for you. She's happy. He takes the walkie-talkie in his hand. Support request. I need a lot of military power here. I repeat, I am sending my location, and I need military support here. The poor leader is confused, not knowing why he's doing this. But over at the Demon Association, the guy's command is accepted. Yes, Lord Mechanical, we've got the coordinates. We're sending a team of hunters. But the poor guy is screaming down there for them not to go. You're all going to be eaten. Too late. The reinforcements have already arrived. There are mosquitoes, some ants, and some beetles. But when Xiao sees the creatures, she interprets everything as food. Lin points and says, let's start. She starts biting and eating all the bugs. The system alerts you. Xiao killed 10 mechanical insects. Lin grabs the walkie-talkie and keeps talking. We're almost winning. Please send more association soldiers. The little robot accepts the command again, saying it's an honor to serve you, President. We will mobilize all our sectors, and more reinforcements are coming. Lin keeps deceiving. Very good. Great support. I'll have to give everyone a promotion. The little creatures are all happy. Thank you, sir. Lin, blowing on the gun, says you better be careful not to be hacked. Do you have good identification skills? The little robots say yes. Don't worry. The association leader is going crazy. He takes advantage that there's a creature nearby, grabs it, connects to it, and sends a message. Someone is pretending to be me. Stop sending troops. But the robots apparently don't like him. They stare at each other and make an expression like they're following a sneaky plan and tell him, we know you're imitating the president. You won't fool us. The president is losing it for good. What are you guys talking about? There's unit password 035237. I'm your superior. Stop sending troops. But the little robots say, wow, you hacked really well. You even know our code. The poor guy takes even a critical hit, and Xiao is eating everything. He's finished on the ground. Our boy even earns an achievement. You destroyed the enemy's psyche without even fighting. The family observed everything. The mother was proud, saying, my daughter found such a good boyfriend. Look at this incredible meal he brought for her. His favorability even increased. The father says that's not enough. Just one meal like this is too little. The only one who understands what's going on is the elf who says maybe he doesn't want to bring her to dinner, but is using her to get rid of threats. In fact, he just turned her into a weapon. The mother says that's not possible, that there was just food and it looked delicious. The father is drooling too, saying, wow, the ingredients were so alive and fresh. With that, elf realizes he has nothing to say to them. The association guys are really food. This boy named Lin had thought of everything. He's really quite a prodigy. She's having fun eating everything. Everyone in the association is desperate, not knowing what to do. The yellow-bellied one wakes up asking, what's going on? Why are so many creatures going to battle? Who gave that order? They explain that it was the vice president of the mechanical department. He called everyone for this emergency. The president contacts them through the microphone the protagonist was using. Mechanical demon, what's going on with this army? Give me an explanation. Lin thinks to talk like that to this guy, he must be the real leader of everything. He swallows hard and says, Mr. President, I've got a big problem here. I'll give you the information as soon as I finish. But the president says right away, you're not the mechanical demon. You just stole his communicator. The president is furious, saying, damn, he made us spend so many troops and treated us like complete idiots. It's a disgrace to the association. Send someone to finish this once and for all. The robots say, all right, sir. The leader is thinking the mechanical demon isn't so easy to deal with. I want to see who's putting an end to this. In the sky, some big bees appear. The protagonist sees them and thinks is the final boss finally going to show up. He even waves goodbye to the camera. First, he sees the protagonist and thinks a human. How did the mechanical demon die to this? But then he realizes a root level. Why is there a root level here? And why is there a human on top of it? But okay, you want to use the root level creature to humiliate me? Now you're going to experience the true potential of the association. Some chains then break and a giant creature appears. And the guy says, I want my body number 2. Everyone in the association is even scared. The president says, I want to go and experience this for myself. Back with the protagonist, he's asking Xiao if she's full. She says she's 80%, just missing something really good. Lin tells her not to worry. The main course is coming. A laser falls from the sky. It explodes the city and the demon arrives. It's a scary appearance the creature has. Creation of flesh and blood. Wing Lao, combat power top-notch biological weapon of the Demon Association, capable of dealing even with root creatures. Only one person in the association can use it. Xiao is big, but the big guy is much bigger than her. Our boy is scared too. The crisis instantly went to 100%. The system tells him to run. But Xiao is excited. The delicious final boss. The protagonist tells her to run away, but the big guy hits her, and she flies away. The mother and father didn't like it. They were scared. Lin asks if she's okay. She's glitching, wondering if she just got beaten up for food. She even lost a tooth. Seeing that her tooth fell out, the one she liked the most, she starts crying. Lin tells her not to worry. When they get back, he'll put it back. The father and mother are just watching. The elf tells them to calm down and stay calm. But now the mother has lost patience. Calm down? My daughter got into a huge fight now. Do you think I'm going to calm down? They both stare at him and go after him. Xiao Xiao is crying desperately. The protagonist tells her to relax, that he'll make a wonderful denture. But the monster steps close to them, points and says, today is the day you both die. Man, the protagonist is psychopathic. Real scoundrel, aren't you? I'll have to teach you a lesson, and already grabs the revolver. The confused president asks, teach me a lesson. A mere human defeated by machines. You think you're going to teach me a lesson? Someone invincible. Our boy points the gun, and the president asks, is that what you're going to do? That's a bluff, kid. But without hesitation, Lin hits him right in the forehead. The people watching are thinking, man, did he really shoot? He's really crazy. Even the big guy got glitched. What illness is this? How dare you shoot me? Don't you see the difference between us? The protagonist says he knows, but he'll never allow anyone to harm one of his patients. With that, his favorability increases a lot with Xiao Xiao, who is crying, and now he's considered a great friend. Another achievement for making friends with a root creature. He gives a thumbs up and says, you can count on me. I'm here. No one watching can believe it. I never imagined a human protecting a root creature. The monster is going crazy, saying it's interesting. Why are root creatures interested in him? Maybe his talent is winning people's hearts. But at this moment, nothing matters. He would even face root creatures at the adult level. And the one next to him is a child. It's no match for him. Lin starts bluffing and saying, did you imagine that I can summon more root-level creatures? Didn't you say I'm good at winning people's hearts? The president ignores him and throws everything at him. But look who's coming and exploding. If the president was big, the father is twice as big. Lin is now smiling, and everyone in the valley recognizes it immediately. It's the family that's been destroying all the places. But how is it possible for a human to be friends with a family like that? The demon is trembling. Wow, real root creatures have arrived, and 2 of them at once. In the protagonist's system, it says the crazy guy gained 20 fear. The president down there thinks something's wrong here. While Xiao Xiao is going all happy. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? The president is shocked to hear this, and Lin thinks in the end my plans worked. Remembering the time Carnage mentioned that there were 3 identical creatures scaring this place. When he talked to Xiao Xiao, he found out she was the smallest. He soon deduced that the others were relatives. Once when he was treating her, she said she had to go back soon or her relatives would worry. It became obvious then that the parents were much stronger. The mother, in the face of the president, says, you're quite arrogant, huh? Challenging my daughter to a duel. The president says it was just a joke, but now he's sweating cold. The father appears behind and says, why are you all scared? Didn't you say you didn't fear even a root creature? The president says it was just a joke. I said it casually, without meaning to. But the parents keep surrounding him. You slapped my daughter, didn't you? You were so happy hitting her. The president says it was a dull competition. It's something cultural from the Demon Association. The stronger the slap, the more you like the person. How crazy, right? These cultural differences. He slaps his minion, who disappears, and everyone stares at him as he says, as you can see, my friend was very happy. But then he takes a slap from the mother. The father slaps him too. Let's participate in this culture. Let me express my love for you. The people watching the live were all shocked, thinking, that's the difference between a true beast and one bred in a lab. The captain got tired of taking a beating and said, do you think I can't defend myself? Clearly not, because he's already back getting beat up again. He can't, already took a beating and goes back to the ground being beaten. Lim sees in the system the father's information. The race is unknown, the level is chaotic, and he's a titan's head. One of the oldest creatures in the world of darkness. The mother is a corrupted witch's head. The protagonist sees that they belong to something called a dimensional world, not this world of darkness. And here they're all considered gods. Until Xiao Xiao appears all happy and starts licking him. Telling him not to worry, her father treats her very well and won't hurt him. Our guy says I'm sure they don't, since to raise such a cute and friendly daughter like you, they must be very good people. But when he looks at her parents beating, tearing, and devouring the guy from the Demon Association, he says, but I think we don't need to get to know each other, right? The scene shifts to the association. The guy who was in the capsule falls to the ground weak. Everyone runs calling for the president, asking what happened. The president interrupts him and tells everyone, stop what you're doing now and initiate defense mode 0. They're scared, asking if he's sure. He tells them to hurry and everyone runs out. Notice to all association members, emergency level 0 has been initiated, and everyone must assume their positions. The next chapter begins with Bloodsaw walking in a forest. He's telling the puppet that he can't believe Zero Plan was initiated. She asks what this Zero Plan is, and he explains that it's something that when the Demon Association was first founded, he and several members decided to create. A signal only sweated when something devastating happens. The puppet says, wait, so the Demon Association was attacked. Bloodsaw says yes, and something devastating happened. She crosses her arms, thinking it's interesting. Who in this world of darkness has the courage to go against the Demon Association? Bloodsaw tells them to run because on the way there's a witch tower where they might see something. Back to the fight, which is more like a one-sided beating since the parents are just eating the leader's body. The parents then call for their daughter, and she goes all cute to talk to them, while our guy is hanging there. The mother pets her, saying, "I was so worried about you, my dear. I can't believe he had the nerve to slap you. We only followed you because we were afraid that Bastard was deceiving you." Xiao Xiao says, "He didn't deceive me, he brought a lot of good food." Lin is trembling, thinking, "Am I that bastard?" The two give him a stare. Our guy is thinking that even though he took advantage of her, he was very friendly with their daughter. They won't want to do this to me. The two are already staring at him from side to side. Our guy hesitates. "I'll explain myself sincerely and everything will be fine." He introduces himself awkwardly. "I'm a small dentist and doctor. And my name is Lin. I work at store 55, down in the Valley of the Soul. I don't have a home, I'm single, my relatives are dead. And that's it." The two are still staring at him, and a crisis instantly went to 99.99% with the two. Our guy is worried. "Man, I'd explain myself," and the crisis went up. "What's happening?" The two start tapping tentacles, saying, "This guy handled her very well. Her mother said she liked it too. He seemed very comfortable on top of her daughter. Only monsters would say that without malice." Our guy wonders, are they admiring me or trying to kill me? The tentacle eyes are staring and the system speaks. "Your sanity is about to reach 0. Stabilize your mind or you will collapse." Then he gets an achievement. Root Malice level. Survive 60 seconds in front of a root level creature without losing your sanity. But he already gets another achievement along with that. Double Malice. Survive 2 creatures. With that, he's gaining mental strength, physical power. And our guy is gaining status, huh? Xiao Xiao tells her parents. "He was so happy when he was riding me." Lin tells her it's better to avoid talking about it. The father comes straight to him and says, "Now that I've killed the one who dared to slap her, why don't we have a chat?" Our guy is terrified, thinking, "It's over now, I'm dead." The father and mother keep staring at him, saying, "Come with us." Everyone goes together. The scene then shifts underground to a basement where a massive metal claw emerges. It's something that's part of the association's Zero plan. A castle rises with it building, a tower, some arms, flesh, it's got everything. The defense mechanism of the Zero plan is fully activated. Prototech Colossus 012 goes into combat. Bloodsaw and the marionette arrive to see this creature activated. Bloodsaw thinks they must have gone crazy. How did they dare to activate this creation? Strangely, the marionette looks and says, "So big and thick." Bloodsaw is confused. "Big and thick? What are you talking about?" She says it's nothing and tells him to explain what that is. Bloodsaw explains that it's the association's Colossus, a war machine that imitates the true Colossus of the Black World, one of the most powerful creatures that ever existed. It's a collection of all the association's technologies and all the collective evil. And it was created by another civilization. She asked about another civilization. Bloodsaw explains that after years and years of the Demon Association, it reached the peak of technology in the Black World. The problem was that it also meant they were at the limit of that world. That's when they found the remains of a true Colossus from another civilization. After some analysis, they discovered that creature was much more powerful than any root-level creature in the Black World. The Association continued to research the creature and had plans to bring it back to life. But at some point, the old president gave up on everything. Things were getting out of control, and because of that, all parts of the Colossus were separated and kept apart from each other. But since the last bastard came into power, he's been putting the pieces back together. And he was always thinking of restarting this terrible plan. The marionette asked about the combat effectiveness of this Colossus, and if it can be compared to the true Colossus. Bloodsaw says it's incomparable. The true Colossus was much stronger, but this mechanical one has parts of the true Colossus. In terms of destructive power, it's comparable to several root-level creatures. Back at the association, the robots are announcing that everything is ready. The president, all dried up, says, very good, until one of the army guys enters, asking what the hell is this? Why did you initiate the Colossus? The president says it's because they become targets of 3 root-level creatures. The horned one asks, who was the idiot to provoke 3 root-level creatures? The president says, it was me, but I don't want to know. Go now and start activating everything. The guys just obey and leave. Then the robot warns the president that something is approaching. When they look, there's the Colossus, Bloodsaw, and the protagonist arriving with Xiao Xiao. Seeing that, Bloodsaw is scared, wondering, what's a headhunter doing here? Did the association guys go crazy? Why did they provoke such a creature? The marionette asks, why this reaction? If the root creature kills the association, isn't that even better? Bloodsaw says, even though the association has monsters, not everyone there deserves to die. Luckily, this headhunter still seems young. I don't believe she's such a big threat to the Colossus, until he sees the mother. Another creature. This one's already matured, but okay, the Colossus can handle 2. Until a third one arrives, the family gang. Poor guy doesn't even know what to say anymore. The 3 are coming at him. He's got his hand on his head. What's happening? Why are there 3 root creatures? One of them is extremely stronger than usual. What's wrong with these people? He's lost 20 sanity. The marionette asks, what do you think the association's chances of winning are now? Bloodsaw says there's no way the association can win anymore, and it's better for them to return to the Valley of the Soul. Suddenly, the marionette tells him to wait because someone is riding on top of the creature's heads. Bloodsod is startled and immediately takes the telescope from her hand, saying it's impossible. How can someone ride a root creature? But Lin is there happily. Wait, is someone really coming? Wait, it's my disciple. Our guy is all cheerful there with Xiao Xiao and his eyes twinkling. Out of nowhere, he vomits and Bloodsaw sends a blood message transfer asking, is that you riding on a headhunter? Our guy is all happy. The teacher is finally nearby. Our guy starts shouting, hey teacher, are you alive? Come back to the store, I'm afraid of being alone. The three locate him, trembling with the marionette as he thinks, darn it, it's my apprentice up there on those creatures. The system shows up, congratulations on receiving the achievement, scaring your own teacher. The system gives him 20 happiness, but what the heck kind of reward is that? Xiao asks, is your teacher here? He says he thinks so but is puzzled by this achievement, scaring the teacher. And what if he hasn't even seen him yet? Then the mother says they've arrived. Lin wonders what that creature is, the one from the association. It's gigantic. The system informs him mechanical flesh creature. Unknown attribute, combat power, incomparable anti-root creature. However, in quotes, false. The system then shows you've encountered your first miraculous creation. The illustration system has been activated. You can spend a certain amount of skull coins to receive various information about the creature, from its weaknesses to its personality and preferences. Impressed, our hero says, let's see then, and clicks on the creature. It seems to be some sort of card deck that, as soon as he releases the information, provides attributes. Our guy is all happy. Wow, 10 attributes just for seeing the creature. That's great. The system tells him that the stronger the creatures he adds to the book, the more points he earns. Then he looks at Xiao and gains 6 more points. He glances at the father, gaining another 20. A glance at the mother, gaining 15 more. Xiao asks why he's so happy, and he replies that he's getting a lot of stuff for free, and there's nothing better than that. But at that moment, the Colossus enters challenge mode. Root creatures have been located and counterattack measures have been activated. The system then passes information from the card he received. Emergency mission, immediately escape from this desert. But Lin is confident since he has 3 root creatures by his side. The Colossus leader is wondering why those 3 are standing in front of his creature. He then activates something that pulls out a cannon and shoots toward the 3. Smoke rises and he's laughing like a maniac. Perfect. No root creature can stop my Colossus. But obviously, the whole family is intact. Xiao, who is the weakest, says it hurts, but it's kind of nice. With that, the father moves in, already giving the first whip to the Colossus. He jumps over and activates the Sea Dragon's dive. As he approaches the creature, he also activates the Sea Dragon's poisonous drill. Our guy is worried, thinking, the system told me to flee, but with these root creatures by my side, I can't lose. I thought I could help with my information system, but this family here is too strong. The protagonist's mission changes instantly. Field cleanup. Collect as many valuable parts of the Colossus as possible to enrich your collection. Lin says, oh, now the mission became too simple. Something's wrong. Usually, a boss is never this easy. We must be being deceived somehow. Our guy closes his eye and conjures another eye on his face, which immediately shows him another direction. And with a kind of X-ray, he finds the boss of the guys. Here, look where you are. Inside the base, the guys are all crying. The association is over. Our strongest creature died in 10 minutes. The boss shouts, it doesn't matter. Gather information from them. We just have to escape and recreate everything. With the information, we will win next time. And tells the robot, prepare an escape route for us. The robot accepts the order, but at that moment, the alarm goes off. Warning, a powerful entity detected around the base. When they look, it's Lin arriving with Xiao Xiao. The guys prepare about 300 weapons. The crazy one inside just observes our guy who sends a message. Oh, it's all because of this damn guy. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have 3 root creatures following us. And now the scoundrel comes to my base. You know what? Activate the attacks. At least we'll kill that human. In the protagonist's system, it shows the association demon has increased resentment toward you by 40. Our guy warns Xiao. The guy who slapped you is here, so let's go eat him. She dives underground while our guy is hitting his hand, saying, get up, little hand. Stop pretending to be asleep because I know you're awake. Damn it. You know we're going to battle. Why are you pretending to be scared? Hey, little hand, wake up and say it. Fear? I don't even know how to spell that word. Then Xiao talks to him. He hides behind Lin, wanting to know whose voice that is. Lin says it's a root-level friend, and the little hand responds, just a root creature? I'm not afraid. But Lin notices something and asks, what happened, little hand? Are you trembling? The little hand gains another 20 fear from Xiao, and our guy takes the opportunity to threaten. This root creature here is very close to me, you know, and she loves to eat a hand. The little hand starts sweating and asks if she's being threatened, but she's already gained another 15 fear. Lin, being all silly, says, me threatening? This hand has been with me for 17 years. I would never do something like that. Unless you disobeyed me, right? We see the physical form of the little hand, which is that of a girl. And Lin continues, if you're a good kid, you'll get the lollipop, but if you're not, you'll get the medicine. The little hand asks, can I choose neither? He looks at Xiao and says that today she'll eat a left hand. At that moment, the little hand comes and says she'll eat candy. Give me this damn thing. Lin tells her to open her mouth then and throws the lollipop, saying, now just obey me from now on. With that, our guy gains obedience from the little hand, and he warns her. The decisive battle is about to begin. He tells the system to put all the points into physical attributes. Naogi's level 10 with 154 physical points. Xiao Xiao falls into the pit with him, but they're already being targeted by a bunch of lasers. The shots come, and Xiao catches everything in the air. Meanwhile, the little hand creates some kind of umbrella for the protagonist, who's impressed and says, I didn't know you had this power. The hand tells him to shut up and kill these creatures. Our guy pulls out the hunter's pistol and resolves it American style while telling Xiao to keep advancing. Having hit 100 shots, our guy gains an achievement that increases his accuracy. They then arrive in front of a gate where, when opens, a bunch of those spiders come out. But this time, they have cannons. Even so, they stand no chance. They lost before, and they'll lose again. Our guy has already pulled out his dragon cannon and exploded it in the middle of them all. But he seems to have started going crazy and even threw himself into the fire. The system warns him that he is being burned. Thank goodness the system warned him. You couldn't tell otherwise. But he doesn't care and is already jumping, killing another one, collecting experience. The little hand with her mouth wide open is already eating another one, gaining more experience and even transforming into a blade. Lin is impressed again and asks the little hand why she didn't transform into a blade before. The little hand in female form says that as long as he gives her what she wants to eat, she can transform into anything. The little hand and Xiao Xiao are happily eating everything there while the association president is thinking, damn it, does he think this is a cafeteria? One of the soldiers, all beaten up, says, we're ready to flee. The president says that's great news. He'll let the protagonist have the last meal. Then he activates a control that prepares the self-destruction of the base with a countdown of 10 minutes. Evacuate immediately. But the base soldiers are worried and say, what the hell is this, leader? We don't have time to escape either. The president ignores them, gets into the robot, and asks if the transport is ready. The guy says yes, and he orders it to be activated. I want to see what will happen to that idiot. They can destroy my Colossus, but they will pay the price for coming here. But suddenly, smoke starts to rise, and the president asks what's happening. The robot explains that they are receiving too much energy in an unusual way. When he checks the camera, Xiao had already passed by, destroying the energy room and causing an overload. Self-destruction will happen in 6 minutes, whether they want it or not. Right at that moment, Xiao Xiao enters the room. The president is sweating, and our guy receives a mission to finish off the president to receive a bunch of skull coins. The president says they arrived too quickly. As Psycho Lin responds, I had to speed up, right, since you're trying to self-destruct. He points at him, saying time is short, but thinks it's enough. The president remarks it's good he came there. He thought it would be easy to eliminate him with a root creature, but he forgot something. Our guy is confused. The president starts emitting a red aura, claiming it's now easy to kill the protagonist too. He attacks with lasers, actually a spiritual attack that nearly disintegrates Lin. However, he still demands a Braisenho, unfortunately, where the little hand is. The little hand falls to the ground in black poo form and turns into balloons, which morph into Lin's heads. They then open a giant mouth and also use a spiritual attack. The president, confused, asks if he also has spiritual attacks. Our guy is calm again and has recovered the hand. He pulls out the gun to take more shots while Xiao Xiao also attacks. The president is struck. Lin asks if the little hand is okay. She says she's so-so because she spent too much energy, while Xiao Xiao licks the protagonist's face, asking if he's okay. He says he's fine since the little hand saved him. Xiao Xiao starts licking the little hand, thanking her. Looking at the boss's head, she wonders if he's dead. Our guy believes he's not. The little hand says it's impossible, but our hero knows better since the system didn't reward him. Lin then says the guy is good at controlling his consciousness and probably transferred it elsewhere before dying. But maybe they can find it. He activates that devil eye again and visualizes a creature in an incubator. The president says the flesh itself is weak, but he achieved perfection by combining it with machines. There are 4 minutes left until destruction, while Xiao Xiao is wreaking havoc. Our guy seems to know the guy transferred, but not exactly where. Suddenly, Xiao gets hit in the face and is dragged away. Lin asks what happened, and she says she was hit out of nowhere. The president then appears, and the system warns, mechanical creature, God 71. Combat level, king level mechanical armor. Compared to root creatures and utilizing part of the Colossus's studies, instead of being afraid, our protagonist is motivated, saying it's not certain who will lose, so let's go. Xiao smiles, saying whoever dares to bully the doctor must die. But now the president is more powerful and faster, so he's managing to dodge. He leaps and fires a fireball, Sasuke Uchiha style. Xiao saves Lin, and the hand warns that if that hits them, they won't resist. He says not to worry, he has a solution, and tells Xiao to open her mouth. Hiding behind the tooth, he says, let's see if it works this time, try to come here. The president agrees and pulls out 2 blades, going for it. Xiao starts a blade versus tentacle battle, but there are 2 minutes left until everything explodes. Lin thinks, damn, if this continues, she'll win, but it will take too long. We need to win quickly. Just then, he activates the random diagnosis. The president begins to have blurred vision in the fight. He takes a hit from the tentacle and is thrown to the ground. In his robot system, it says, you received parasites in the brain. You have thrombosis in the brain. You received a fraction in the brain. You have Alzheimer's. You have schizophrenia. He is confused, thinking this is impossible. This is a perfect body. It's impossible for him to get sick. There's something wrong here. He looks at Lin in the mouth, smiling like a crazy person. The president is sure it's him, but then takes another hit. Agonizing, he thinks I lost to a human. The protagonist comes over and says to him, you overestimate machines too much. My random diagnosis triggers a disease already contained within the person. That's why the diseases that were activated were much worse. If you really had a healthy body, I couldn't have done anything against you. But you decided to ascend mechanically and put your brain in this mechanical body. In this situation, you became more fragile. At that moment, the base warns that there are 20 seconds left until destruction. Lin then tells Xiao to run, and when he looks back, the big guy gets up again. However, with Alzheimer's and schizophrenia and a bunch of other brain diseases, speaking nonsense, playing games, 1 + 1 = 2 fun, it looks like he used Molly all night. Lin then says goodbye and runs away, completing the mission to kill the president and receiving 5,000 black skull coins and also the legendary ability, Memories of the Past. An atomic explosion occurs in the base and our guy praises Xiao, saying it was a perfect job. Our little protege is eager to see the rewards and opens the system. He also receives a strengthening ability that can increase the power of any of his abilities. The Memories of the Past ability puts someone in a physical state they were in the past. Our guy thinks he would be invincible with this, but the system explains that besides causing extreme mental stress, after an hour he returns to normal, ruining his plans for immortality. The father and mother come over to Xiao, asking where she was. She says she went to kill some bad guys. The mother then pets her, saying she was so worried, but she's amazing, her daughter. The father looks at the mother and says she's lying since she was there eating Colossus with him while their daughter fought. They start arguing and our hero thinks it's a fight no one can separate, until the body of the association president falls next to them. Lin tells Xiao to crush the body because he wants to see what's inside that guy's head. At that moment, the father looks at him and says, I want you to know I haven't agreed to the marriage yet. Roland is confused, wondering, marriage? The mother comes over and tells him to stop pretending. They know how close they are. The father also comes close and tells him not to pretend they don't have anything. Our hero says he thinks they got something wrong. But he's already hitting the tentacle and says, are you going to lie again and say it's a misunderstanding? Lin then says it's not a misunderstanding at all. No, it's all true indeed. The mother says that's good. From now on, you're a new member of our family. The father says he's a lucky boy to be with their daughter. The mother says, see, she's happy with the doctor, you see? Xiao beside them repeats the same thing, saying, I'm happy with the doctor. Lin then goes to get the president's brain, and when he touches it, the system says, add a mechanical god to your registry, receiving 5 points. The only problem is that there are many diseases in this cerebellum. Whose fault is it? Our guy puts it in a box, thinking he'll give it to his professor. He'll be very happy with it. From afar, he was being watched by the puppet who was thinking, unexpectedly, Sarah's apprentice can communicate with root creatures, quite different from this old pervert here. Maybe this apprentice will replace the master well. She imagines herself making puppets all day with our guy trapped. She then devises a plan. I just need to deceive him and take him to my castle. Once he develops a relationship with all my daughters, we won't have to be trapped in this doll's body anymore. Looking at him very interested, but now there's Xiao, the witch, and the doll. Things are getting dangerous. Meanwhile, in the Valley of the Soul, that information seller is spreading to everyone what happened to the Demon Association for only 500 coins. The Red Witch, seeing it, is confused. The Demon Association was wiped out by the headhunters. In the images, you can clearly see our hero with a big gun pointed at Xiao's head. The witch thinks when I looked outside, I saw a lot happening, and who would have thought Lin would manage to end the association? She became even more hydrated, saying he's very sexy since just by being challenged by the association, he finished them all. Tonight, she really needs to show him some new hip techniques. Poor Lin doesn't even know the battle waiting for him and is innocently collecting the rest of the creatures on the ground. He looks at Xiao and says that after collecting, it'll help her fix her teeth. Just then, the mother appears behind and asks, finished picking up the items, let's talk. His sanity drops and he becomes all embarrassed, saying, oh, okay. The mother asks Xiao, do you mind if I talk to him alone? Lin is begging Xiao to say no, but Xiao asks, do you want the doctor to take care of your tooth too? You can take him. And with that, he's taken away. The scene shifts to him wondering, she's been staring at me for 20 minutes. What does she want? Is she waiting for me to speak first? What if I say something wrong, will I die? Should I use my communication skills? He puts his hand on his chest, feeling nervous, and says, Aunt, I want to apologize to you. When I sent the letter to Xiao, it was really because I was afraid of the association. But I swear I have no bad intentions. The first time I saw Xiao, I thought she was kind and cute, and I wanted to be her friend. Her mother looks at him and says, so you really like my daughter? He gained another favorability point at least. Lin says he likes her very much, even too much. The mother says, don't you mind that my daughter is just a head? You don't even know what we are. Are you lying to me? Crisis is at 99%. Lin says, no, you're wrong, Aunt. In my mind, there's no concept of race. What's the use of that? Concepts of beauty change constantly. The important thing is to see the person's heart beneath the appearance. As the saying goes, beauty may be defined in a singular way, but interest in the soul is always unique. Now he's turning into a philosopher, this rascal. Besides, Xiao doesn't even care that I'm just a simple human. Why should I care what she is? He's gaining experience and eloquence, and the mother is becoming shy, thinking she can't find any fault in his sentence. Lin is in his best possible posture, and with that, he gains another 10 favorability points. She then says, I believe in your sincerity now, but do you have the ability to take care of her and make her happy? Lin says yes and tells her not to worry. He's a professional in this area and he'll offer any personal service not just to Xiao, but also to her. The mother imagines herself receiving some creams on her face and wonders, even me? She then pulls him close and says, you're even teasing me. Lin says he's not teasing her. What does she mean by that? She asks, what was that personal service you wanted to give me? He says, dental care. What do you think it was? She then shakes him and sends her guy flying. The system even gives an achievement to mock him. You survived the human fan. All beaten up, he asks, Aunt, why did you throw me? She says he has to think better about the words he uses, but this was just a test for him. What kind of test is this? I almost died. At this point, she says she accepts him. It seems you're competent and my daughter likes you, so I authorize you to date her, but to marry her, you'll have to talk to her father. He gains another 20 favorability points and says, okay, we don't need marriage now. She and I are still in the stage of pure friendship. We haven't done anything extraordinary. But then the mother comes to his face, pure friendship. Our guy loses 60 sanity. She pulls out the recorder and says, listen to the things you said to my daughter. She plays it with Lin saying, I'm going deeper, just a little more. Xiao responding that it's too comfortable. Our guys are not understanding anything. How is he going to explain? The mother looks at him and asks, where's that pure friendship? He now looks all twisted and says, if I say I was just removing earwax, do you believe me? She stares at him and asks, what do you think? Lin knows she doesn't believe, but the mother says it's okay, and she's not that conservative. But our guy swears with his hand on his chest, I will never admit that I did something like that. No one will question my honesty and I didn't ruin her innocence. You know what? Let's settle this. He then calls Xiao and tells her to tell everything that happened that day behind the house. She's all excited to start telling, and Lin is hopeful that finally the misunderstanding will be explained. She then says he kept putting things in and out of her. It was a bit slimy and wet, but it was very comfortable. Lin breaks in the middle. While Xiao was smiling, remembering the time he was cleaning her ear and saying he's very caring and didn't miss any spot. He feels embarrassed, asking her to explain it properly. But the mother covers his mouth and tells Xiao to continue explaining. Xiao says that then he poured some white liquid in, and then when everything was over, she felt very relaxed. Lin wonders why something so simple sounds so sickening, and he even gained more favorability with Xiao. But there's nothing he can do now. He's trapped there. The mother comes to Xiao's face and asks, my baby, do you like him that much? Xiao asks, what do you mean? The mother tries to explain that, doctor, do you want to marry him like your parents? Xiao doesn't understand the concept of marriage while Lin is terrified. But then she remembers him on top of her and wonders, is marriage just playing with him all day? If that's the case, she happily says, I want to marry the doctor. The mother is also happy, and our guy gains another 30 favorability points but thinks, this is the end. This is the end of my life. The mother starts crying and Xiao asks why she's crying, also starting to cry. The two are pure happiness, too much happiness, while our hero doesn't know what happened. The father sees that situation and intervenes. He pokes her tentacle and a floating ball comes out. Xiao asks, what's this? The mother explains that it's a tradition of the Titan's family. If there's someone you like, you give this to them. And this officially acknowledges that they are partners. Xiao asks Lin if he wants it. Just nod. Her mother puts the tentacle on his head and shakes it. With that, the contract between the two is formed. They go beyond and the system notifies. You have signed a spiritual contract with Xiao and obtain permanent additions. Everyone now from the Titan's family will be friendly to you and eventually may form a contract of eternal partners and receive the absolute blessing of the Titans. Our guy even has a cross on his forehead there. How many things does this kid have? He won the achievement Titan Lover, but he's crying thinking, even though I've received a bunch of rewards, I'm not happy. While Xiao was all smiling, asking if this is marriage, the mother says no. This is just a mark that allows them to understand each other better. If after a while the mark finds that they are compatible, the marriage is consummated. Otherwise, it can be erased. And she stares at Lin. Xiao then takes our protagonist's hand and says, the doctor and I are going to play. The mother says it's okay and tells her to go ahead. The father is angry because he's being ignored. Sometime later, Lin is sitting there with a sad face and Xiao asks, doctor, aren't you happy? He says he signed the contract without even having a chance to say anything. She apologizes, saying she thought he wanted to. Lin says, it's not that I didn't want to. It's just that this marriage is a sacred thing. You need to spend a lot of time with that person and accumulate a lot of feelings. It's not a joke. Xiao says she doesn't understand. Lin says he understands. She's very young, right? She says no, actually she's 3,500 years old. Our guy is shocked and remembers that the system said they fell from a higher plane when their heads were cut off. So maybe previously she still had a body. Back with the father and mother, he's revolted that she made her daughter sign a spiritual contract. They're fighting, calling each other crazy and saying they'll end the world. The father is transcending while the protagonist is telling Xiao that if she had a body previously, he can try to restore it for her. She happily says he can try. He then tells her to close her eyes. Lin will use the new ability, Memories of the Past, which can make a person's body return to some previous moment in life. The system asks, how far back do you want to go? And he says 1,000 years ago. For the ability to work, the target needs to trust Lin, and the system shows the target's resistance to you is 0%, and the trust is 200. Xiao is shining, and our guy stretches out his hand. The mother is coming after the father, who is outraged by the red eye. When suddenly, the sky starts to shine, and the two are frozen. What is this? The father is shocked, and the mother is crying. Daughter. Xiao has become a little child again, descending from the sky, saying she has regained her body. There are people who will say it had to be lowly, right? But let's remember, folks, that the doctor didn't do anything to her. The only thing he did was clean her ear. It's all a misunderstanding, and he has no bad intentions. Respect Dr. Lin because he is a man of character. He stares and says, wow, this is you from 3,000 years ago. She's still gigantic compared to him. She takes his hand and says she's very happy. She's never felt like this, and he really is amazing, already gaining another 50 favorability points. He even earns an epic achievement, Confident of Root Creatures. She's there licking his face, and our guy is wondering. She's back to having a body, the habits are the same. The father and mother are speechless. The father looks and wonders, is this my daughter? The mother says, are you blind? Who do you think it is? He remembers her memories. It really is my daughter. She comes running saying, Dad, Dad, and they embrace, everyone crying happily. While our guy is in the middle, being crushed again, thinking it's incredible how even root-level creatures have this side. Perhaps before all this in the higher plane, they were just a simple family of 3. She's giving him little kisses on the hair, and the father is just looking down at him. But he gains one more admiration. The father asks, did you make her come back like this? Lin calmly says yes, a skill called Memories of the Past. He was just curious to see how she would turn out in the future when she grows up, right? But he won't be able to maintain it for long. The father stares again and asks, she won't stay like this forever. Lin says, there's a time limit. The father looks up and says, Memories of the Past, then it's just an illusion, isn't it? Can you do me a favor? Lin asks what, and the father says, since you can make her go back to the past, how about me? But suddenly he's thrown by his wife, saying, shut up, husband. She looks at our smiling guy and says, my dear son-in-law, how about you fulfill a small request of mine? Lin says, you want me to recreate your appearance from the past, don't you? She charms him, saying no, unless he really wants to do it for her, do it now. Lin said it's okay and touches her face, telling her she needs to relax and let her guard down. He then activates the ability. However, in the system, it shows that the target has 50% resistance against him and 0% confidence. He removes his hand and she looks confused. Our guy has a look like he's screwed now. Resistance and lack of confidence continue to increase, and she says she's relaxing, really relaxing. But in the system, it's already showing that resistance is at 70%. He then tells her she has to come back later and trust him, thinking, damn, she still has a lot of judgment against me. But she grabs an item and says she has a way. If what she needs is trust, this will work. She starts hypnotizing herself, saying she was the most powerful titan of hypnosis. For her, it will be easy to erase any judgment against him. She uses the magic, saying, I don't want to kill my son-in-law. I don't think about destroying him every 10 seconds. I don't think about how good it would be to blow up his head every day. Lin is startled by this. After the effect works, she says, now go and make me go back to my appearance from 4,500 years ago. Lin starts using Memories of the Past, and her body starts to change. She remembers that 4,500 years ago, she had multiple suitors because she had an incredible body full of curves that no titan could resist. But when it's over, she's also kind of like a child. She creates a mirror to take a look and sees that this appearance is when she received the title of Hypnosis Miko for the first time. The mirror shatters and Lin receives an achievement. Everything can be ignored. It's something that can happen when you use Memories of the Past, and the target is forcibly stopped at some point in life. Lin says to her, I thought you looked cute. Why do you seem so angry? The daughter happily hugs her mother and says she looks beautiful. She says, well, if that's the case, then okay. She pushes her daughter away and says, you darn doctor, do you want to die? She takes him by the hand and says, I said 4,500 years. Why did you go back 7,500? Wow. Lin is suffering trying to explain. Be patient. I think your hypnosis didn't work perfectly because you were hesitating, but it's no big deal. You're just a little younger now. She grabs a melon, saying that the incredible figure she had developed over 3,000 years is gone. Where are the mountains I had built? Lin says it's a great opportunity to enjoy the innocence of childhood, isn't it? She starts shaking him again, saying, I knew it. You like girls with a new appearance, don't you? There really is something wrong with you. Lin is being shaken without knowing what to do and trying to explain. I'm not the pervert, but he's already been thrown into the sky. Xiao jumps and catches him up there, until the husband arrives, laughing at her from a distance. The wife is embarrassed and asks why he's laughing. The father says, so the legendary hypnosis witch was a flat board with no body at all, and yet so young and already using these rebellious styles. He laughs at her but pets her. Then he takes a magic hit, and she still gives him a piece of her mind, saying at least she managed to change her appearance since she trusts Lin a little. But he, who doesn't trust anything, will continue living forever as a big head. The father says, you didn't hypnotize yourself, I'll do it too. She says he won't be able to since he always tries to solve everything with muscle. But the father says hypnosis doesn't always need magic. He picks up a stone from the ground, throws it up into the sky, and then tells Lin that he'll lower his defense against hypnosis. As soon as he's asleep, he'll just hypnotize and use the power. And he remembers to bring him back 3,000 years. Make me go back to my best moment and I'll protect you for the rest of your life. The stone he threw then comes back like a meteor and explodes everything. Poor thing is finished on the ground and Xiao is crying. Lin is crying too, saying, why did my father-in-law abandon me so early? The mother puts her hand on her face, saying he's not dead. So why are you crying? Xiao says that when she saw Lin sad, she became sad too. She doesn't quite understand. Lin says he was joking and tells them to do it quickly. The mother passes her hypnosis power to Lin so he can use it on him. Lin is feeling abused, but he has nothing to do. So he uses the magic and says, let's bring him back to the appearance he had 3,000 years ago. However, the system says the target's resistance to you is 120% and confidence is minus 20%. Unable to perfectly activate the magic. The mother then tells him to go back further. Lin asks why since he said 3,000. She says to add one more zero. With a slightly embarrassed look, he replies that if he adds another zero, he will cease to exist. She says nothing bad will happen, he has been alive for much longer than he thinks. Lin asks if she's sure nothing will happen, but she stares at him. And with that, he says it's okay, then he asks, is 30,010 years okay? She says no, add another 5,000. Add another 2,000, the thing is just increasing, add another 5,000. Looking up, the power is already huge, and it's already 53,000 years ago. Lin asks if she's sure, and she says it's almost okay. For the sake of husband and wife, he needs to go back just one more minute. Lin is confused but accepts, and when he activates the magic, an explosion rolls through the mountains that everyone in the city can see. Xiao is curious to see how her father was, and a golden light begins to form in the sky. Father in the heavens is thinking, I feel like my power is returning to its peak 3,000 years ago. The defender of the earth, the sky destroyer, the strongest of the titans. But suddenly, he turns into a spur and wonders, when did my daughter become so big? Then he realizes, is this when I fertilized the egg? Poor thing has already lost 30 sanity. Lin apologizes, saying he was forced, and he even earns the achievement back to the beginning of life. The wife grabs him by the arm and gives him a stern look, saying, is this the famous titan from the past? He makes an angry face and boy, he slaps her head. The father says, so you're responsible, aren't you? You forced the boy to turn me into this. The mother says he deserves it. An old man like him with thousands of extra years didn't deserve to marry her, and she blasts him with a laser. But the villain attacks her belly. Xiao is just watching the two fighting there, and the protagonist is okay with it. She says yes, it's normal. Once they fought and destroyed the entire house, and she thought she would never see them again. But the next day, they were already there hugging each other again. It seems strange, but that's their way of showing they love each other. Xiao is happy because now both of them, whether they like it or not, don't have any bad feelings against Lin anymore. Lin is looking up at the sky, seeing the father wanting to get into the witch's skirt. The system gives the notification, it has been detected that all malicious intent from the root creatures against you has disappeared. Our guy cries, thinking, I'm finally safe. Then Lin says, high five, Xiao, let's celebrate all this. When he touches her, she starts glowing. Our guy is kind of confused about what's happening. She says she feels reluctant but wants to say thank you to him. And then she disappears into the air and becomes a big head again, already asking if he can transform her again later. He says, of course. And there in the middle of the night, our guy thinks that maybe it's his destiny, having to live with the creatures. At least it's easier than being afraid and trying to resist. The father and mother were fighting in the sky until their effect wore off, and they turned back into big heads too. The whole family is together again, and the mother says she's very happy. The father, looking a bit grumpy, says it might have been good after all. She then looks at Lin and thanks him, saying she doesn't hate him as much anymore. Our guy already gains another 10 favorability. Finally, he thinks, I'm going to have a normal relationship with her, already being hugged. The father suddenly grabs him and says he's going to have a talk and takes him to a cave. Lin is thinking, I just went through one test and I'm already in another. So he says, so uncle, let me tell you, have you noticed how tiny I am? The father says yes, and Lin has to explain. I'm so small that it doesn't fit, there's no way to make it happen. But the father says, you have that ability of yours that changes shape. Who guarantees you don't have another? Lin says he would never do something so perverted. But the father grabs him and stares him in the eyes, then lets go and says, I was actually joking. I want to talk to you about something else about the Titans and about this world, and then explains to Lin The Titans are one of the supreme races that can even rival the gods, and a long time ago, they had a prosperous civilization until a war destroyed everything. Their heads were cut off, and they were abandoned by the gods in the dark world. Everyone was thrown into the realm of death. Lin asks if that's the realm of death and what it is. The father says yes, it is the realm of death, a place of chaos, hatred, and resentment. In this world, you are never reincarnated. Several monsters are thrown here, and various creatures are brought into rot, and some innocent and ordinary people like you can also appear here. Lin asks, "Do you know how to return to the original world?" The father gives a kind of laughter and psycho scream in his face, saying it's impossible. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. There's no way back. Lin asks, "Have you ever tried to go back to your world?" The father, agonizing, says yes. He misses his home very much, but it's impossible to leave this place. He already starts to release a flame, saying that just remembering it makes him fill with anger and hatred. He doesn't want his wife and daughter to suffer the curses. The system warns that he's entering a chaos mode. Lin tries to calm him down, but the maniac says, "You won't hold me," and flies toward the sky. From the ground, some evil chains appear and pull him back to a pit full of blood. The father, agonizing, says that this place is the worst and that there's no way to die. But they also don't let him give up. He's stuck here forever. Lin sees the chains and thinks, is this why he won't return to the higher realm? So he pulls some claws from his back. The system tells him to be careful. If this is what's causing so much suffering, maybe I can help because it's a curse, and I have the curse removal. Using the curse removal, it drops to 98, 96, 94. But the system says the target's curse is too strong and the ability has been weakened. The removal limit is 15%. Want to try again? Psycho Lin says yes. But when the curse reaches 85, his mental power is exhausted. From afar, the mother and daughter watch a beam rising. And the daughter gets worried, saying that it's okay if he's alone, that anyone beside him will die. When they get there, the first thing they see is the father lying on the ground, our hero next to him also destroyed, and even the little hand wondering, but how can he be so stupid? He thought he was going to remove a root curse. In the end, the big hand here will have to solve his problems again. A little later, Shouxia was waking up our boy. They're all beaten up. However, he receives an achievement. You reduce the curse from a root level. He looks to the side, and the uncle is staring at him, asking, "Did you weaken my curse?" The protagonist puts his hand on his head and says, "I'm still very weak, so I only reduced it by 15%. Not to mention that the ability only works for 24 hours. For him to break this curse, he will have to get much stronger." However, the mother is scared, wondering how this is possible. She is the legendary witch of the Titans and can't do anything against this curse because it's the sealing of the gods. So how can he meddle in this? The father says, "If you're strong enough, can you remove the curse?" Arlin says for sure. The father says, "Do you know how extremely dangerous it is to remove a curse given by the gods? We could go mad in the process, or you could be cursed. Still, do you want to help this family?" Our hero suddenly becomes the savior, saying, "We are family, and I will save you from this eternal pain. I'm not afraid to take this risk." But then he earns the achievement. Never miss the chance to pretend something. The rub is only saying this because he knows there will be trouble if he refuses. But the father's favorability has already increased so much that he's even patting him while crying, saying he doesn't need to say anything. From now on, they are friends. If he doesn't mind, he can even call him Big Bro, and he'll call them handsome son-in-law. Xiao thanks him, saying he's a great buddy indeed, and the angry mother throws them both against the wall. Next scene, they go to leave Lin in the Valley of Souls. He tells them they can come anytime if they want. Xiao says she's sad and doesn't want to let our guy go, but he says he's still a doctor and needs to work. But she's free to come here anytime in the future. The mother pulls her away, saying because of their curse, they can't stay here for much longer. The father goes to him and says, "Be careful with those who survive the demonic association. If they come to cause trouble, just talk to me, my lovely low genius." Lin thanks him but asks how he's going to talk to them. The family makes a full face, saying there's no way to talk. Unfortunately, our hero goes into his pocket and takes out the vision stone. He's going to teach them how to use it. The people in the vision world are all talking about our boy. Did you see what happened in the Valley of Souls? 3 root creatures appeared. Another says, "Who cares? We're in the vision world." A third says, "What if the headhunters show up here?" The guys are standing still for a moment and start laughing in his face, saying, "Never in the history of the vision world have root creatures appeared here." Then the teleport appears on the ground and the family arrives. Their entrance even raised the level of the vision world. The ghosts then come running away in fear, and our protagonist is there wondering why they're running if you can't even eat anything in this world here. The mother says it's an interesting place, but they don't seem to be welcome. The father looks up at the tower there, and upon seeing the eyes says that there is the supreme will. The protagonist asks if he knows what that is, and the father says more or less. He only knows that this is something that existed long before him, extremely mysterious and powerful, and you can see that alone it's sustaining this whole world, so its status is much higher than his, and even root creatures mean nothing to that existence. Lin is impressed even root creatures are insignificant. This world here has more mysteries than I imagined. Lin then explains how to use the chat, already shows on his arm, and puts everyone in the family conversation group. He advises them to just have the skull coins. Xiao asks where she can get skull coins. Lin says she just needs to ask someone rich politely. She asks if they're going to hand them over so easily, and he says they will. Rest assured. We then return to the marionette and Bloodsaw conversing. Apparently, the headhunters have finally left. Bloodsaw says, well, at least my apprentice seems to be fine, while the marionette is only thinking about how many pranks she wants to play on our guy. I just need to introduce him to my little daughters. She goes along with Bloodsaw, saying, let's go meet your apprentice already. Bloodsaw stops her and says, hold on, my apprentice is extremely dedicated, and we can't just go in without saying anything. The marionette asks, aren't you the master? Are you afraid of your apprentice? He says that's not the case. In fact, he's afraid of accidentally killing the apprentice, but he's thinking, now that I know he's friends with the root creatures, I can't offend him. He then knocks on the door and says, Disciple, it's your teacher. I'm back. Lin wakes up in bed wondering the teacher. He already grabs his war gear, remembering that creature that mimics voices. Did he have the courage to come here again? Already with a psycho smile, he says, Master, you're back. Your disciple missed you so much. The marionette says, your disciple really is a good boy. Bloodsaw responds, my disciple likes me a lot since I've been treating him like a son for 2 years. He then approaches the door, saying he's going to enter. But Lin stabs him in the stomach before he can take a step back, and then he takes 3 more stabs. Lin shouts, so you're back, huh? A few days ago, you came here to deceive me, and now you're back trying to imitate my teacher. Don't you have any new ideas? Bloodsaw, in agony, has to explain, but Lin flips his legendary hair and says, this time, I'll make sure you never come back here again. Bloodsaw, suffering, and the marionette then kick the door. Lin is startled and says, it was the teacher after all. He still earns the achievement of taking down the teacher, puts him on the stretcher, and the marionette asks if he can save him. Lin says definitely the professor's tenacity is incredible. A wound like this is far from fatal, and with the skills he learned from the professor, there's no problem at all. The marionette asks if he needs to use such a thick needle. Lin's face lights up when he says, of course he's wider than a normal person, so it's time to start. The professor yells, easy Lin. First, you stop the bleeding, apply anesthesia, and then you sew, step by step. Lin applies anesthesia and asks, ready now? Let's go to the throat. The professor yells again, hold on. You can't just stick things into major blood vessels. The marionette is scared, my God, is this kid really a doctor? Lin apologizes and says, I'm so used to making these decisions. Then he pulls the needle and says the disciple is ready to start. All right, boy, you can go. Bloodsaw thinks, I'm anesthetized, so it'll be easy. But Lin stabs him, pulls the thread, and already asks, are you feeling pain, Professor? Bloodsaw says no, I'm crying from emotion, seeing so much progress from my disciple. But he's thinking, damn it, I taught him how to use anesthesia. If I complain about pain, it'll be embarrassing for me. Lin gets serious and says, with these compliments, I want to work even harder, and starts sewing everything up, gaining experience while Bloodsaw is agonizing, wondering, damn it, did he not apply anesthesia? Why does it hurt so much? Does he have some kind of pain-causing passive ability? To Bloodsaw's misfortune, Lin really has a bunch of those. With his hand on his head, Bloodsaw thinks, I can't be a coward. It's just a stitch. I have to endure. Sometime later, Lin says, phew, surgery complete. But the professor has passed out. When he wakes up, he asks, Lin, you didn't leave anything inside me, did you? Lin obviously says he didn't. This disciple here learned that a long time ago, thank you. But Bloodsaw grabs a mental detector to see if there's anything left. Lin asks, why that detector? Don't you trust me? The professor says, yes, he does. It's just for reassurance. Then he says, boy, you did very well, you know. Even though it felt more like you were attacking me than sewing, you really remind me of my old days. Lin says, of course, Professor. This disciple here learned everything he knows by watching you. Bloodsaw says he's a good disciple, and they hug each other while the marionette imagines the mischievous protagonist playing with all her little daughters. She needs to seize this opportunity, so she taps them both and tells them to talk about business. At this point, Lin asks who she is, but the professor is there unable to say anything, and she introduces herself. The scene then shifts to the 3 of them having dinner outside, with Bloodsaw saying, who would have thought the demonic association would be destroyed by my apprentice? Lin says, actually, it was Xiao Xiu's family. I just gave a little help. The marionette says that everything happened because of his connections, and indirectly, he did destroy it, showing just how intelligent and capable he is. Lin feels a bit embarrassed, saying, you guys praised me a lot, but it was all just a coincidence. Professor, didn't you say you went on a trip? Did you get involved with the demonic association along the way? Bloodsaw then recounts it was a problem from the past. He might not know, but the professor is a veteran of the demonic association. He'd received a message from the leader inviting everyone for research, one of his favorites. However, when they got there, the subject was completely different, and what they wanted to do was restart the Colossus Project. Lin asks what the Colossus Project is, and the professor explains that 3,000 years ago, they discovered several fragments of an unknown civilization, and analyzing all that, they were able to advance the association's technology greatly. If the project was so good, why did you give up? Lin wonders. Bloodsaw explains that he learned about the legend of the Colossi from another world, who were so strong that the gods punished and killed them 3,000 years ago, throwing them into this world. It seems there's some superior being that makes any extremely strong existence be discarded, and to prevent that curse from falling on the world, they prefer to stop those researches. Lin thinks, wait, 3,000 years ago, war? Could it be related to Xiao Xiu's family? Bloodsaw explains that the Colossus fragments were kept by the elders, and that's why they wanted them to be taken. But I always kept it here, he says. Upon hearing this, Lin thinks, is it what I'm thinking? And quickly opens the trapdoor. The creature comes out and he asks, is this a piece of the Colossus? Bloodsaw is impressed and asks, I never told you, but did you already know? Lin says he figured it out when he noticed Bloodsaw's affection for this creature. The addict creature asks why they're waking him up, and Lin finds it curious that if this is a piece of a titan, why does it seem to have independent consciousness? Bloodsaw says it's really something unusual but not unheard of in this dark world. Of course, being part of the larger body, it's still inseparable from the unknown curse. Thankful that Lin foiled the bad guy's plan, Bloodsaw asks, what's the next plan? Are we going to stay in the shop? Bloodsaw pounds on the table and says they're still doing a lot of research they shouldn't, and he heard they're transferring their base. Also, he and the other elders did a lot of research, and they can't let the association's collapse erase everything. So from today on, he puts his hand on Lin's head and says, the pharmacy is yours. Shocked, Lin asks, mine? Bloodsaw then says, from now on, Sarah's pharmacy is yours, Lin. Our hero is all excited and emotional, saying, Professor, don't worry, I'll make Sarah's pharmacy the best in this world, and I'll become a renowned doctor worldwide. The two then cry tears of happiness, and the marionette is moved by it all, thinking seeing his energetic appearance makes him so handsome, and she even feels like sucking him dry. But she gives up on that idea, realizing she needs to help her daughters first. Sometime later, Lin is lying down thinking, it's been a while since I heard Bloodsaw snoring. Finally, I can sleep well at night. At that moment, someone knocks on the door, saying, Lin, are you there? Lin recognizes the voice as the marionettes and thinks, isn't she the boss's wife? Why is she knocking here at this hour? I'm sure it's her. Can't be wrong. When he looks through the peephole, he sees two giant planets and is sure it's her. He opens the door and asks what she wants at this hour, but she's startled and asks why his nose is bleeding. Lin explains he hasn't been sleeping well, but she can come in. She sits on the bed and tells our boy that lately, she hasn't been feeling very well. She went to look for Bloodsaw, but he was dealing with a demonic association, and now he's sleeping, so she needs a little favor if it's not too inconvenient. The system gives the mission to help check the doll's body, promising a special reward just for helping. Lin is impressed, thinking, I'll get a reward just for checking. Too easy. She looks back and says she needs him to check her hip as it's been hurting. Lin, bleeding from his nose, rushes to the dressing table and asks, how have you been resting? Any sleep problems? She sits down, saying she's been sleeping well but having some leg cramps while leading him down the path of joy. Lin, literally drooling and almost losing control, thinks, Master, stay your disciple, he won't be able to resist. In the marionette's head, her plan is simple. She's sure she's not sick, so he'll want to give her a tonic, and she'll have to give him a thank you. Then she can take him to have fun with her daughters. Lin then says, Madame, the diagnosis is ready. She asks if she's healthy, but he says, no, actually, you're really sick. She gets up, asking if he's sure, thinking, wait, I'm just pretending to be sick. Am I actually sick? Lin tells her, you might seem healthy, but actually, you're seriously ill. She gets scared and asks if she's really that bad. Lin thinks, thank goodness the random diagnosis activated. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed anything. The system shows you discovered 3 self-named diseases, bone compression, body injuries, and blood problems. He prepared some plants, but unfortunately, that will only delay the disease. He would need to eradicate the source. He then asks her to show her powers. She shows the lines on her finger, and Lin finds it strange that the symptoms haven't changed. There must be something hiding her condition. He then asks if her power runs through her body. Shocked, she wonders, how does he know that? I do let my energy flow through my body, but to do that, I have to turn off my sense of pain or else I wouldn't be able to feel just the energy. Am I cursed? What's happening? She feels something snap in her head and falls to her knees. Lin goes to help her, and when he sees her hand, it's lost its human skin and is like wood. Lin tells her she's really turning back into a wooden doll, and then it seems to be a curse. She looks at her own hand, losing 80 sanity at once, starts crying and says it's impossible. This curse has already been lifted. I don't want to become the wooden doll Pinocchio 2.0. She grabs him, saying, Lin, you'll save your wife, won't you? If you cure me, you can do anything, even the unethical. Lin says it's okay. They'll cure her, thinking he'd never do anything unethical. He's a serious boy. But suddenly, he's buried in a soft adventure and almost died from blood loss. He then asks, you said you lifted the curse once, right? How did you do it? She hesitantly asks, do you really want me to tell you? And explains you have to find a creature you have strong feelings for and cultivate a lot with it. Then at the right moment, the person sends you to heaven. Lin is scared as she's all shy, saying maybe the curse wasn't lifted because she didn't ascend to heaven enough, didn't cry tears of joy enough. Lin asks if he should call the professor again. She explains that when she was a doll, she didn't understand the concepts of looks, which is why she liked the Bloodsaw a bit, but now she's lost interest. Not to mention he has several problems. Our boy is a bit confused, and she explains it's something men are very afraid to say. Our protagonist understands that Bloodsaw isn't ascending. Putting his hand on his forehead, he thinks, looks like the professor isn't working, huh? We'll have to try another method. Ela, feeling a bit embarrassed, asks, another method? Do you mean another person? Our shameless boy says, you said the curse breaks with strong emotions, right? It doesn't just have to be happiness, right? What if we try some other emotion? She's a bit suspicious. Another emotion. He confirms, yes, like sadness and pain. She says it might be possible, but her doll body feels much less emotion than a normal person's. Only extreme things would work. Explaining that she's been cut and abandoned in a cage, and still, none of that worked. But if he wants to try, okay. With a mischievous look, she asks, do you want to try something like that with me? Our boy says no, there are other ways. She wants to know what he wants to do. He grabs her by the wrist, pulls her to the operating room, and throws her on the table, restraining her legs and arms. The marionette asks, Lynn, what are you doing? Let me out. Our shameless guy gives her a look from above and says, relax, my wife, we'll be done soon. It'll be quick. She gives a look like, okay, but she likes it very slowly. While she's thinking he seems like a fun guy to like these games, she's eager to see what he's going to do. Our boy then grabs a potion, and she asks what it is. He says it's an extreme succubus love potion. She says she hates this kind of thing, why he wants to give her a love potion. But inside, she's thinking, not bad, now I know how this guy is so popular. Our doctor warns her if she's scared, just say it, and he'll remove the curse. Of course, if she can't handle it, it's okay to give up. She tells him to stop talking nonsense and use the potion already, thinking he doesn't need to explain anything else. She's already understood what he wants to do and is looking forward to this long night. Lynn then gives her the potion and asks how she's feeling. She says that this potion is very powerful. There's something strange, it's getting stronger and stronger. Our guy is there, calm like the doctor who analyzes the situation. He says, as expected, using drugs to induce emotions is possible. She then asks what you think and says, are you going to stand there until when? Come here already and do the hard work. But suddenly, our guy closes the door, starts boarding everything up and locks the babe in there. Then he tells her, now it's all on you, figure it out, good luck. The girl stayed in bed, confused. Wait, what do you mean? He locked me in here alone? Lynn is there at the door, just calm, while she's screaming, come back here, you bastard, come here, come to this bed and do the deed. Outside, resisting for the profession, he's there strong, hard, and saying, sorry, but hold on a little longer there. Soon you'll be fine. The marionette is suffering a lot there. It's a lot of pain, it's a lot of agony and cream, poor thing. She says she can't take it. Please come back here, or else call someone, call the teacher. Whatever. She'll do it. It's over, man. The waves of the sea have arrived. The marionette is in the world of the heart, of love, of happiness, of joy. She lets out a happy scream there that the whole city hears. The blood doll is asking in the chat, can I know who's the friend they're screaming in the middle of the night? Another one there is saying, I want to know what's going on. It's been 5-6 hours that she's been in this screaming all night. The blood witch asks, am I not in the valley now? Did anyone see where this sound is coming from? The doll replies, I think it's over at Bloodsaw's pharmacy. Of course, the witch doesn't like to hear that and replies, keep an eye out because I'm going there now. A whole night of joy and suffering. Then our guy breaks the door. When he enters, there are puddles on the floor. And the poor thing is shaking all over, not understanding what happened. Our guy arrives all doctorly to give that doctor look. He says her heart is beating very fast, probably because of the adrenaline rush. But the curse that was affecting her apparently weakened. Very well, madame, your condition has improved. Just a few more sessions of this treatment and you'll be completely renewed. She stares at him. You're a demon. With that, he completes the mission of helping her and even receives the most red-pilled achievement of all. You've now become the enemy of all women. The effect of the quest is kind of bizarre. At any time, in any situation, you can make one or more girls reach indescribable heights, so to speak. Right. Furthermore, he receives a formula for an advanced potion, but the system itself says this potion should not be produced. Any existing being that produces this deserves death. However, that doesn't mean it's not a very good potion. It is extremely effective, so be very careful when using it. A system is not responsible for the consequences. Since the first ingredient of the recipe is succubus bodily fluid, you already imagine what this potion does. The marionette stands up there and says, forget about it. At least it seems like my curse is really healing. Staring at our guy with her 6-foot-tall height, she says she's now confident in introducing him to one of her little daughters. She throws a book on the table and says, take a look. Lynn is surprised and she explains soon he'll be alone in this shop when his boss leaves. As he clearly gets involved in a lot of trouble, it's going to be dangerous here. And the 3 headhunting friends are far away. But if he has a little friend by his side, it wouldn't be a problem, would it? Lynn understands and asks, so here's information about your little daughters? Okay, I'll take a look. The first one, there is an all-albino Arab healthy doll. Shuman Yu, specialized in large-scale specials. 4-star combat. The other one is that perky little friend every anim has, funny and badass. Extremely powerful in close combat with her scything. And the third one is the good old maid. Furthermore, she has good financial skills and can easily adapt to any place. Lynn is quite the devil, thinking those 3 are quite tasty. It seems like he's in a restaurant choosing a menu. She then asks which one did you like the most, giving him a stare. He's a little embarrassed. Do I have to choose one of your daughters to be my bodyguard? Suddenly, she grabs his chin and says, bodyguard, maid, companion, lover, or just a doll. He's shocked, and she explains that her daughters have already destroyed various creatures of this dark world, and to hire any of them is extremely expensive. However, for him, Mr. Lin, she can give them for free. What's he waiting for? Choose. Look at the sly guy's face. He thinks, for security reasons, I really need a doll. Besides, it's free. How could I refuse something so good? Already thinking about the three, choose me, master, choose me, choose me. He's drooling. Each one of them is so excellent. Which one will I choose? Can I have them all? Marionette is all buggy. Hold on, you want all three? Lin says that he's joking. Come on, I'm not that greedy. But it's over. She says, of course. He suddenly even gained a lot of favorability with her. But now he knows that something's wrong. Why is she so happy that I chose three? Imagining all the joy, he asks himself, is she wanting me to use my body to break the doll's curse? Then he says, maybe I don't want that. Her mood changes and she asks, what did you say? He lost favorability. Taken back, Lin tells her, wait, I'll take another look. Hold on. I understand the combat stars, but what does this degree of emotional development mean? She explains that it's simple. The higher the emotional degree, the easier it is to stimulate the doll's emotion. Our guy is afraid. He doesn't want a doll that will be screaming here and there, so he wants one with few stars in this emotional degree. He then asks what this energy consumption is. She responds the obvious. It's the energy she spends working. Just like creatures, dolls need to eat. It can be meat, it can be magic parts, it can be minerals. They have various ways of getting energy. Lin then says, damn, it's expensive to assemble dolls there. She spits out the coffee. Hold on, what do you mean? He asks, don't you have a doll that can move even if I don't give her anything? The marionette, biting herself, thinks, how petty. He wants a doll that doesn't have to spend anything. She says, well, turn to the last page. Here comes a tricky one. Black Crescent Moon doll, no personality, 4-star combat power. She says this is her 7th daughter, but the doll doesn't like germs. It'll be difficult in this filthy place. The good part is she feeds on wind. All right, that's easy. Lin only paid attention to what he wants. Eats wind, fights well, and has no emotion. I want her. The marionette gets confused. Normally, people choose the albino Arab there or the maid. Lin apparently is interested in not removing the curse, for some reason. He knows the other two are powerful, but at least with this one, there's zero emotion, so zero chance of removing the curse. The marionette makes an offer. How about I send you the other 2 girls in a pack? Buy 1, get 3, right? How about it? I'll even send money for everything they'll eat. He is a little embarrassed and replies, no, 1 is already more than enough. He's thinking that 3 is too dangerous. If something happens, his body will suffer a lot of happy damage. But he says it's alright. How about he keeps her for 30 days and then they make a new deal? With that, they close a deal and he receives the achievement from the system of acquiring his own doll. At that moment, Bloodsaw comes to talk to him. Lin asks, what's up, teacher? You're already awake. Bloodsaw says he wants to talk to Lin about his career choice. However, with that, Marionette is already leaving to go tell her friend. Serving tea there to his master, the protagonist says, I've already chosen my career. I'm going to be a doctor. Bloodsaw replies, no, Lin, it's time for you to choose a common career. Our boy is confused and replies, but I already have. I'm a professional doctor. Bloodsaw explains, no, you're only considered an apprentice. Every medical profession requires an official certificate. You learned about flesh and bone transformation, then about pharmacy, and finally, some cuts and surgery-related things. However, you can't really be considered a doctor. Our boy is thinking career. The system was telling me about changing stuff like that. Bloodsaw says, Lin, do you have any idea? Lin replies, Professor, have you ever heard of the night doctor profession? The master, confused, asks, Night doctor? Where did you hear about that, Lin? Lin just tells him, what's wrong with that? To which Bloodsaw replies, well, it's not a problem exactly. It's just that every night doctor is considered a lunatic. They're called those who walk in darkness and are a bunch of outlaws. In this world, someone without law is very different from what you think. Our guy replies, what do you mean? What do they do? Bloodsaw explains that night doctors believe the world is corrupted and only they can purify it. Even if you're not sick, a night doctor will always find something wrong. Then they'll cut you open and start looking for some problem in every part of your body. Lin says, wow, are that dedicated? Bloodsaw confusedly explains, it's not dedication. Lin innocently, isn't it? Bloodsaw, staring at him, puts his hand on his head. Lin says, well, they can be a bit paranoid, but they seem like honest workers who don't want to miss a diagnosis, right? The two are staring at each other, not saying anything. Bloodsaw, hold on then, Lin. He enters the house, comes back. Well, let's answer this questionnaire first. Lin asks for watches and Bloodsaw explains, this is to find out which faction you belong to. First question, you're a doctor, and you encounter a patient who has nothing to do with you on the street. He's extremely injured but seems to have some bad intentions towards you. Do you help him? Lin says yes. The professor asks, but what if you cure him and he hurts you or someone else? Lin says, in that case, I would first help the person and then persuade them to become a good person. Bloodsaw asks, and what if he doesn't become a good person, huh? Lin thinks, already imagining removing the head, and says, I'd kill him. The master, confused, asks, hold on, so we saved him to kill him. Lin agrees, well, of course, that's the most logical thing to do. All right, second question. You have a patient you can cure, but the process will make him suffer immense pain. Do you continue? Obviously, he answers yes. And if the treatment makes him die, Lin, what will you do? Then I'll save his body, learn necromancy, connect all his parts to mechanical pieces, and resurrect him. But the conclusion is the same, me killed to resurrect. Lin says yes, anyone would do that. No boy who would do that. All right, let's go to the third question. If a friend of yours breaks the law, what do you do? Lin answers, I protect my friend. When Bloodsaw asks why, he replies, because the law doesn't matter, dryly to his face. But what if he kills innocent people? Here is the dark world. Lin explains, exactly for that reason, in the dark world, it's okay if people die. Bloodsaw wonders, did something happen when I left? Or has he always had this corrupted nature? The professor goes for the next, and if I, your teacher, asked you to kill someone close to you, what would you do? Lin says he would kill the teacher, who widens his eyes. But laughing, he tells him, I'm kidding, Professor, you're the closest person to me. The professor hesitantly says, I didn't think you were joking, Lin. But okay, I've already decided your faction is chaotic good. Lin, chaotic good, are you sure? Bloodsaw says he's absolutely sure. Lin says it doesn't make sense. I'm a doctor. I should be in a faction with a friendlier name, pure kindness, something like that. Bloodsaw is thinking, I think your views are wrong, Lin. But he gets up. Okay, are you sure you want to pursue the night medicine? Our guy beats his chest, saying yes. As much as these night doctors seem a bit crazy, you can clearly see they care a lot about the patients, as they're always looking for diagnosis. Bloodsaw says, aren't you afraid that the night doctors will dissect you before you finish your studies? Lin is confident, saying, don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. In this case, it's the system. I just have to follow the mission and that's it. Bloodsaw looks at him, all right then. This professor here will prepare you to become a night doctor. It's time for special training. Boom, he already grabs the saw. Lin is startled. What's this, Professor? The master tells him, this is our saw-based dissection training. He throws it on the table, breaking everything. Lin is all happy. Wow, Professor is awesome. I wonder if you can train this technique on children? The professor looks, well, but suddenly, they hear someone coming, running in panic. We see a blonde human guy who seems to have taken a shortcut and ended up in this place. The guy apparently transmigrated too because he doesn't recognize anything from that place. He sees a healthy friend there with her back turned and says, wow, excuse me. Everything here is confusing. I'm a bit lost, it's my first time. He puts his hand on her shoulder, and when she turns around all beaten up, the poor guy gets a scare. He runs off to the other side, bumps into a giant cyclops. He also runs to the other side and comes face to face with a ghost girl with a doll. Oh man, everyone's after him, poor guy. Thunder rolls in the sky when he sees everything vanish and he's facing a castle. Seems like he got caught by some magic, and now he's entering there. After a few days of practice, our guy is coming out prepared. He thanks the professor for all the teachings these past few days. You learn all of Bloodsaw's dismemberment techniques. Bloodsaw gives him a thumbs up. Go on, Lin. Show everyone what you know, kid. It's gonna be your first time performing surgery out there. I'll lend you 1,500 coins. I want to see you coming back with no less, huh? Lin gives a greeting. Relax, Professor. I'll come back with more than 15,000. I'm off. The professor says, don't forget, it's on the Hun Street. Lin thanks him and says, don't forget to drink that tea I prepared for you, huh? It's to give you a little boost between four walls. Poor guy wonders, did the marionette say anything to him? Our guy then arrives at that street, walking around all lost. Holding the lantern, he says the place is scarier than he imagined. And the darkest smoke is so thick that even with the soul lamp, it's hard to see properly. He's walking around until he sees someone with their back turned. The guy's thinking, here comes another one. 3, 2, our guy puts his hand on the shoulder. The person turns around and gives Lin a scare. Oops, everything all right. How do I get out of this place, buddy? He's already got the hunter's gun in his mouth. Fear of the ghost goes up to 30. Lin tells him to let go of the gun, but the guy's holding it. He takes a slap there and falls to the ground crying. The Cyclops, who was watching this, doesn't know how to proceed now. Lin asks, hey Cyclops, I need to know the right direction here. The Cyclops runs off in desperation. Both heads are shocked. That guy's a pervert, who just comes out of nowhere and puts the gun in someone's mouth like that. Each one wants to run to their side, saying, I can't stand being with you anymore. I want to be separated. Lin's already on his back, telling, I can separate you guys. How about giving a little help? Your techniques aren't professional enough. The guys hugging replied, no, we like being together. Don't separate us, no. Suddenly, Lin drops everything on the ground. Come on, let's do it. I can't leave two patients with such a rare condition like this. He grabs the saw, and before they respond, congratulations, everyone. The operation was a success. If I ask you guys, do you know where I'm looking for? They point that way. Sometime later, our guy seems to be arriving. It must be here. when there's a little girl coming from behind asking, "Are you the new big brother? Wanna play with me?" When he looks, he sees that it's the doll from the beginning. Shocked, she replies, "It's you, the perverted doctor." Lin says, "I remember you. Did you make money to buy the eye back?" She's all trembling and he insists, "What happened, girl? Come here." She already remembers the big hand entering. "No, get out of here, perverted doctor." Suddenly, he holds her and says, "I'm not perverted. I just helped you. Take that on your head, for God's sake." But she gives a little moan there and he tells her, "Stop making those noises." "Well, I have something to ask you. Remember that thing I took from inside your stomach?" She says, "Yes, but why? You want to pay again? You've been thinking about my mouth all month, haven't you, pervert?" Lin, confused, thinks, what does she think I am? For God's sake. He kneels down. "Aren't you the one looking for your mom?" The doll replies, "Darn you, you want my mom too." He's already tired. What the heck does this little girl think I am? A guy who eats mother and daughter? He looks at her and says, "Have you ever stopped to think that your mother has always been by your side? For example, in your belly?" Wow, out of nowhere like that. She gets confused too. "What did you say?" "After you left, I analyzed all that bunch of garbage that I took out of you. And I also found this personal brush. This here is your mother, right?" He receives a notification from the system that he advanced 10% in finding the girl's mother. She says, "It's impossible. When my mother disappeared, she left and brought a lot of meat. That's all that happened." Our boy speaks, "Maybe your mother felt sorry that you were starving and cut herself into pieces to feed you." The doll starts to go crazy. "I would never eat my mother. Never. Are you lying to me?" Crisis is already at 30%. Our boy pets her and tells her not to worry. "Everything I took out of your belly is still with me." She asks, "Wait, are you going to help me?" He says, "Yes, but first I have to deal with the thing inside." The doll replies, "Does your client live happily in this house?" He says, "Yes." She then explains, "I advise you not to enter this house. You will regret it." But our boy is already there and the big gate opens. Once more, she advises him not to go. "If you don't believe, it's your fault." The doll is gone. Lin just thinks that she's super friendly. He then goes in there, taking a look around, until a message appears. The owner is home. Suddenly, someone appears behind him. The next moment, everything disappears. A candle lights up and he's in front of a dining table. Funny enough, he doesn't react at all. He just continues as if everything is very normal. "Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Lin from the Valley of the Soul." The family members' names are all peculiar. Happy brother. Happy father. The embarrassed doll elf. And our boy just looks to the side. Apparently, each of them belongs to a race. The thick mother says that Alice has been sick for a long time, and therefore she doesn't trust doctors much. The beautiful little boy eats the meat and says he's sure that our boy can cure Alice's illness, can he? The father speaks, "That's why we prepared this feast for you. Sit down, let's talk." Everyone is staring. He's there like a psychopath. The mission to solve the problem of Alice activates, and he sits in the chair, all calm. "Thank you very much for the hospitality." However, strangely, a mission activates in the system. "Get out of this happy house alive." He's shocked. "Get out alive? Is there something wrong with this place?" "Well, then that doesn't matter. Even if I die, I have to take care of my client." Our boy then asks, "How is Miss Alice doing? Isn't she coming to dinner?" The father says without haste, "She's sleeping because she's been very weak lately. After dinner, I'll take you there." Then the butler comes and serves him a human kidney, fresh and just taken out. Our boy takes a look. Wait, fresh? The boy is all happy. The mother says she wants him to eat. She prepared it with great care. Our boy says it looks delicious, but he doesn't like to eat. But everyone is staring. She asks, "Don't you want to eat a kidney, doctor?" He says, "No, but the rest there is fine." They tell him to eat a sausage. But when he looks, the system says it's the intestines of a rotten pig. Our boy, angry, tells the system to stop reminding him of these things. He eats and swallows while everyone in the house is looking. "Do you think it was delicious?" He replies, "It is very nice. And now she's all shiny. How nice that you liked it. You can eat as much as you want." Our boy says, "I ate a lot before leaving home and am not that hungry." But everyone is staring at him. She then gives him a little apple. It's harmless. But the apple is rotten with a bunch of bugs. He already has an evil plan. Everyone gets a scare when he opens his hand and throws it to the little hand. The father, confused, comments, "Doctor, what is that in your left hand?" Lin replies, "It's my second mouth. You don't mind if I enjoy all these delights with both, do you?" The little hand is already finished there. Favorability even dropped. The mother says, "Of course not." She's happy that he's such a glutton. Already handing over more, our boy throws everything to the little hand again. But the hand starts trying to beat him. The father, confused, asks, "Sir, why are you trying to beat yourself? Is this normal?" Lin explains, "It happens when my second mouth gets very happy." He looks at the little hand and asks, "What are you doing?" The hand replies, "Damn it, stop feeding me with these weird things." Our protagonist tells her, "You eat a bunch of live monsters. What is this here for you?" The hand says, "It's voluntarily to win battles. This here is just bad, it makes no sense." Our boy makes a proposal. "Later I'll give you something else to cleanse the taste." The little hand asks him, "How about a strawberry cake?" Lin says that he will give her the freshest strawberry cake. With that, the hand says it's not impossible to help you. Our boy turns to the table and says, "Phew, let's get back to eating." At that moment, the little hand becomes giant and starts eating everything there is. Everyone is scared. What's happening? Don't swallow all of that. Someone notifies the kitchen. Tell them to bring more. There's already a pile of plates there. The father is crying and the mother asks, "We have more food, right?" They both get up to go to the kitchen. On the way, arguing, "That damn guy, he ate 2 months of our food." The mother says they told Alice that Bloodsaw's apprentice was a weak human. Was she deceived? At this rate, we'll run out of food. Well, it doesn't matter. Alice will solve everything, and you will become a dish too. Our big-eared boy heard everything. Wow. So apparently, every time they bring doctors to take care of this girl, they become a dish. He stands up and asks the little boy there, "Hey, where's the bathroom?" The kid says it's on the 3rd floor. In the bathroom, staring at the mirror, he says, "Little hand, what are we going to do? At this rate, I'll die before seeing my client." The little hand is there, telling him to pee with the other hand. Lin tells her, "Stop talking about it. Let's talk about these important matters. What do you think we should do?" The hand replies, "I have no idea. Figure it out." Right at that moment, the kid opens the door and comes next to him. Our boy, kinda embarrassed, asks, "Are you mad? What's wrong?" The kid starts gushing blood there. He turns and recognizes that apparently he's a human who is transformed. That's because he said, "Run in the human language." Shocked, Lin asks, "Are you a human? How do I get out of this place? What happened?" The kid grabs his neck and says, "They're going to cut you open and turn you into family. Alice, she wants you to be a brother." Our guy throws him against the wall, and he's all twisted there. He goes up to the attic. Our guy's following. The hand says, "Why are you following a guy who's trying to kill you?" Our boy says, "I just found someone from my world. I can't let this guy die like this." At that moment, someone knocks on the door saying they prepared fresh new ingredients and he should come. When he goes out, it's the mother. He goes back to the table, and the kid isn't there. When the lid is lifted, look at the kid there, all cooked. Our boy stares, asking, "What is this?" She just says, "Eat, doctor. After eating, we'll be a family." But he is tired of this and asks, "I already said I don't want to eat leftovers. Is anyone really sick here?" The mother is shocked. The candles are extinguished, and she opens her mouth. "You're too rude, doctor. We used 2 months' worth of ingredients and even a new member. She comes to attack. Come here. I'm going to feed you with this big worm." But suddenly, he grabs her arm, throws her on the table, and takes a forkful. "You like this, don't you? Then try it." He throws everything that was inside the little hand at her. Fear is increasing, and she's unleashing a strange slime. Our boy grabs her face and asks, "Where are my dear compatriots?" She's losing her mind. "I don't know. I really don't know." But our boy is cruel. He uses the diagnosis to start throwing a bunch of diseases at her. The curse of the embarrassed doll, possession by an evil spirit, cyst on the skin. He tells her, "Don't worry, I'm just a little doctor. I'll definitely cure all of this. You've identified another necrosis in the body. Lung perforation." The woman asks, "What are you doing to me?" Our boy pulls out the blade. "Relax. You tell me where my dear compatriots are, and I'll help you solve all of this." It suddenly happens, and he's just gaining skill with the blade. A while later, she's already pointing the direction, telling him to go that way. Your compatriot was sent to the kitchen. Our boy thanks her. "All right then. Since I've already cured the diseases, now I just need to stitch you up." Apparently, he left the girl all stuck there on the ground. He opens the door, enters the kitchen, and there's a big pig with his back to him. The pig says, "Leave now." No one can enter the kitchen without the owner's permission. Our protagonist says he wants to find a man named Ba Yi. Is he here? The pig says he doesn't know this Ba Yi guy. However, if he's a human, there's one that was just delivered by the owner. Our protagonist thinks has the boy already been taken. However, he remembers the kid and is sure that he was Ba Yi, except it was empty and turned into a doll. Out of nowhere, he says to the pig, "I don't think you're part of this family, are you?" The pig says, "I'd only accepted the generous girl's offer, and in 3 days I became the boss in the kitchen here." Our protagonist says he understands. "Can I take some of the soup home?" The owner offered. The pig says yes, but in return, he'll have to get some condiments. The system warns that if he completes the mission for the pig won't join the punishment he'll receive. The soup only has ears, nose, mouth, horns. Lin says, "The soup seems to be delicious. What's missing?" The pig says, "Something with a lot of accumulated resentment is missing." Our protagonist, confused, accumulated resentment? How am I supposed to find something like that? The pig says, "I don't know either. It's something you only see once a decade." Lin gets the organization guy's brain. "How about this one?" The big pig is impressed. He's already found it. He takes it, sniffs it. Yeah, it really contains a lot of resentment and knowledge, but it's full of unnecessary diseases. Lin asks if he's going to accept, and the pig throws it and says, "All right, go ahead. This will serve as the final ingredient." The system announces that the pig's special reward is ready. Come back in half an hour to receive it. Then it delivers some rewards to our protagonist, who thanks him. The pig points to the pile and says, "That human you're looking for is trapped there. Just go get him." Lin is already going, spins the door, and arrives. There's a terrible smell. The boy is all sewn up, trapped. Our guy cuts in and apologizes because he didn't bring the right ingredients. but I'll perform the surgery to make sure he comes back to life. However, the kid wakes up like a demon. Lin shouts, "Stay still." Damn it. He takes a punch in the mouth, already landing on the other side. He's back again, but takes another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shots. Stay on the ground for God's sake. He blows the gun and says, "Complete anesthesia. Let's start the surgery." He puts everything on the kid and gains experience. Congratulations on activating the achievement, recreating a living being. You gain experience. The kid wakes up there, and he already puts it to his forehead. Trembling, he wants to know what the doctor is going to do. Our protagonist tells him to shut up and asks some questions that only a human from Earth would know the answer to. "Naruto," the kid answers, "Uzumaki." Here comes the damn otaku and he asks, "What are the 2 best things about a lolly?" B.E. answers, "A soft voice and a cute face." He grabs him. My God, he's a fellow countryman indeed. The kid is all happy. "Thank you so much, doctor. But they took my kidneys, my stomach, even my balls. How did you save me?" Our protagonist says he put his balls back, but unfortunately, his kidneys were cooked. The rest didn't have much impact. The guy is crying all happy. "Thank you so much, doctor. Can I know your name?" Lin, all affectionate, says, "You can call me Lin. I see you're a young boy who understands the culture very well." The kid thanks him once more and says, "My name is Bai, a poor student who never graduated. Inactive from the magical city of Juzo." Our protagonist, "Wait, magical city of Juzo? What you mean? Where are you from, kid?" He replies, "From the magical city." Now our protagonist realizes he's not from Earth. Bai is confused, asking, "Everyone knows the magical city of Juzo, don't you know?" Lin asked another N9-related question, and the kid answers correctly. He realizes that this guy, apparently from another world, has a culture very similar to Earth's. However, the system already gives the achievement, hometown in an unknown place. But Eve understands and asks, "So, we're not from the same place?" Our protagonist puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "It's all right. Let's get out of this horrible place first." The kid thanks him but suddenly slaps him in the face, gives him another slap. He's slapping but saying, "Something's wrong. Something's controlling my body." Suddenly, Lin puts him on the ground. The kid gets up. "What are you doing? What is this?" Our protagonist explains, "It seems, my friend, that whatever's inside you, I can't eradicate everything." The boy grabs him desperately. "Sir, please help me." Lin speaks. "Don't be afraid. I'm the best doctor. I'll help you." He uses the diagnosis and finds 3 diseases. One of them is an extremely uncomfortable evil spirit that's taking over the frontal part of his brain. Lin speaks. The first one is just an extremely small and evasive disease. The boy is very happy. "Seriously?" Lin says, "Yes. However, during the operation, the creatures will compete for control of the body. When the time comes, you have to be firm-minded and fight against them." The boy says, "All right, I understand. But where's this surgery going to be?" Lin points to the head. The boy says, "Wait, didn't you say it was minimal?" Lin tells him, "I warned you, it was minimally invasive. No need to open your skull. Just go through the eye. 5 minutes and we're done." The boy runs out. "No, let's do it another day, sir. But it's too late now." Lin holds him still. "I just rebuilt your entire body, and you're scared of such a little thing." The boy replies, "I was dead before, so it didn't matter." But Lin replies, "Just be patient, man. Believe me this time. You're annoying, you know." Then he throws him on the table. "Let's deal with this now." The boy looks up. "Just be gentle. I'm afraid of pain." Our protagonist goes with his little hand, and he's already trembling. "Don't worry, my patient. It'll be quick." The boy is desperate. Lin goes with his hand on his eye, just touches the eye, and the boy's face is already hurting a lot from the lack of anesthesia. Lin says, "Oops, I forgot. How crazy." Peggy asks, "Are you a doctor for real?" But it's done without mercy. Every doctor is like this. Come on, get used to it. Agonizing, he asks for help. He falls to the ground without an eye, pleading, "Mom, I want to go home." But Lin says, "All right, now we're going to start the next part of the operation. If you feel something try and take control, just shoot right in the area." The eye is appearing on Lin's face, and Bai asks, "Hey, there's a strange eye on your face. Are you human?" The protagonist just ignores him. With this eye, he can see inside the guy's brain, and there's a little demon sleeping. "Found it, that boy there." Bai asks, "Hey, you're not going to tear it out with your fingers, are you?" Suddenly, tentacles come out of Lin's fingertip, and the real operation starts. He's entering the cerebellum and starts navigating. Look at the little demon sleeping there. Little hand war inside the guy's brain takes place. Our boy is even suffering. The poor guy is just like Kaneki, abandoned and destroyed. Lin tells him, "Stay awake. Don't fall asleep. The creature will take over you. Throw the thing into his eye." But he asks, "What did you throw in my eye?" Our boy says, "I'm just giving some weapons to your brain." The boy already feels Lin's little claws fighting with the little hands. Now there's a knife in his hand. The little demon inside lets out a loud scream that drives everything away. The boy is agonizing outside and repeating, "It's wrong. I can't control it." Our protagonist shouts, "Show him the divine power." The boy, trembling there, takes the shot. Man, the crazy one protected himself with a little shield there. Lin shouts again. It's coming to an end. He's weakening. Shoot more, take more shots. With that, after a bunch of shots, the little creature is finally pierced. Lin stitches the cerebellum. The system praises him for conquering and removing the parasite. He says finally, now you don't have to worry about someone stealing your consciousness. However, the boy is kind of agonizing there. Lin asks, what's wrong? He says he's feeling a little bad. I missed one of the shots. Oops, man. Got it right there. Our boy looks and tells him, your shots were very precise, one next to the other. Diagnosis activated. Broken eggs. Ba Yi says, man, I'm still a virgin. I can't become a eunuch. Lin replies, don't worry, there's a solution. However, there will be some very serious side effects. The boy says he doesn't care as long as he gets complete. Lin takes out the potion and says, this potion here will change your body. Are you sure you want to use it? Ba Yi says he wants to. Lin warns, if you feel anything happening, tell me. Then he throws it in there. The boy is all relaxed. Phew, I feel my body recovering. The flesh and blood are coming back. The little egg there breaks. Boom, something comes out. My God, I feel a new life appearing. But the thing explodes in front of him. A huge tentacle comes out to lick his face. His sanity is dropping and our boy says, congratulations. From someone who had nothing to someone who now has a giant one. The boy tells him to stop joking and get rid of it now. Lin cuts it, and the boy falls to the ground again. Poor thing, he's tired of all this. Lin puts his hand on his shoulder. Okay, it's okay, man. At least you're still alive. Later, we'll put a metal one for you. It'll be easier to use. But rest a bit because I still need to talk to the owner of the place. Bai Yi asks, are you going to heal her? Are you crazy? Alice is crazy. Our boy replies with a yes. She's my client. I have to help the girl. Bai Yi says, this is madness. If you go there, she'll kill you. You'll become a doll like me. Lin says that if she tries anything, he'll avenge him. A few moments later, they're walking down the hallway. The protagonist says, are you sure this is the way? Bai Yi says yes. He's already been taken to her room. From the back, there's an evil aura coming, and Lin knows it won't be that easy. In the midst of all this curse, there's a malicious blonde doll. Strong combat ability, obsession, and hatred give her unparalleled abilities. Bai Yi takes a scare, losing sanity. She's flying over and Lin asks, are you the Alice who asked me to come? She just says, be family. I won't turn you into a doll. Come with me. The crazy doctor says she seems to like him a lot. What's the reason? She replies, you healed my old friend. You seem to be a kind-hearted boy. I also want someone with a kind heart for myself. Why don't you stay here and accompany me forever? Lin explains that he can't stay in the place forever because of his profession, but I'll certainly cure your illness. And if what you lack is attention, I can give you that occasionally. But she comes toward him and says he'll change his mind. And of his own free will, he'll stay here. Our boy is taken aback. Bai Yi takes a fright, saying she disappeared. Our protagonist explains that it was just imagination. She wanted to negotiate terms, but I rejected the offer. Now it's time for action because she's going to attack us. He passes the blade to Bai Yi as the monster comes out of the wall. Bai Yi takes a scare again. Our boy already tears into it with the saw. Lin looks back. What are you doing there? Come on. Walking down the hallway, Lin is dismembering all the ghosts and Bai Yi asks, aren't you afraid, man? Lin says, I am afraid, but there are only two ways in this world. Either you're consumed by fear or you cause fear. Already tearing into another one. At that moment, Bai Yi's eyes light up. Grabbing our doctor, he says, you look like a superhero. If you were a girl, I would definitely, but you're a boy, right? Lin is looking. What the hell is this? The damn guy is hugging his thighs tightly. The system says his respect increased. Well, at least it was respect, right? At that, our boy kicks the door. Nobody's on the tables. Next scene, he's walking with Bai Yi through the castle. What do you say? Do we need to keep looking for everything? Our boy explains, I have to solve one more thing. Drink this drink, buddy. What's this here? He says, just drink it. Bai Yi is all shiny. Wait, what? Did you turn me into a lamp? Our boy would never ever do something like that to his friend. Now come here and shine. However, at that moment, something green falls from the ceiling. They look up. There's a guy with a mouth and a spider. The monster suddenly jumps. Lin defends himself with the chainsaw, but he's losing sanity in the fight. Apparently, it's the mother there, because she's talking about her little monster. You made my daughter feel bad. Our boy is trying to hold on there. The lamp is coming, but boom, it's over. It opened its big mouth and already ate everything with little hand. It spits there, all beaten up, all drooling. Our little protagonist comes over, saying it's time for a little adjustment. The creature asks, what are you going to do to me? He replies, it's a quick thing, just a little adjustment to the skull. The creature agonizes, begging, eat me, for God's sake. Bai Yi finally understands why his surgery was considered gentle. At this point, our protagonist finds the evil spirit that was inside her receiving an achievement from the system. The monster is there on the floor. He lifts something up and there's an explosion. And boy, what's this? The big healthy friend comes out of her. Our protagonist already says 10% discount on surgery. Now tell me what happened to your daughter. But the poor thing is agonizing. She doesn't want him to come close. Sudden slap and thrown. He says, explain quickly. Dan red-pilled. The mother explains that she has no idea. That girl is a maniac. The little protagonist says, I'm a doctor. There's no need to be afraid. Don't you realize I just gently cured you of the curse? Bai Yi is there thinking, that's the secret to surviving in this world. One moment you're the chainsaw maniac, and the next, an angel. The mother explains, the girl is a cruel ghost. In the original world, my daughter dragged me up, tore everything out of me, made me eat my own pieces. Then my belly exploded and I died on the ground. Our boy doesn't seem very impressed. He just asks, why did she do that to you? The woman thinks for a moment. Why? Because she's a lunatic. She's mentally unstable. Since childhood, she's been doing bad things to animals, cutting everything. She's strange. She punches the ground. She has to die. Our boy says, yeah, it seems like you hate her a lot, but I'm here to treat her, so I can't help with that. The Mortar replies, no, doctor. You can help me. If you cure her and hand her over to me, I'll give you this entire castle. But our boy says, it sounds like a very tempting offer. She blushes, asking, is it a promise? But he already comes next to her, all clingy. I already know her illness, and I just need a little of your help. Little hand. Guard her for now. Sent her inside. When he got close, he gave her one in the belly. But he asks, brother, I don't understand. Why did you give her one if you had just cured her? Our boy says, because I'm an ordinary human and was angry with her for forcing me to eat all that garbage. The boy says, that's why. But Lin explains, I also know she was lying. They don't originally belong to this world. If I'm not mistaken, they were pulled here by Alice's resentment. For someone who has so much resentment to this point, her life wasn't so easy. They really are a very unhappy family. He opens the door and there's already a bridge leading to a tower. He knows. Here we are at the tower where Alice is. On the way, he thinks, this here looks like one of those game places where the monster will appear out of nowhere. Bai Yi says, no need to appear. There's already a gargoyle here. But for Lin, this isn't a monster. But here comes the whole gang. Bai Yi asks, man, are we entering the Demon King's house? Lin is excited, saying, oh, I'll have to pull the big one. But he asks, what's the big one? He already took out the dragon cannon, and the boy now understands why it's called the big one. Lin just tells him to take a look and explodes everything. Bai Yi says, wow, too strong. Can I touch it? Our boy throws it on his arm. You can, but it's something you have to practice a lot to use. At that moment, someone is coming from the bridge with a black cape. It hits the sword on the ground. Commander Knight. Lin seems excited now. Here comes another one. Bai Yi says, I think he's the mini-boss here. The knight gives a warning. This is Lord Carmel's territory. Whoever passes through here, I won't show mercy. Our boy just says, all right, let's get started. The big one is already here to give him some. But he tells them, in my life, I was known as a killer of hundreds. I never lost a war until I died. But now he took one to the head already. He's standing there, not understanding. Our boy gave him a dirty shot. Lin tells him, you're very outdated, fighting with a sword at a time like this. The knight falls hard on the ground. Poor guy. Then they hear a voice saying, Doctor, you're so rude. They recognize it as the master's voice. In front of them, staff on the ground, the father appears. He says he knows Alice needs treatment, and that's because she brings many bad things to the family. The cage she stays in is for her own good. Already turning into a bodybuilder, looking like Chris Bumstead, all falling apart. The system announces that if Lin kills the guy, he'll get the witch's mask. The devil gathers the heads and is coming at them. Our guy is a sharpshooter landing shots, but this one isn't going down easy. The devil stomps the ground. Lin jumps with Bai Yi, getting stuck in the branches using the hand, and he tells him, stay here and don't panic. I'll solve this quickly. He jumps back. The father smiles at him like a psychopath. It's time to settle this. Lin defends himself with a saw, saying, I agree. After blocking it, he asks, is that all you've got? Sensing the aura is in a Runo-Rasengan moment, the big monster says he's tired of playing and gives another attack. Lin smiles calmly, blocking the guy's blade with his hand. The devil is shocked. How so? Our protagonist pushes him back with his golden hand. The devil looks at him. Who are you? Lin asks, can't you see? Just an ordinary doctor. An eye appears on his chest, dragon hand in hand, something coming out of his back holding the blade and the saw. The poor devil is sweating. The little doctor says, what's up? Let's play a little more. He takes a shot. The devil defends himself and goes for it, but our guy is already on his back. Got him on the neck. He didn't even feel anything. It was in the belly too. Lin says, ever heard of the blood ghost? I learned this from her. The guy tries to attack, but Lin stops him with one hand using the dragon's mouth. With the other hand, he stops him with a little hand. Poor guy doesn't know what to do while he's being entangled by the tentacles. The devil pleads, I'm Alice's father. You can't kill me. But Lin replies, sorry, but the system's reward is very generous. You've got to go. Bye, buddy. He turns off all the powers, back to the ground, collecting a bunch of rewards and the witch's mask. He just takes the guy's head off and sends it inside. Then asks Bai Yi, who's still hanging, do you want to come with me to cure Alice? Bai Yi answers, no, you can go. Let me know when you're ready. Lin says, okay then. Afterward, he goes back to help. He enters the tower with a billion endless stairs and starts climbing. There are a bunch of spirits falling from above, but he keeps walking through the incomprehensible place. He kicks a door. A corridor with a bunch of destroyed stuff appears. On the wall, a spirit is tied up, twisting to reach a plate. Lin thinks it's the mother's spirit. She says, come on, Alice. Just a little more. Alice seems to be caged on the ceiling. Our guy, all innocent, says, "Hi, Alice. It's your doctor. Here to take care of you." She stares at him and says, "Now you're going to be family." The system announces, "Do whatever is necessary to understand her problem, her past, and heal the trauma." Trying to reach him from inside the cage, she says she doesn't like her father or mother. She's given up on them. "So, can you be my big brother?" Our guy answers, "Unfortunately, I can't stay here for long. But I understand everything because I saw the memories. Your family has been mistreating you for a long time. And that's why your dream is always meant to have a happy home." Alice says, "It's not me who's doing this to them." Suddenly, she starts transforming, destroying the cage. This little Alice is happy, but now she's going to take care of this. The system shows that she's now Miss Mary, an old witch who was burned in the witch hunts. She was one of the women of the owner of a castle and had a child with him. Out of hatred, she possessed her own daughter. She starts burning, showing the family, saying, "Oh, little Alice doesn't know her true family." Crying, she asks our protagonist, "Will you be my brother?" She says she needs a kind brother. But our boy breaks the glass and starts going down the stairs like crazy. She's asking, "Why are you abandoning me too?" Throwing flames at him. Lynn is running across the bridge. But Yu is wondering, "Wow, man, is he okay?" What an explosion. Our boy runs back to the castle and boom, closes the door. Poor guy realizes the curse is very strong. It's going to be hard to suppress something like that. He keeps trying to think of a plan. He imagines that if he could explain to everyone what happened, maybe the curse would cease. His hand glows and apparently he can see some memories from the past. The whole family is walking down the corridor carrying something in a basket. Our protagonist walks around, and under a piece of wood he finds Alice's arm. You obtain a body fragment. He begins to think that this family was the devil indeed, then goes to a fireplace and finds a piece of the foot, goes behind a door and finds another piece of the arm. Then we see her mother in a church praying, saying, "Mr. Alice is not very well." Oh, come on, why would that be? When she looks at her hands, her hair, she gets confused, doesn't know why that's there. The father is agonizing on the ground, wondering, how can I put my daughter in a cage? What am I doing? The other son, too, is confused. My son, he was so kind, but now he's just doing these things like a psychopath. Back and forth, passing everyone, Lynn is collecting several fragments of her body, until, well, he finds the most important part. Staring at her, he says, "You can relax. I'll heal you." But right at that moment, the spirit appears behind him. It sends an attack and grabs his neck. Our boy tries to say, "Alice, I'm trying to gather your parts to heal you. I'll become your brother." She blushes for a second, asking, "Family?" Lynn sends those little hands to the ground, but she screams in agony. He runs off saying, "Now I just need one piece." Did he manage to throw the spirit inside the body? Is that it? But she doesn't give up. She recovers and throws her flames. Our boy takes out the mask he got when he won the fight against the father. Her hand comes back and grabs his heart. He sends some energy back from his belly with one eye. Man, he's really demonic too. Our boy runs away looking back, thinking, asterisk, she's a spirit rooted in this place. As long as the castle stands, she'll be invincible, asterisk. He goes back to the kitchen of the piglet, who asks, "Are you impatient or attracted by the smell?" Our boy puts his big hand in the pot. The piglet asks, "What are you doing?" He takes out what appears to be a heart, saying, "Phew, I found the last fragment." The piglet asks, "Do you want to use this heart to resolve the hate in the little girl's heart?" Lynn asks where that heart came from and if he can take it. The piglet says, "As a boss, I always know where the ingredients come from. This was a pure heart, which is extremely rare in this world. Unfortunately, it was stained with malice. You can take it, but first you'll have to drink the soup and deliver to me an evil heart." Our boy faces the soup as the system warns. Unfinished heart and brain soup will randomly give you knowledge and a curse. At this point, the demon doll crosses the door, yelling, "Die." Our boy already downs the soup. Asterisk, you gain knowledge. Mechanical transformation. Entertain the curse. The crying clown, asterisk, he runs off, drinks the soup and says, "I'll deliver the evil heart later." The piglet says, "Okay, come back in half an hour. Because if you break the contract, I get your heart." Our little protagonist finds a good room. He spins the safe and protects himself. His hand spits out all the doll remains. He started sewing and the doll starts talking. "My name is Alice, and I live with a happy family. Even though my father was serious, he taught me many things. My mother was sometimes very grumpy too, but she always cooked good things. My older brothers always gave me many presents. Together, we'll be a family forever." Already releasing the devil's aura, our boy uses the power of the little hand there, takes out his big mouth clones to attack her. She comes with another little hand. Hand-to-hand combat begins. He dodges and pulls out the flaming skull from his back. He takes off that mask of his. That's new. He's protecting the body and being attacked by the curse. Took one in the chest, but unleashed the Kamehameha. The doll realizes she's losing some power. She then attacks him in the belly and says, "Got you." But our boy is very calm. She's confused and he says, "It's you who's finished," already pulling her into a hug, but this is draining his vitality. Lynn then ends up in what seems to be inside her memory. He sees when everything was nice. Alice's room. He goes in to see her all happy with the knight and the butler. The boss is here now, the doctor. But she asks, "Are my parents and my brother coming today?" The guys are looking at each other. The knight says, sorry, miss, but the lady took the boy out for a walk. I don't think they'll be back today. She gets all sad. Oh, I see. He gives her a cake so she doesn't worry. When he cured his disease, they'll definitely celebrate your birthday. Lynn observes, so this is Alice's inner world. Asterisk, there's more hope in her heart than I expected. But escape memories never solve the problem. Asterisk. He tries to talk to her there. She says, don't come. She appears in the cage. It's over, isn't it? Everyone who has helped me has died. I don't want you to get close or you'll get hurt. But our doctor just hugs her from behind. He says, I'm your doctor, and I'm here to save you. Oh man, easier said than done. His whole body is being consumed by a creature that's trying to invade. 75% progress. The mother has taken over the daughter's body. She gets hit by a Kamehameha. Stay away from my daughter. The psychopath is smiling. Says the curse is indeed very strong. 92% already. The system says, if you don't suppress the ghost in 5 seconds, you'll die. He pulls out that spiritual lance he got back in the beginning of the Xiao Xiao and sticks it in his own leg. With that, he manages to reduce the progress of the evil energy. But the demon doll is already coming at him. She tries to attack him with an explosion. He manages to grab her little arm. Apparently, it was Alice herself who canceled the mother's attack because she's asking, what did you do? He says, I just told her the true story. The daughter's consciousness is speaking in her head. So it was you who did everything, mother. It wasn't me. It was you. Already crying. But why, mother? Why did you do this? The possessed mother appears, saying, no, I'm just protecting you. I'm your biological mother. Now Alice says, I hate you. She already starts blowing up the whole castle. Laser up. Our boy is finished. The mother was a witch who was killed. She got angry because the father got a new wife to raise her daughter. And so she took control of her own daughter to get revenge on everything. Now the slimes fall to the ground. The mother gets up all messed up. The blondie is Alice. The spirit is the demon's mother. And here comes the good mother. But the demon tries to attack out of nowhere. She takes a hit from the lance. Our boy used the sacred relic and says, you deserve to die if you don't repent until the last second. You're no longer qualified to be Alice's mother. But out of nowhere, the spirit attacks the doll the protagonist had made, eats the arm, explodes. His whole body is gone. Man, what's happening? She cries. The castle collapses. Guys, if you're lost, I am too. Relax. What I know is that our boy is exhausted and almost falls. He calls for help from the little hand, which pulls him out of there. The system says he managed to complete 2/3 of the mission simultaneously. He received the cursed eye. We see him there taking a potion, trying to recover. And staring at the collapsed castle, he thinks, asterisk, wow, is this what they call a happy home? Alice kills her own biological mother and the curse destroys everything. I thought I could save Alice. And yet in the end, I'd only generated more hatred. Looks like I have a lot to learn still, asterisk. This here was considered a failure. The little hand says, buddy, you're at least alive. Be happy. The system gives a warning. Hate is floating. Get out of there immediately. Lin then sees that body he had sown rising with the soul that came back. And Hand tells him, what are you doing? Run away from here. But our psychopathic boy goes towards her. The Hand yells, come back, idiot. Come back. He goes over there, talking with a little hello. He puts his hand on her shoulder and the system says, you're being invaded by a ghostly energy. But he hugs her, saying it's all over, Alice. Everything's fine. You can at least treat me as your family. With that, the whole castle starts to disappear, and snow begins to fall in its place. Our boy earns another achievement. Congratulations, you become the legendary savior of Lolis. He has a pleased look on his face. The little Hand says to him, you're brave, man. Don't you know that with her current strength, she'll kill you? Lin replies, I'm her doctor. I can't give up on patience. Not to mention, I made a promise. Obviously, I wouldn't abandon her. The little Hand gets a scare and he asks, what's the problem, little Hand? That answers, nothing. You're stupid. But deep down, thinks her boy is cool, kind, and actually a good person. From afar, Bloodsaw and Marionette are observing. Bloodsaw looks and says, oh, the happy house was destroyed, but at least the curse was broken. The doll is impressed. This Alice was more powerful than me and you. Bloodsaw, all happy, says, that's my apprentice. What do you think? Better than your daughter's, huh? Marionette replies, he really is excellent. She starts thinking mischievously. Asterisk, it seems that just thinking of him to shoot the curse isn't enough. Someone so amazing has to be adopted forever, asterisk. I know, I'll marry him into our whole family. Not the 7th or just the boss. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, everyone's going to get him. After my daughters, he can even take care of his mother-in-law. Bloodsaw is behind her asking, hey, what are you thinking there? Meanwhile, our boy is walking with Alice in his arms. Ba Yi, where are you, my son? Did he already run away? At that moment, a barrier disappears. The passive diagnosis activates on Alice. Our boy realizes she can only be outside the castle because he cleansed the curse with his ability. But the curse cleansing only lasts a few hours. Unfortunately, staying in the castle is the only thing she can do for the rest of her life. Alice, half asleep, murmurs that she wants to go out, play, and have fun. Our boy puts her down, apologizing. Unfortunately, I can't break all the curses, but as a family member, I'll do my best to make you happy. He uses one of the items he received that improves any of his abilities to enhance the curse removal ability. Now he can use the curse cleansing on a person twice. He says, I think that's it. It'll last 48 hours. With that, he uses the power and it wakes up. His hand shines and he closes it. No one knows what mess he made, but he asks her, do you want to go out and have fun? Alice, flying there, asks, is it possible? Our boy says, yes, you can try to go out. She's a little unsure, but she steps out and realizes she can. Finally, she's out of the castle. She comes and hugs our boy, all happy. He reduces her resentment by 1%. The system says his healing is the only way for her to break free from this, but it will take a long time to fully cure her. Lin notes that the mission reward is 2 question marks. Our boy feels embarrassed. Damn it, everyone already thinks bad things about me and the system wants me to take care of her all the time. But hey, I'm a good guy. Considering everything, I'll help. Alice then says she wants to give him something before he leaves. Our boy says he knows he won't be able to stay here, so she wants to do something. She releases a little shine in a direction. The whole castle starts to shine and rebuild itself. She smiles and tells Lin that from now on he's also one of the owners of the happy house. The system gives the notification. Asterisk, you received 50% ownership of the happy house. You can teleport here freely once a day and can also control any creature inside it. Asterisk. Our boy, being a greedy guy, says, you're giving me all this? She says, yes. He's already all happy. Now that's what I call a true prize. 50% of a huge piece of land. I'm going to build whatever I want here. Not to mention, this teleport can help me a lot. She's kinda, you don't want it. Our boy replies, I do, of course I do. Right at that moment, an aura comes out from inside the castle. Alice, already scared, hides behind our boy. The big pig comes. Don't be nervous, little girl. I just have to complete a transaction with this boy. Bloodsaw apparently recognizes him there, trembling all over. Marionette asks, what's the problem? Bloodsaw then explains. This guy showed up 2 years ago. That day, an unprecedented illusion appeared on the moon. It was when Lin was lying in front of the store. My heart was pounding as if my soul had been suppressed. I followed, and when I looked up, I saw him. Marionette asks, is he a magical creature? The two of them run away in desperation. The big pig says to our protagonist, brother, where's the heart you promised me? Our boy hesitates a little. Marionette and Bloodsaw have already arrived ahead. He immediately asks, what are you guys doing here? Bloodsaw asks, Lin, did you offend this butcher? Lin replies, you don't need to worry. I just made a deal with him. It was thanks to him that I managed to save the girl. I reached out, but unfortunately, I couldn't find the evil heart I wanted to give you before, so I'll give you mine. Already putting his hand on his chest, everyone is startled. Bloodsaw exclaims, what are you saying, Lin? Are you going to die just to give your heart to him? Marionette wants to know, what will happen to my girls if you die? Lin replies, Professor, didn't you already help me by giving me another heart before? It's okay to give it to him. Bloodsaw says, the heart I traded wasn't a normal heart, Lin. Besides, you didn't understand the meaning of his words. What he wants isn't the piece of meat in your chest, but your soul. Oops, Lin reacts. My soul. I made a deal with the devil man. The big pig just says 30 seconds for you to make your decision. As soon as it's over, I'll consider it a breach of contract. Lin thinks 30 seconds is impossible. How am I going to find an evil heart in that time? But from the professor's and Alice's expressions, this guy is much more powerful than they are. Maybe above king level. But I can't involve anyone else in this. I made this deal. He puts his hand on his chest, saying, you can take mine. But right at that moment, someone behind says, what do you want? Take it. Alice, already tearing it out, the protagonist shouts, what are you doing? She says she'll accept the trade in place of her brother. Man, her heart is really evil. She takes it to the pig and says, this is my biological mother's heart. Her malice and hatred should satisfy your request. The drooling pig takes a look. Very good quality, I accept. Our boy shouts, Alice, what did you do? She explains it doesn't matter. At least by removing this heart, which is the source of hatred, I won't even remember my mother anymore. The devil pig is removing something from the heart. Apparently, it's the mother's own soul. The soul says, Alice, you can't trade me. How can you do this to your mother? But she's already turned into a little ball, falling into the pig's hand. Condensed soul. Transaction complete. We'll meet again. Bloodsaw asks, Pig, was it you who brought Lin here 2 years ago? Lin asks, but wasn't I adopted by you, Bloodsaw? Bloodsaw explains, yes. But the moment you appeared in front of the store, this guy was there. Our boy is confused. What's going on? How many more secrets are there in this? The pig says, a being made a very risky deal with me, and I agreed. Lin asks, who did you make a deal with? There's a gleam in the sky, and apparently, the pig disappears. Our boy thinks, did I make a deal with this guy? What was I looking for so much before coming to this place? He then turns to Alice and asks, how did you guys hire this guy? She starts trying to remember, but says she can't recall the details. It seems like something is interfering with her memories. Lin imagines someone who could even control someone's memories, certainly more powerful than most creatures here. Bloodsaw puts his hand on Lin's shoulder and says, don't try to understand too much. He said you'll meet when the time comes. Our protagonist agrees. He then asks Bloodsaw, can you explain more things to me when we get back? Bloodsaw says, of course. You did a great job in this place, and I was very pleased. Besides having gotten rid of that scary evil ghost. The poor thing asks, evil? And he replies, had nothing. Let's head back. Our boy then calls Alice to take a look at their little shop. At that moment, Alice asks, brother, did you forget something? He replies, I don't think so. Why? The Baiyi is still down there, abandoned. Come on, my son, get out of there. 3 days later, he's still in the shop, frozen. Our boy is warming him up to see if he wakes up. Without further ado, our protagonist asks, so, how did you end up in this world? The kid says he had gone to a bar with some friends, and when he was returning home, he followed the GPS and ended up here. Okay then. Our boy asks, GPS? Do you have a cell phone? Show it to me. He shows it, but it's all broken and doesn't work anymore. The random diagnosis activates. You've discovered a hardware problem. The item is under a blood pact. Our boy is confused. Dude, does your cell phone have a curse? But Yi asks what the problem is. He says, there's some curse on your phone. Maybe that's why you came to this world. The kid says, what a disaster. Throw this thing away then. Our protagonist replies, friend, now it's too late. You're already here. He remembers that when he drank the guy's soup, he gained a mechanical transformation. Maybe with that, he can fix this thing and get some clues. He calls Baiyi over, and after a while, the cell phone is fixed with a little creature on the screen. Lin tells him, think carefully. Do you remember what you were doing with your cell phone before you traveled? He says, I was watching a video of Manhwa. Then I called my girl to go to the hotel, but she rejected me. Lin hits his head, idiot. Say what matters. He says he went to the internet cafe to play a game and then went to see some sites where friends are enemies of clothing. Then he replies, if I remember, it was at that moment that a little window opened. Our boy says, let me guess, there was a hottie telling you to click. The kid takes the cell phone from his hand, opens it. I'm not sure, but I took a picture of the page. It already shows the girl they're saying kawaii. Our protagonist says, well, what I imagined. Wait, calm down, it's not that. He continues looking through the photos and finds an image of himself from behind. Our boy finds it strange. The site has a lot of code on the screen as if there were a message trying to be conveyed. He points to some writings on a screen and asks what those are. Did you sign that? The kid says no, he has no idea and doesn't remember anything. Lin then says he'll ask the professor if he knows anything. He goes there and says, hey Bloodsaw, can you translate this for us? Bloodsaw says, it looks like an enchantment from the dark world. I will serve the blood dominator of the flesh. I will make a sacrifice to the ancient gods with my flesh for the grace of the god. Signed by Xu. He says, it looks like a contract for sacrifice by a malign god. Did your friend sign this thing? Lin says apparently yes, but the kid said he doesn't know why. Bloodsaw says that's pretty normal in the malign world. Several root-level creatures transform into gods, and they start with powers to terrorize other worlds. Lin asks, wow, did I come to this world also because of this? Bloodsaw says no, his situation is more complicated. But every contract signed with a malign god always has a time limit. Lin, confused, says, what do you mean? He explains that normally a malign contract keeps the person a few hours or a few days in this place. But Lin, on the other hand, has been here for a few years, so that's not the case. Outside, Baiyi asks, so brother, do you know what it said? Lin congratulates him, saying he'll be able to return to his world in a few days. He asks if that's true. Lin says yes, and he's very happy. But our boy isn't very happy. The kid asks, wait, are you going to be able to go back too? He says, unfortunately, he doesn't go back yet. He explains that he just found out that Baiyi was brought by a contract and contracts have time. But his case is different. Baiyi asks if he misses home. Lin says yes, he doesn't want to stay in this horrible place for the rest of his life. Baiyi has an idea. What if I summon you to my world? Just like the demon god made the contract to bring me here, we can somehow make a contract to take you there. It might not be Lin's world, but at least it's much better than this place here. Lin thinks about it and says it might be a good idea. They just have to figure out the time limit part. They then go take a look at the books there. The guy already saw some hot chicks, and he's all like, what a beautiful thing. They keep researching until Baiyi starts trembling. He starts emitting a blue aura. It looks like he's going back. Lin grabs a page, writes down everything he had already discovered, hands it to him, and says, well, bye Baiyi. Baiyi starts disappearing, crying, saying he guarantees he'll find a way to bring Lin too. We then see him walking through the Soul Valley with a little girl in his arms. He asks if she wants to get down and walk on her own, but she says no. His face shows he's not happy about it, already knowing that everyone is going to think the wrong things about him. She then points to the side and asks if that looks tasty. Our guy sees a goblin hiding, one that feeds on black snow. He walks away, saying, you can't eat everything you want, my girl. After all, those creatures weren't harming them, so they had to act properly in some way. He gives the creature a hard stare and it runs off in desperation. Our boy says he knows she must be hungry, so he prepares a little meat and blood lollipop. What a wonder. At least she's happy now. The people of Soul Valley once again receive a warning. Be careful when leaving your homes. The maniac has a new demon out there. People are angry, thinking, "This idiot again, bringing these monsters here. Go home already, you scoundrel. Go open your shop." Alice is all happy, while our guy finds it amusing. There are supposed to be so many people in this city. Why is everyone behind closed doors? Does nobody want to sell anything? Then he gets annoyed. I'm going into a shop. Alice never gets to leave the castle and can't even have fun. But the people inside are begging, "No, please, don't come into my shop." The residents are all growing fearful, but Lynn goes in without a care. They buy some teddy bears and random stuff, and with that, her favorability increases. Her accumulated anger starts to decrease. Alice is happy, and a bit more of her anger fades. The two of them sit down to take a rest. Lynn says that tomorrow is the big day of the mission to officially become a Doctor of the Night. However, he needs to know how strong he is right now. So he asks the system. He says he knows that the strongest creatures in this world are root-level beings, and he wants to know how strong he is considering he defeated Alice's father without much trouble. The system gives him a useless answer, saying his combat style is very unique, so his chances of victory vary too much to assign a specific rank. But our hero thinks that means if I find the right opportunity, I can kill even a king, right? For example, if one asks for treatment, I could take the chance to cut a few extra spots. The system replies, "You cannot kill a king-level creature." Lynn looks defeated. "But you said my strength varies." The system explains that this theory only applies to creatures below level 100. That's because creatures at that level fall within the natural comprehension he possesses. However, beyond level 100, creatures enter a truly supernatural state. When they reach that stage, they become extremely difficult to deal with, and their strength grows exponentially. To sum up, a king-level creature can basically do anything. Our guy then says he's starting to understand how combat power works in this world. At the top are Xiao Xiao's father and mother. Right below are Xiao Xiao and creatures at the maximum king level. After that come the Heart Eaters and common kings. Then slightly below is Alice, who isn't much stronger than the marionette and the witch. However, outside this dark world or pyramid, there are much higher levels and unimaginable existences. Lynn says, "Well then, below level 100, I must be one of the strongest, right?" The system confirms that he's one of the strongest living beings, which isn't saying much since almost everyone is already dead. He's struggling though, and Alice clings to him and says she's feeling uncomfortable. It's a small thing, just a detail. Her head is about to fall off. Our guy prepares a little bath for her, telling her to take a soak so he can stitch her back up. She's like an old pair of pants that rips at the seams. Every time she goes out, she needs a little stitching. She makes a little hand gesture. He asks, "You want me to bathe you?" She says yes. Our hero is confused. He immediately tells her, "Alice, girls shouldn't let people do this kind of thing, okay? Not even your brother." She lights up, asking why. His face shows he's giving the lesson, but he's blushing. However, he explains, "It's because you're still very young. You don't understand." She then asks, "How old are you?" He replies, 18. She responds, "I'm 201, the classic FBI trap." And she says it's not a problem. But he insists, "I'll just teach you how to do it, and you're not to ask for this again." Poor Lynn feels sorry for her. The girl was trapped her whole life and doesn't even know how to bathe, so he decides to help her. But by doing so, he immediately earns a bunch of achievements from the system. Shameless body washer. King of gaining favorability with female friends. Furious, he curses, "Damn system, stop giving me these achievements, you jerk." He then dries her hair and tells her he'll remove the stitches. For that, she should leave her body in ghost form and just leave the flesh so they'll hurt less. She shakes her head and says, "No, I don't want to leave my body." Lynn says, "All right then. If it hurts, you can scream." He makes a small cut and she's already wincing in pain. He tells her again to leave her body, but she says she trusts him. "You don't want to make it hurt too much, right?" Lynn replies, "Fine then. I'll try to be gentler." He finishes the stitching without causing her pain. The system teases him again. "You can only control pain when it comes to little girls, huh?" She's already lying there all happy. Our guy packs his bag for the next day. Bloodsaw shows up and asks, "Are you going to try to meet a Doctor of the Night tomorrow?" Lynn greets him, and Bloodsaw explains that he had wanted to make Lynn give up on this profession. But seeing his determination, he realized it's pointless. Lynn reassures him, "Don't worry, Professor. You taught me everything properly and there won't be any problems." Bloodsaw tells him, "Lynn, you still know very little about the Doctors of the Night. The Professor can only help you one last time." He places some potions on the table. A legendary mental amplification potion, created by the greatest potion experts in the dark world. After use, it makes you feel stronger for 24 hours. The weaker the creatures you use it against, the stronger the effect. A physical enhancement potion. After use, it drastically boosts your physical strength for 24 hours. However, once the effect wears off, you'll feel weakened for a while. Lynn, overjoyed, exclaims, "Wow, Professor, you're giving me something this good. You're so kind." Bloodsaw responds, "It's nothing special. Just a bit of kindness from your professor." With that, he leaves, saying, "See you tomorrow." Lynn is deeply moved. The next day, our guy heads out with his doctor's bag and everything. The system activates the mission. You have initiated the transition to Doctor of the Night. He is immediately teleported to a world with a red moon. You have entered the cursed realm, Silent City. First phase, introduction to becoming a Doctor of the Night. Increase your popularity in this place to 100 to advance to the next part of the mission. It is forbidden to kill animals during this mission. Doing so will cause extreme resentment among the doctors of this place. Note, receiving a significantly high score will grant you a higher title upon becoming a Doctor of the Night, as well as better rewards. Our hero thinks that for a first phase, it seems pretty simple. He walks among a mass of terrifying souls. Assessing the situation, he decides to be cautious and drinks the potion. He says he feels incredibly strong now, no longer afraid of anything or anyone. He uses both potions at once. He heads confidently and recklessly to the city. In front of the city's church, there are towers raised and armed guards aiming. It seems to be a survival base, complete with a cyclops among them. One of the guards says, "Mayor, leave this to us. You don't need to take these risks." But the old man replies, "This isn't our old world, and light will never reach this abandoned place. At the very least, I want to protect my people. Now stop bothering me, grab your weapons, and don't let any creature get through." Up on the mountain, werewolves watch. One of them asks another how the attack on the city is going. The other replies, "Leader, we're ready to launch the attack at any moment. However, according to our scouts, there's a stranger heading in that direction. We're wondering if it's some kind of reinforcement." The leader asks, "Reinforcement? What race? Giant? Undead? The corrupted?" The scout responds, "It looks like just an ordinary human, sir." A group is already trailing our poor doctor, fully prepared for an attack. The wolves recognize him and say, "It's him. Let's end this now. Rip him apart." The whole wolf family comes for him. The man looks and says, "That guy looks like a doctor. Sir, could he be one of the crazies?" The leader responds, "Maybe he's one of those weirdos who are interested in us. Their base is close to this tower as well. If it weren't for them, we would have already taken this city and this sacred relic." The man says, "Boss, if he really is a Doctor of the Night, we should head back. I don't want to be dissected by one." The boss, however, slaps him and asks, "Why are you so nervous?" "I doubt he's a Doctor of the Night. They all wear masks to identify themselves. Besides, that guy looks like he's from somewhere else." Lin is walking, almost dancing, and the wolves think, "His skin is soft and his flesh is weak. Let's finish him off." They howl and leap to kill Lin. The system immediately identifies their race, Blood Moon Werewolves level 43, with extremely strong combat abilities. Lin glances back, smiles, and says, "I've been waiting for you guys." Tentacles emerge, and he's already captured 2 of them. The wolves are confused while Lin mocks, "How bold of these weak little werewolves to try and provoke me." But the leader is sneaking up behind him. He strikes Lin, who is thrown aside. When the beast looks again, Lin is fully transforming, saying, "You know, I already took my medicine today." The leader growls angrily and says, "You arrogant brat. Do you think we can't take you down? Today is the blood moon, and our combat effectiveness is doubled." He howls again, and all the wolves charge once more. The leader instructs them, "Move the tentacles aside and pull him so he gets stuck." Lin thinks, "Damn it. The system said I can't kill any animals. Otherwise, I just use Dragon's Breath and end this. But since you want to attack me, don't blame me." He activates a random diagnosis on everyone. Suddenly, diseases spread everywhere. Prostate explosion, that's just cruel. Full body itch, kidney failure. The wolves are all writhing on the ground in pain, pleading, "Boss, help. Boss, I'm dying." But there's one wolf, a little red-faced and shy. What happened to him? Lin wonders. The boss asks, "What's with that face?" The wolf mutters, "Sorry, boss. You look so handsome today. I'm losing control." It turns out Lin hit him with uncontrollable desire. What kind of disease is that? And the wolf didn't hold back with the other one. But then Lin caused a mess, literally. He gave one of them diarrhea and everything exploded everywhere. The wolves are losing their minds. The system even awards Lin the achievement, cover the entire place with excrement. The wolves are collapsing on the ground. Someone grabs a jet to start cleaning up because the stench is unbearable. Lin approaches the leader and says, "Explain what's happening." The big wolf growls, "I'm a strong guy. I never tell anyone what I'm planning." Lin points to the leader and says, "If you don't talk, I'll leave you for your boss to show his love for you." "All right," the little wolf says there, "I'll explain. We saw you on your path and we're planning to attack the Silent Tower." Lin replies, "That's no problem at all. I just want to know why you're trying to attack the city." The werewolf explains that small city is called Silent City. Inside there are some remnants of the sacred world. About 3,000 years ago, the army of the sacred world opened a passage to this world. From what I've heard, their world experienced some catastrophe 300 years ago. Their civilization was destroyed and 5 of the 13 items they considered sacred relics fell into this world. Their expedition was to retrieve these items. Lin grows curious. 3,000 years ago again, the colossus of the association, the Xiao family, with their heads cut off and banished to this world. And now this sacred civilization is also tied to that time. He asks, "And what about that expeditionary force? Where are they now?" The werewolf replies they're all dead already. Apparently, they encountered a root-level creature and got scattered. A small number of them are still in Silent City, and they hold one of the sacred relics. Lin says, "Strange. Why do you, a werewolf, know all this?" The werewolf explains it's because our ancestors used to work alongside humans, but those bastards abandoned all the cursed werewolves, leaving us to suffer eternal hellish pain. The werewolf's eyes start burning with rage. They have to die. All of them. I'm going to. Lin punches him in the face. Shut up. One last question. If you answer well, I'll let you go. Got it? The werewolf, trembling, agrees. Okay. Do you know the Doctors of the Night? The big wolf starts shaking. Why are you asking about the Doctors of the Night? Lin smirks. Oh, seems like you know. Tell me about them. The werewolf hesitates but explains all Doctors of the Night are crazy. They're very interested in the curse inside us. They always wear masks, are elegant and polite, and say they're willing to help remove the curse from our bodies. Supposedly, they even saved several elders from the werewolf clan. It felt like they were giving us hope. But even after removing the curse, they kept insisting that we still had some kind of disease and needed more treatment. Then they cut us again, use a burning red needle, and stitch us back up with tiny stitches, really slowly. Can you imagine how much that hurts? He starts tearing up. It's terrifying. Damn it. Lin chuckles. That doesn't sound so bad, does it? The werewolf snaps. Not so bad. Wait, you. Lin extends his tentacles. I'm not officially one yet, but soon I'll also become a famous Doctor of the Night. He gives a menacing stare. What's going on with you? Let me help a bit. The werewolf panics. Hey, you said you'd let me go, man. Dumped. Too late. Lin's treatment begins and howls echo through the forest. At the human base, someone asks, why am I hearing wolves crying? The mayor replies, stay alert. It must be a conspiracy. Suddenly, Lin emerges from the forest with the whole pack behind him. The humans point their weapons, alarmed. Wait, isn't that a human? And it looks dangerous. The mayor tells them to hold their fire. Lin approaches with his hands raised. Don't shoot, guys. I'm just a doctor passing through. I have no intention of causing trouble. I'm a very kind person. The humans exchange glances. Wait, a doctor. One of them raises his weapon again. Who sent you here? Lin replies, no need to be scared, man. These are my trophies. Now it's clear why the wolves were following him. They're all being carried. But the paranoid humans start firing anyway, refusing to take chances. Lin, now serious, pulls out his scalpel, which looks more like a sword, and deflects the bullets. He calmly tells them, be patient. These wolves are just my prisoners. But then, bang, Lin takes 4 bullets. A voice says, hey, you realize you're getting shot, right? Our guy replies, shut up, I know. The mayor and the man nearby are like, maybe we shouldn't let this guy in, huh? But when they look again, the wolves are all completely defeated, even while captured by him. They look a bit thoughtful. Sometime later, Lin is sitting with them at the table. The mayor asks, so was it you who took down all the werewolves? Lin replies that it was. He says he was attacked on the way and had to defend himself. The mayor tells him, I was expecting a brutal fight today. I never imagined the crisis would be resolved just by you. You really saved us today, kid. A priest steps forward and says, sir, I just arrived and those werewolves are all infected with diseases. The symptoms started with this young man. The mayor is shocked. A doctor of the epidemic? They're an extremely chaotic and crazy group. All they want is to spread plagues and curses in this world. But this guy doesn't seem that cruel. There's something strange about him, though. The mayor asks, may I ask why you came to Silent City? Lin replies, well, I heard there's a Doctor of the Night around here, so I came to visit. The group is startled. Boy, I advise you to give up that idea. Those doctors are not friendly at all. Lin, excited, says, wow, you know them. The mayor responds, I don't know them well, but they're around here. After each werewolf attack, they always send 1 or 2 to cure the curses. Lin exclaims, wow, they do that? What fine people, huh? Truly dedicated doctors. The soldier next to him mutters, dedicated? What a joke. They cut me in half, look at this. He shows his scars. All of this just to remove a curse. And look at that guy over there. He points to someone. Because of those Doctors of the Night, he's not even human anymore. Not a werewolf or a ghost either. How can you say those doctors are good? He slams the table. The mayor tells him, enough, soldier. Stop it. The soldier, embarrassed, leaves. The mayor apologizes. Sorry, he's the son of an old friend. Even though a Doctor of the Night cured his curse, the job was horrible. Not to mention that wound of his constantly oozes pus. He's had to endure painful torture every day, so he doesn't have a good opinion of doctors. Lin says it's okay. He understands how he feels. Honestly, his body ended up like that. It's not a perfect cure. If the boss wants, I can help restore him to his original appearance. This earns him a new mission worth 30 favorability points. The poor guy sits there, stunned as Lin prepares. The man asks, sir, why can't I even wear clothes? Lin gives him a psychotic smile. It's the only way to stabilize your entire body. There are several strange creatures hanging nearby. The man asks, why does the surgery have to happen here? Lin says, enough questions. The guy stammers, wait, there's something weird about you. Why are you pulling out that giant weapon? Lin swings it in the air. They notice how sharp it is. This one is perfect for causing no pain. The man mutters, sharp or not, it'll hurt the same way. Lin tilts his head to the side. Enough questions? You'll find out soon enough. The poor guy is already crying. He asks, hey man, no anesthesia? You don't use that either? Lin replies, oh right, I was so eager for the surgery I forgot. Sorry. The man tries to run, shouting for help. Lin grabs him again and uses the needle. He pins him down. Stay still. He'll be over quickly. Cuts here. Cuts there. Golden light glowing. The man suffers in pain. Damn it. He didn't even use anesthesia on me. Why does it still hurt so much? I can't move or scream. I can't even express myself. He's worse than the doctor. Outside the door, everyone is watching. Someone says, the skills of this kid with a blade are hundreds of times better than those doctors of the night. The mayor agrees. I think so too. He even made our soldier cry tears of emotion. It's impressive. I never imagined there'd be someone so dedicated in the dark world. Another person says, yeah, I always thought every doctor was just a pervert. Maybe it's a good idea to bring everyone to be treated by him. The poor guy lies there completely opened up with a peculiar white moss on top of him. But it's just a super potion that was applied. It seems this was something from the doctor of the night who treated him. An angel's compassion potion. Epic level, only doctors of the night can use it. Applied to the wound to remove any curse and maintain the person's original consciousness. The side effect is that the person loses the ability to heal naturally. Lin is impressed. Wow, these doctors must be really rich to use an epic potion like this on anyone. However, there's no sign of healing on the flesh and the vital signs are being completely maintained by this medicine. If that's the case, not everything can be removed. He begins prodding the wound. What's this, man? The poor guy is groaning in pain. Lin says he will remove all the medicine on the surface. However, the internal medicine won't be so easy. He reaches into the guy's body. First, I'll use the needle to stitch this up. Relax. The guy is already groaning. Lin begins stitching, one stitch at a time. This way, the internal part won't even need sutures. They'll look much more natural and beautiful. Now I just need to apply the recovery medicine and add a few special ingredients. He gives a little scratch to make everything act faster. With that, the operation is a success, and the man's skin is perfectly restored. How does it feel? Lin asks. Our boy completes the system's mission. The man looks at him, still a bit scared. Lin says, hey, it's okay. No need to get so emotional. The guy, clearly uncomfortable, thinks Lin enjoyed the process. Suddenly, Lin looks at the door and says, everyone can come in. A bunch of curious people rush in from behind the door. They surround the man, all impressed. Wow, your skin looks perfect. It's like nothing ever happened. It's even better than before. It's so smooth, someone says. The man looks flustered. What the heck, guys? At that moment, some hooded women surround Lin. What's up, everyone? Lin asks. They remove their hoods. It seems he'll need to work on their wounds too. One of them asks, Doctor, can you remove these stitches for us too? Lin places his hand on his chest, visibly moved. Of course. Doctors always help their patients. They cling to Lin, competing for his attention. One says, if you do my surgery first, I promise to do anything you ask. Another behind him adds, cooperation is guaranteed if you just put your medical knowledge on me. Lin says, whoa ladies, calm down. I'll get to everyone soon. No rush. I'll treat you all. Meanwhile, the poor guy who was just treated yells, don't be fooled. This doctor hurts like hell. Goodbye, my friends. Outside, the werewolves are all tied up and groaning. Damn it. I thought I'd become famous today. Today was supposed to be a big day of the attack. I never imagined I'd be defeated beforehand. Hey boss, how are you feeling? One asks. The leader replies, what do you think? I'm still bleeding from behind. Another says, boss, I've lost all my teeth, so I can't break your chain. But if you free me, I'll go call for help. Fine, come here. The leader bites the chain and the werewolf runs off. However, one of the humans shoots at him, but he still manages to escape. He's wandering through the forest, a spooky mist surrounding him. When he looks ahead, he sees someone. It's the real doctor of the night. The werewolf panics and screams, his voice echoing through the forest. The humans hear the noise. Did you see that white fog? That means he's back. Go notify the mayor now. Meanwhile, the werewolf leader and his group return, angrier than ever. Lin finishes up. Finally, I'm done. Lin overhears the humans talking. They're notifying everyone not to leave their homes. He looks confused and approaches the mayor. What's going on? The mayor responds, the doctor of the night has arrived. At the church, the bells ring announcing his arrival. Everyone rushes to the church. The mayor grabs Lin. Come on, doctor, run with me to the church. You shouldn't stay here, let's get out of here. Lin resists. Calm down, man. The werewolves ask their leader, boss, what's happening? Why is everyone running? The leader replies, I think I know what's going on. The doctor, he's here. The werewolves gain the strength to break their chains and flee. Everyone is trying to run to the church as well. The werewolves bang on the door, yelling for help. Inside, everyone is terrified. The mayor looks at the werewolves and says, you better cooperate or I'll hand you over to the doctor of the night. The poor werewolves beg, anything but that, please. Lin stands there, watching, eager to meet the man. The werewolves collapse to the ground. It's because the doctor of the night always moves with medical gas surrounding him. The leader tells Lin to crouch down so he doesn't faint too. Lin asks, is it always like this when the doctor of the night appears? The mayor explains, this is just one of his treatment methods. When he believes people won't cooperate, in his view, everything needs to be cured. So even if you're not sick, you'll faint and be treated anyway. Even if you're completely healed by a doctor of the night, if another doctor finds you, you'll be forcibly treated again. Not to mention their treatments are extremely cruel and the consequences are terrifying. Lin says, wow, I realize not every doctor of the night cares about feelings as much as I do. The mayor then hands something to Lin saying, if you're caught, drink this quickly. Lin asks, what's this? In his hand, there's a vial labeled poison slime, a liquid extracted from an extremely toxic slime. The mayor explains, this is how we deal with doctors of the night. After drinking this, you'll be poisoned and on the verge of death. This will make the doctor of the night focus on curing that specific illness and ignore the others. Lin stores it. Okay, I understand. At that moment, the doctor is already at the window. Who here needs treatment? Everyone inside is in shock. People start praying as he knocks on the door. Everyone clings to each other, terrified. The noblemen tremble in fear. Someone touches another on the back and the man jumps in fright. Everyone is startled, exchanging nervous glances. One person bolts outside, screaming. The mayor announces, now, everyone begins drinking their poisons. Lin protests, hey, calm down. Are you all going to drink it already? One of them accidentally drops his vial and immediately stabs himself in the stomach with a knife. This is the only way. Lin is stunned. What the heck, they are all crazy. Everyone collapses to the ground, already incapacitated, and Lin hasn't even drunk his poison yet. The door opens. The doctor steps in, scanning the room. It's a sin to abuse your own body. This only brings me shame and anger. But still, I will heal your injuries. He places a finger on the mayor's wound. The doctor says, pain is the best medicine because it keeps you awake. The mayor remains calm, seemingly unfazed. Lin, however, is impressed. So fast. He already removed all the poison from his body. The mayor looks at the doctor. Thank you. But in the doctor's eyes, there's something else. The mayor says, I'm fine. There's no need. The doctor interrupts, making a quick incision. He pulls out a needle and examines the wound. Your body is protected by divine power, and the curse of darkness couldn't corrupt your soul. You truly remain pure and innocent. May God bless you, Amen. The mayor responds, Amen. Phew, I escaped easily. Lin watches from the corner thinking, wow, this doctor of the night seems so cruel, but he acts like such a nice guy. The doctor turns to the man who injured himself and says, are you afraid of me? Is that why you mutilated your own body? I despise you, but I'll still heal you. He places a finger on the man's face and continues, aside from this wound, you have a tumor inside your skull. You were injured by a werewolf and the curse is spreading through your body. You just haven't realized it yet. He presses a finger to the man's forehead. Whoa, that's harsh, Lin thinks. The man notices something strange coming from the doctor's mask. Suddenly, everything is exposed. The doctor holds the man's least important organ in his hand, removes a small object inside, places it back, and stitches it up. Lin, once again, is impressed. Wow, he didn't use any tools. He removed the tumor with just his fingers, and it was perfect, flawless. The doctor speaks again. The curse hasn't fully spread yet. The divine power in your body prevented it from spreading further. However, the dark world has marked you with disaster. The mayor asks, Din, what happened to you? Din replies, I don't know either. The doctor interrupts, you mean more treatment? He removes the man's foot, saying, it was cursed. After a quick cut, the cursed area vanishes. The doctor pulls out a regular scalpel. Then he makes precise cuts, seemingly slicing everything perfectly. He pours a potion over the area to heal it. The man's foot is restored and stitched back together. You've been cured, boy, the doctor says. Lin claps from the background like a psychopath. Incredible. The professor was right. Your medical skills are the best in this dark world. The doctor looks at Lin and asks, are you a fellow traveler? The doctor says yes and explains he's here because of the reputation of the doctors of the night who are already approaching him. Lin looks a bit confused. The doctor grabs his wrist. There's something strange about your left hand. A mysterious consciousness has formed there. The flesh, blood, and genes are completely distorted. Not to mention there are various side effects from drug use, excessive body modifications, heart transplants, curses, mental disorders, and even spiritual genital infections. You, my colleague, are very sick. Lin responds, wow, doctor. Thank you so much for the compliments. I'm very happy to receive such comments from a beloved doctor of the night. To be honest, I'm here to join you. The mayor and the werewolf are stunned. He wants to join the doctors of the night. The doctor stares at him. You want to join us? That depends on your capabilities, boy. Lin, looking confident, replies, I may not be as skilled as you in medical abilities, but there is one skill where I'm not worse than you, or maybe even better. The doctor grows curious. Then tell me, what are you so good at? Lin says, diagnostic skills. Everyone is shocked. That's supposed to be the strong point of the doctors of the night. The doctor sits down. So your diagnostic skills are better than mine? You must be joking. Lin says, I'm certain. Because when you touch my wrist, I realize you're no less sick than I am. The doctor throws his cape aside. Curious, huh? His chest has strange watches and his shoulders are covered in stitches. He explains, this outfit perfectly isolates my body from this world. Now I want to know. Tell me what you diagnosed and what's wrong with me. Lin begins, well, based on my initial diagnosis, you have a giant cyst in your intestine that's spreading across the region, which is quite dangerous. And another thing, why is your bladder so swollen? The doctor chuckles. Boy, you're really not that good. A cyst in the stomach hurts a lot, but I don't feel any pain. Suddenly, his stomach starts gurgling. Wait, what the hell is this? Why am I feeling something? He checks his abdomen and sees the cyst. What is this? Why is there a cyst here? He glares at Lin. Explain this. This is your fault, isn't it, kid? Lin responds, I'm just a doctor. I'm responsible for diagnostics and nothing more. While I understand how you feel right now, it's very rude of you to accuse me like this. The doctor calms down and presses his hand against the cyst. He stitches it up quickly. Well, it was just a cyst. Lin observes him. Of course, with your medical skills, that wasn't a problem. He adds, now come closer. I noticed something else. The doctor, now nervous, complies. Lin pulls off his hat, revealing a completely bald head. Whoa, where's my hair? Lin reassures him. It's just alopecia. It won't cause you any pain. The doctor exclaims, impossible. The pain of losing my beautiful hair is unbearable. Where's my lovely hair? Lin replies, you're worried about your hair. You have a much bigger problem. The doctor asks, what's wrong with me this time? Lin explains, there have been some small changes in a certain part of your body, something that might be trying to come out. There's a strange sound from his pants. Lin remarks, whoa, what's that sound? The doctor replies, I'm wearing steel underwear. Half an hour later, the poor man is limping with a cane. Lin follows, saying, hey, take it easy, sir. We're not done yet. The doctor glares at him. Stay away. I'm a doctor of the epidemic and night, a dark doctor. I'll send someone to deal with you. Hey, wait, Lin shouts. But the doctor enters a portal. Your throat was in bad shape too, Lin calls after him. The mayor then asks Lin, do you want to stay here longer? Lin replies, yes, I want to stay until I'm recognized as a doctor and officially become a doctor of the night. The mayor responds, but boy, you just scared off the doctor. I think you've already proven yourself. Lin waits outside, feeling confident. Soon, the doctor returns, now with angelic wings. Doctor of the Night, Black Skull. Race, undead skeleton. Doctor of the Night, Raven. Power, incomprehensible. The man beside him asks, is this the boy you mentioned? The doctor points to Lin. Yes, it's him. After being diagnosed by him, I started experiencing a bunch of strange symptoms. Who is this boy? The man takes a look. Can you help me with the diagnosis, boy? The bald doctor warns, Sir Raven, you better not let him diagnose you. He'll just make things worse. The man replies, it's fine. This person in front of me isn't a true doctor of the epidemic. Doctors of the epidemic are traitors who abandon the doctors of the night. If this boy isn't even a doctor of the night, how could he be a doctor of the epidemic? Lin says, thank you so much for your trust. I'm here too. The man cuts him off. I know. You want to join us, don't you? That's why I asked for your diagnosis. He continues, I just introduced a very stealthy and hard-to-detect virus into my body. If you can find it, I'll admit you're qualified to become a doctor of the night. Lin asks, wait, so if I make this diagnosis, I'll become a doctor. The other doctor warns him to curb his ambitions, but he adds, if you truly succeed, I'll recommend you to everyone. Lin accepts the deal and places his hand on the man's wrist. The man thinks, what a fool. I'm still young and this virus won't spread properly, making it almost impossible to locate. Lin quickly says, the diagnosis is complete. The doctor is shocked. What do you mean? Are you sure? Lin responds, you have leech poison extracted from an extremely dangerous source called the Black World Swamp Leech. In addition, I detected the presence of secretions from several malignant spirits, drug poisoning, and a mixture of mysterious substances used to construct some type of virus. This virus hides itself extremely well, and a small dose wouldn't impact the user much. However, it spreads rapidly in the brain and knows how to conceal itself. In some cases, a simple snap of the fingers can allow it to take over the victim's body completely. It's not just a virus, it's also a marvelous death weapon. The man is dumbfounded. Not only did Lin diagnose everything, but he also found additional problems. Raven says, you still have a few minutes. Do you want to try pinpointing the virus or its reaction time? Lin replies, of course. The virus is located 3 centimeters above the joint of your right arm. It's small but has accumulated there. Additionally, a tiny red mark should have appeared on your right arm where it was injected, causing an unusual itch. Am I right? The townspeople are amazed by Lin. Nobody can handle this like him, someone says. The man turns to Raven. Is he correct? Raven stands and says, he's exactly right. However, you seem to be underestimating the virus' ability to spread, don't you? Raven continues, in fact, it's not just my right arm that's itching, my entire body is burning, itching, and stinging. Unfortunately, your diagnosis wasn't perfect, and because of your current skills, you can't join our group. The doctor turns to leave. Lin protests, wait, you only asked me to identify the virus reaction, but there's something else I need to tell you. The man turns back. What is it? Lin explains, you may not have noticed, but the follicles on your skin are developing hidden lesions and some are even necrotizing. The virus you introduced has activated and worsened this issue. Raven looks confused. One of his companions approaches concerned, but Raven brushes it off, saying it's just a minor itch. Lin advises him, I'd recommend removing the virus from your body immediately. The follicular necrosis isn't a big deal, but if it spreads to your brain, things could become far worse. The man suddenly says, I think I feel it now. An itch? Back there? He crouches and asks, how bad is it? Another doctor examines him. It's not good. The red spots are developing quickly, and there are several adverse symptoms. One man slaps him and shouts, what's happening? Another prepares to inject medicine. Lin warns, just a heads up, the toxins are spreading to the brain. Raven begins convulsing, collapsing into a seizure. Slap him. Wake him up, someone yells. Green fluid bursts from his legs and chunks of flesh follow. Both doctors are shocked. It's spread to his entire foot. His consciousness is about to deteriorate. Lin steps forward. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen. He precisely pierces each swollen spot, draining the fluid. The others exclaim. He's unconscious. What happened? Did he lose consciousness after the virus was extracted? Lin, feeling overly confident, says, what shame. This is disappointing. A doctor of the night who can't even heal himself. Little Hand asks, hey Lin, you're not the one putting these viruses in them, are you? Lin replies, of course not. Don't you trust me? These are all doctors with extreme abilities. There's no way I could do something like that. It's just that they really had some hidden illnesses and I helped diagnose them. But Han says, hey Lin, this looks suspicious. Doctors of the night are the best in the dark world. How could they not notice their own diseases? Lin responds, who knows? Maybe they focus too much on others and forget about themselves. He puts on a mischievous smile. Funny, isn't it? The look on their faces when I discovered their illnesses. Something about the boys seems off. The skeleton doctor points at Lin. Kid, did you attack Sir Raven? If you're so capable, I'd like to see you diagnose me. The bald doctor warns, Black Skull, are you crazy? Raven was already poisoned, and this doctor won't spare you either. Black Skull insists, I don't care. I need to understand what's happening here and see what he's doing. The bald doctor thinks for a moment and says, fine, but be careful. Lin with a smug look says, you criticize me so much, but it seems you still depend on me, don't you? That's fine. I'm a responsible doctor. He starts activating diseases in Black Skull. You've activated bone problems. Osteoporosis, bone fractures, arthritis, arthrosis. He piles on all the ailments. Lin smirks. Wow, it seems like you're not doing too well, huh? The doctor stares at his hand. Wait, what's happening? I feel multiple diseases spreading. What did you do? Black Skull thinks to himself, I activated my power, which counteracts any curse. How is he doing this? He turns to the bald doctor. Did you see how he did it? The bald doctor, frightened, says, you're in trouble. You've been hit with a terrifying curse. When they look at Lin, his face has transformed into a sinister clown's grin. It's him. In the end, this boy really is spreading diseases. Black Skull glares at Lin and asks, does it truly bring you joy to cause pain and agony in others? Lin, unfazed, says, enough of that. I help you discover an illness and you blame me for it. He grabs Black Skull's arm. Suddenly, the bald doctor sneaks up from behind, but Lin dodges. He stumbles back, saying, oops, sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. It just seemed a little off. Things are spiraling out of control. The doctor says, it seems he doesn't even realize he's cursed and that his consciousness is being corrupted. The bald doctor, clearly in pain, asks, what's happening? Another human answers, maybe he didn't intend to cause so many diseases in others. It's the curse that made him act this way. When he infects someone, he draws life from that person. Go bring Raven back. The bald doctor asks, and you? What are you going to do? Looking at Lin, he replies, he's very sick, and I need to save him. Lin, now losing control, mutters, if you're feeling uncomfortable, I can help you with a diagnosis. But Lin thinks to himself, no, I'll do it myself. When Lin looks within, he sees, crying clown syndrome, delirium, clown madness. It must be from when I ate that pork soup. Multiple clown-related illnesses are listed, uncontrolled clown performance, clown madness. Lin shouts, what the hell is this? Why is this happening? The mayor approaches and asks, Lin, what's wrong? Lin yells, get everyone out of the city now. The mayor asks, you want me to evacuate the people? Lin clarifies, no, I'm telling you to bring everyone here. Lin transforms into Clown Lin, an unknown ranking creature, an extremely abyssal and distorted entity. Lin declares, I want to treat everyone. The skeleton doctor grabs his foot. Lin demands, what do you think you're doing? The skeleton doctor, already weakening, says, you're cursed and I need to cure you. Lin twists his neck to look back. Cure me. What disease do I have? The doctor replies, you know very well that you're cursed. It's even consuming you. Lin grins like a psychopath. Cursed? You're just making excuses. Tentacles emerge from Lin. You're annoying me. He grabs the skeleton doctor with his tentacles, lifting him with a twisted smile. How about now, huh? You can't even move. You need to be more obedient. Come here and I'll cure you. The mayor shouts from afar, Lin, what's going on? Why are you acting like this? Lin twists his head toward the mayor. Oh, you're sick too. You need treatment. Tentacles lash out toward the mayor. The doctor steps in, shouting a defensive spell. He strikes Lin, grabs his arm, and says, your curse is deepening. For now, I can only restrain you, boy. Lin glares at him, saying, this curse is a gift. Lin unleashes a dark attack, sending someone flying. The man releases some spirits to chase him, but they have no effect. Damn it. My attacks are ineffective. Is it some effect of the curse he placed on me? Lin hovers over the city, looking down. Start diagnosis. Tentacles begin descending and everyone flees in panic. Lin is now more dangerous than the enemies themselves. He grabs the townsfolk and infects everyone with a multitude of diseases, like a psychopathic doctor making everyone sick. Little Hand calls out, hey Lin, wake up. Why are you resisting? Lin looks at him. Hey, Hand, I thought we were friends. Why are you here to bother me? The Hand replies, don't you realize you're being controlled? You need to break free from this. Lin shouts, shut up. You're the one who needs to be cured. The friend, furious, yells, damn it. I'll make you snap out of it. Thud. He punches Lin in the head. But Lin says, did you forget I drank the physical potion? You can't hurt me now. And your weaknesses. I know them very well. He picks up a vial of poison and drinks it. Little Hand starts writhing in agony, completely defeated. Do you still want to fight me? Lin asks. Just then, a red feather appears. Raven descends from the moon, landing in front of Lin. Face to face, the doctors prepare for a duel. Lin grins. Hey, Sir Raven, are you already healed? I'm so happy for you. Raven replies, yes, boy, I've been treated. And as thanks, it's now my turn to take care of you. Lin, bleeding from his eyes, replies, don't worry. I'll handle my own illness. But I think you're showing new symptoms. Let me diagnose you again. Raven launches a feather toward Lin. Lin counters with a viral attack, but was hit and now has fallen off the roof and hitting the hard ground. The doctor descends, examining him. The bald one comments, as expected of Raven. He took him down in one move. Raven warns, be careful. This boy's ability is very strange. But all we need to do is remove the curse from his body, and it'll be easy. Lin, like a deranged psychopath on the ground, opens his mouth, releasing souls everywhere. A curse begins to activate against Raven. The skeleton doctor warns, be cautious. Raven sits and starts praying to counter the curse. He mutters, damn it, I didn't expect this boy to have such bizarre abilities. I underestimated him greatly. The bald doctor asks, Raven, do you know what kind of curse this is? Raven replies, do you see the clown inside him? In the studies of the doctors of the night, there's a record of such a curse. Decades ago, in a very ancient city, an entire civilization was cursed with it. Those affected became cognitively impaired over time. Eventually, the curse completely takes over their bodies, replacing their original selves. The skeleton asks, if that's the case, do you know how to deal with this curse? Raven replies, every curse can be destroyed by divine power, even the clown curse. If we were anywhere else, it would be difficult. But this boy is lucky because there's a sacred relic from the holy world right here. Inside the church, everyone's in distress, crying for help. Someone approaches the mayor. Mayor, what's going on? Why did he end up like this? The mayor lowers his head. I don't know either. All we can do for now is protect ourselves. A figure approaches and Raven appears. Don't be alarmed. I'm not here to harm anyone. I'm here to help. The mayor retorts, I don't care. No one here is in the mood to be helped by a doctor of the night. Raven clarifies, I'm not here to treat you. I'm here for that boy who's in danger now. To break the curse in his body, we need the relic from your world. The mayor protests, impossible. The sacred relic is the only thing keeping us safe in this place. Raven responds, you got a misunderstanding about the doctors of the night. We're not enemies. In a way, we're even allies. One of our creators is part of your group. Raven reveals a relic. The old man gasps, the 12-winged angel. Suddenly, someone crashes through the large glass window. Lin, fully transformed into the clown form, has arrived. So you finally come. I came to find you, Doctor. Raven shouts to the others. We're running out of time. Someone needs to awaken the sacred relic and evacuate everyone. The mayor agrees, and they rush out. Lin approaches Raven. Raven, you're a doctor. How can you let your patients leave without treatment? Raven summons a flock of birds toward Lin, declaring, this time I won't hold back. I'll eliminate this creature from your body and end this curse. Lin is being bombarded by airborne attacks, but he pulls out his scalpel and slice, clears everything away. He unleashes the dragon's breath toward Raven, but it falters. He slaps the dragon's weapon, frustrated. Damn it, why isn't it working? The dragon seems to refuse to be used. Lin mutters, damn it, some things even money can't buy. Little Hand touches his head and asks, hey Lin, are you awake? But Lin summons another power in his hand. Right now, of all times. Looking at Raven, he says, I'm going to leave now, okay? I'm not feeling very well. Raven replies, I won't let you go. He activates a curse suppression spell, chains, and a pentagram locking Lin's feet. Lin screams, unleashing a burst of purple energy. An eye opens on his chest. Raven activates the fallen 12-winged angel and charges toward Lin. Grabbing his neck, he slams him to the ground and places the angel on his forehead. The clown inside Lin begins to emerge. Lin fights back with his tentacles. Stop this. Don't do it. Diseases rain down on Raven. A tentacle reaches into Lin's pocket for something. Little Hand yells to Raven, stop him. He's using that potion that'll cause another mutation. But it's too late. Lin drinks the potion, and suddenly a million tentacles erupt from his chest. He becomes grotesquely enormous, his body swelling unnaturally. From a distance, the pig with a clown on its shoulder observes the scene. The clown chuckles. I and the curse will destroy that boy. The pig, regretful, says, the curse I cast didn't work as intended. The clown mocks. So you used my curse. You should have been afraid of it completely consuming him. Are you going to rely on the doctor of the night? The pig replies, Lin can easily break the curse. The key is whether he can accept the distortion. Meanwhile, Lin's gigantic form chases Raven through the city. Raven, confused, notes, the power of the curse is growing stronger and stronger. At this rate, I won't be able to keep up. Lin slams him into a wall with a massive tentacle. A mysterious eye appears on Lin's body, its origin unclear. Hands begin emerging everywhere. A bright light shines from the heavens coming from the tower. The mayor approaches with a sacred object, followed by the townspeople. The chalice in his hand begins to float. Raven says, "Everyone, pray with me. Pray to the god who brought the heavens to the east." The group forms a prayer circle. Lin notices and launches an attack at them, but the fiery hands now appear to be ablaze. Raven faces Lin, shouting, "Pay tribute to the power of God." Golden light radiates forth. The clown inside Lin writhes in agony. "Stop it. I'll be dispersed." Raven declares, "We're almost there." But Lin, grinning maliciously, retorts, "You thought you'd really get rid of me with this? You deserve to go to hell." He unleashes a barrage of attacks on Raven. The chalice activates, glowing with a divine effect. Lin, relentless, continues his assault almost like an unending flurry in a chaotic FPS game. Little Hand pleads, "Lin, stop." An explosion erupts and the clown's influence peaks. The pig watches in despair while the clown beside him chuckles. "You've lost pay head." He's completely corrupted now. The clown starts to leave. The pig asks, "Aren't you going to keep watching?" The clown replies, "I've seen what I wanted, the birth of a new jester." The pig mutters, "I don't think it'll be that easy." Back in the city, Lin sees his reflection in Raven's mask. He begins to resist. "No, impossible. I'll kill you." But as he raises his weapon, he hesitates. "No, I won't." Lin attempts to end it with a decisive strike, shooting the clown in the back. The second shot pierces the clown again, this time with the lance he took from Xiaoxiao. The system alerts him. "You've activated curse removal ability and infused energy into the bullet." Lin reloads. "No matter how cruel I may be, I'll never kill someone innocent like this. I can't harm someone who wants to help me so much. You'll never replace me." He fires at the clown, hitting it in the face. The clown explodes, seemingly vanquished. Lin recovers from the curse. The system announces, "You've completed a secret mission. Your spiritual power has increased by 10%. Lin turns to Raven. "Hey Raven, are you okay? Do you want me to help treat you?" Raven replies, "I'm fine. Did you manage to break the curse on your own?" Lin lowers his head apologetically. "I didn't realize I was under the effect of a curse. But the most important thing is that you never gave up on me. Thank you so much. You truly live up to the name of a Doctor of the Night." Raven responds, "No need to thank me. It's the duty of a Doctor of the Night." Lin suddenly collapses to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, the clown near the pig growls in frustration. How did he break the curse on his own? The pig stares at the clown and says, "I told you it wouldn't be that easy, clown." Looking at Lin, he continues, "Keep growing. I'm looking forward to his arrival." Meanwhile, Lin wakes up now much thinner. He puts on his clothes again as the doctor enters and says, "You've been in a coma for 3 days. I gave you some medicine, but you're fine now." Lin replies, "Thank you so much. You saved me twice now." The doctor responds, "I've already said. It's just my job. Besides, while you were unconscious, I returned to the City of the Night. I informed them of your desire to become a Doctor of the Night. The lady who dictates the rules granted me the authority to decide your fate. After discussing with my colleagues, it was decided that you are qualified to become a Doctor of the Night." Lin, thrilled, exclaims, "Wow, I'm a doctor now." The doctor corrects him, "No, you're qualified, not officially a doctor yet." In his thoughts, the doctor reflects, in truth, they only accepted Lin because his abilities seem extremely dangerous. It would be a problem if he became a doctor of the epidemic. The doctor walks to a mirror and speaks of a ritual. He opens a portal and instructs Lin to follow him. They step through together. He announces, "We've arrived. This is the field of our organization beneath the stars in the City of the Night." Lin walks through, seeing numerous autonomous towers with eyes everywhere. There are mirrors with monsters and strange things it's impossible to comprehend. The doctor says, "There's nothing interesting to see here. Let's head straight to the test." They teleport, surrounded by golden light. Lin bumps into someone. It seems everyone here is a bit psychotic, murmuring, "You're sick. You're sick." Lin asks, "What is this place? Is this really the base of the Doctors of the Night? Aren't they a bit crazy?" The doctor explains, "They don't care about race, appearance, or any of that. As long as you have the skills and ethics, you can become a Doctor of the Night." They approach a counter, and the doctor greets, "Nightmare, how long has it been? Give me a career form. I brought someone new for evaluation." A creature emerges from behind. "So this is the kid who can make people sick, but he just looks like a sweet boy." Lin pulls a tentacle from his back, using it to gently shake hands. "Thank you. I appreciate the compliment." The creature is startled. "He has a tentacle like mine, what the hell?" The doctor scolds Lin. "Fill this out quickly, you fool. Put those tentacles away. Even though he's also a tentacled creature, he has the shadow of other monsters. Don't scare him like that." Lin replies, "I thought he'd like it." Lin fills out the form and hands it in. The doctor asks, "Are you sure you want to use this code name?" Lin says, "Yes, it's perfect. I don't want to change it." The creature eats the paper, chews it, and spits it out. Lin picks it up. It's his identifier displaying the codename, Good Doctor, Messenger of Peace. A friendly and kind doctor who brings joy and happiness to everyone. Lin beams with happiness, thanking everyone. The doctor says, "All right, let's go. I'll take you to the test." They see a room with several people entering. Lin remarks, "Wow, there are a lot of people taking this test. The doctor explains. They're all elite doctors from various races. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Before we start, let me explain what you'll be evaluated on. There are 4 criteria: your ability to respond to situations, psychological qualities, general skills, and combat power. Lin asks, combat power? Why do I need that? The doctor replies, without sufficient combat power, how will you convince monsters who don't want treatment to receive it? Lin nods. That makes sense. It's necessary to be a good doctor. The examiner announces, number 4, messenger of peace. Good doctor, it's your turn. The participants laugh. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Lin steps forward confidently. Mr. Raven, wait for the good news. Raven mutters, don't even look at me, kid. The examiner calls out, are you all here? Copper Melter, present. Skeleton Doctor replies, I'm here too. Blood Fountain, the vampire, present. Lin responds cheerfully, good doctor, messenger of peace, here. The others laugh. A human here to bring peace? What a joke. The examiner claps his hands. Anyone taking this test has already been approved. I have no doubt that you're all professional doctors. But to become a doctor of the night, being professional isn't enough. You have to be the best of all doctors. Sometimes in a dangerous place, a piece of stone, a bread knife, or even a box cutter will have to become your scalpel. The examiner continues, the first test for all of you will be your ability to use tools. He reveals a variety of equipment, including a small shovel and a mechanical saw. Bodies are brought in and someone dumps them unceremoniously on the floor. The examiner announces, these are your patients, and they are also your seniors. Now begin the treatment. Everyone rushes forward in desperation. One grabs a fruit knife. This is perfect for opening a chest. The skeleton doctor picks up a bone dagger. This is great for removing curses. The vampire selects a barber's razor. This is the best. Makes the blood flow easily. The instructor observes them. Excellent choices. These small tools are perfect substitutes for a scalpel. Suddenly, he hears a vroom from the side. Turning, he sees Lin starting up a chainsaw. Kid, I think you grabbed the wrong tool. This is surgery, not execution. Lin responds, relax, instructor. Chainsaw dissection is my specialty. The patient on the floor stands up, refusing treatment. The instructor protests, but he only has some spores growing on his prostate. It's nothing serious. This is a minimally invasive surgery. There's no need to eviscerate his entire body. Lin replies, I remember the doctor said that a true doctor of the night must save people with any tool available. In an extreme situation, I might not have many choices, but I can't give up on my patient because of that. The crowd watches in amazement. Standing in front of the patient, Lin declares, giving up would be extremely irresponsible and a disgrace to any doctor. Forget a chainsaw, I'd even use a meat grinder if necessary. When you don't have an opportunity, you create one. The instructor starts clapping. Bravo. What a noble boy. You truly carry the spirit of a doctor of the night. Everyone should aspire to this. Lin gains a wave of favorability. The instructor turns to the others. Look at him. That's professionalism. Go swap out your tools now. The others reluctantly comply, grabbing drills and cutting tools. The patients awaiting treatment begin crying. The instructor smiles. Good. Now let's start the surgeries. The room erupts with cutting and agonized screams. One patient yells, No, no, no. What are you doing? The instructor tries to reason with Lin. Just pretend to use the chainsaw. I'll tell them it was perfect, and you'll get good grade. Lin refuses. No, I have to prove my skill. I want to pass the right way. The terrified patient tries to run. No, I won't do it. Lin quickly injects anesthesia and pulls him back. Hey, you're sick. You need treatment. This is a very important part of the male body. Inspecting the spores, Lin says, they're accumulating here. It's clear you got single syndrome. Damn, this operation is going to be very difficult. If I make the slightest mistake, this patient will pay for it for the rest of his life. He resolves, I need to reach the level the professor calls becoming one man the saw. I must imagine these spores as creatures invading a forest and stealing the princess. I'm the brave hero here to save her. Lin activates the chainsaw and charges in, cutting precisely. Ah, finally done. A glow emanates behind him as the imagined princess says, Who are you, brave man? Come back with me. Lin mutters, a giant mushroom. Obviously. His popularity in the camp increases, and he earns a special achievement, Chainsaw Expert. The instructor, amazed, says, Incredible. The movements are so strong yet don't harm the patient. The skeleton doctor marvels. How can someone be so delicate? He's truly extraordinary. The instructor concludes, Not bad, kid. That was a minimally invasive surgery performed perfectly. He turns to the patient. Please share your thoughts. How was the surgery? The patient, trembling, recalls every movement of his chainsaw came millimeters away from. I was certain he'd ruin my chances of having kids forever. The instructor clarifies, You mean to say his skills are extremely precise? The patient hesitantly agrees. I guess so. The instructor raises Lin's hand triumphantly. The good doctor, messenger of peace, has passed the first test brilliantly. The crowd cheers and Lin beams. Thanks everyone. But the instructor warns, this was just the first step. There's much more ahead, and it'll only get harder. Don't expect others to be kind to you when you haven't experienced their suffering. And don't expect others to endure pain if you can't withstand the pain they feel. Pain is the best medicine to keep someone awake. As a doctor of the night, you need great pain tolerance. The next test is revealed. Let's see how much pain you can endure. They bring out the infamous chair of torment. As soon as you sit in this machine, it will inflict pain on your entire body. It has 200 levels. Only those who reach level 50 and above can pass. If you pass out or die halfway through, your results are invalidated. Now everyone, go sit down. The vampire takes a seat, groaning slightly. He looks at Lin. Hey, that kid who brings peace, you're human, aren't you? You know humans have the worst pain tolerance. Aren't you scared? Lin hesitates. Yeah, I'm scared. Really scared. Ever since I was a kid, I've hated pain. But now that I've made it this far, there's no turning back, right? The vampire nods. True. But in his mind, he thinks, poor kid. He did so well in the last test, only to face humanity's greatest weakness here. He won't make it. The instructor announces. The pain will begin at level 1 and gradually increase. When you can't take it anymore, just press the button to stop at any time. The skeleton doctor sits confidently. Undead don't feel pain. I don't need to do anything to pass this test. The instructor smirks. Is that so? If you want to advance quickly, you can press the button to increase the pain level. But remember, you can only increase it, can't be reduced. So think carefully before you press. The skeleton dismisses the warning. There's nothing to be afraid of. He presses the button, raising the level. Soon he's being electrocuted. This feels so light, I might as well take a nap. But a second later, he collapses. Man, does it hurt that much, skeleton? The skeleton groans. It's like getting kicked in the, well, if I had one. The instructor laughs. This machine transfers the sensation of pain directly to your consciousness. It doesn't matter if you're a machine or undead. If you have consciousness, you'll feel pain. So do you still want to continue? The skeleton hesitates. Damn it, I can't handle this. But you know what? I'll push through. He keeps pressing the button. I'm going to become a doctor of the night. He reaches level 37. The guy next to him gets motivated. That's right. It's too early to give up. He reaches level 27. The vampire mutters, I can't take much more of this. The instructor observes. They're really pushing themselves. That's what it means to be a doctor of the night. You have to endure the pain. But when he looks at Lin, he sees him lying back relaxed. His surgical skills are excellent. I wish he wouldn't be eliminated. But there's no way he'll make it. Little Hand whispers, Lin, you're not giving up, are you? Everyone else is at level 40 and you're stuck at 18. This isn't your limit, is it? Lin replies, Little Hand, why the rush? The friend retorts, rush. If you keep this up, you'll be eliminated. Lin smirks. I use the flesh cataclysm to alter my mind, transforming pain into pleasure. I'm just enjoying myself. Hand, baffled, asks, enjoying yourself? What are you even thinking? Lin daydreams about taking a witch for a stroll. The friend grumbles, ridiculous. The instructor announces, 5 minutes left. Lin's pain level hits 73. The skeleton reaches 81. Little Handy shouts, it's over. They've all passed level 60. Lin slowly opens his eyes. It's time to go all in. He pushes forward, pressing the button repeatedly. The pace quickens. He imagines himself racing. I'm almost there. Sweat drips as he pushes the button until it breaks. He's going really fast and is a dangerous, wet, rainy road. I'm about to reach it. The test ends with Lin hitting level 200. The others are stunned. The instructor exclaims, you're the best candidate I've ever seen. Truly incredible. Lin humbly thanks him. But the instructor's demeanor shifts. To become a good doctor of the night, this still isn't enough. I prepared a special test just for you. He continues, we're going to test your ability to resist your own desires. When faced with the temptations of your heart, will you hold out until the end? The skeleton doctor exclaims, I've never heard of this test. The vampire adds, I've heard it's the final test. It's the hardest one and very few people pass. The instructor nods, that's correct. If you pass this test, you'll not only become a doctor immediately, but to also gain the favor of the lady. But if you fail, you might never return. So Lin, do you want to take a challenge? Lin, he opens the door and steps in. It closes behind him. Skulls swirl in the air above the bed. Welcome, my friend. I would lose the test, folks. She stares at Lin and calls out, hey cutie, want to play with sister? Lin glances to the side, seeing a pile of skeletons from others who tried and failed. She tosses out a long, snake-like tongue and gets closer. Wow, Lin mutters, she's powerful. The ugly girl adds, I bite, but I don't eat. She gets close to his neck, exuding an intimidating aura. But Lin pushes her away and says, sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Where's the exit? She blushes slightly and replies, you just got here and you already want to leave. Internally, she's thinking, that's strange. I activated my charm. Why isn't it working? She clings to him again, saying she feels so lonely. Do you want to help with that? I know some very fun games. Lin pushes her away once more. Sorry, but I'm here to pass the Doctor of the Night test. I don't have time to stay here with you. She freezes in shock. Damn it, this kid's determination is incredible. I'll need to be more aggressive. I always know how to deal with doctors. She approaches and says, Big brother, I'm not feeling well. Could you take a look at my body? Lin replies firmly, no matter how hard you try, you won't seduce me. She begins to cry. Impossible. For the past 100 years, I've been able to conquer anyone with just a touch of my finger. You were so close to my face. What happened? Am I that ugly? Oh, I see it's my style, right? You don't like it. Wait, I'll change for you. She shifts her appearance into that of a homemaker. Lin steps back. No, you don't understand, that's not the problem. It's just, I emptied the tank in the previous test. She looks shattered. Damn it, this makes no sense at all. You're not going to ruin my reputation as a succubus with this nonsense. Even if there's just a drop left, I'll get it out of you. Outside, the others are talking. Well, he's gone. He was a strong competitor, but there's no chance after all this time. The vampire adds, he had potential. It's a shame. Suddenly, the door opens. Lin walks out confidently carrying the defeated succubus. She's drooling, muttering, he's so fierce. The instructor raises his hand. I officially announce that this candidate has passed the final test. The crowd cheers, chanting, Doctor of Peace, Doctor of Peace. Lin celebrates with them. In the next scene, Lin is back at the Valley of Souls to speak with Bloodsaw. As he opens the door, Bloodsaw greets him. Lin, you're back already? I heard congratulations on becoming a Doctor of the Night. I'm so proud of you. Lin is nearly tackled by Bloodsaw, who's suddenly kicked aside. Someone new enters. Come here, Lin. My daughters are here. Let me introduce you to them. Lin looks around, surprised. I asked for one, but I got four. One of them, an albino with an exotic look, compliments him. Lin, I heard you're a Doctor of the Night now. That's amazing. Lin humbly responds, it's nothing. It's thanks to Bloodsaw's teachings. A maid chimes in. Obviously, it was also thanks to your hard work. Would you like some tea? I made some. Lin thanks her. Another one says, I heard you're good at fighting. When will you take action with me? Lin replies, soon when I get the chance. A shy witch in the corner raises her hand slightly. Her mother nudges her forward. Go introduce yourself to the doctor. Get to know him. She pushes her toward Lin, who gives her a gentle hug. Just then, the door opens again. A familiar voice echoes. This house is getting crowded with girls. It's the Blood Witch. I leave for a bit, and when I come back, you fill the place with new friends. Lin, tell me, who are these strange women? The marionette interjects. Strange women? Are you talking about me? The Blood Witch looks up and replies, I do find it strange, a 3-meter-tall woman bringing a bunch of dolls into his house. The two glare at each other while Lin watches nervously. Damn it, if they start fighting, I'll lose the entire pharmacy. At that moment, an ominous eye appears at the door. Someone announces, the doctor is here. Lin exclaims, oh, Xiao Xiao, welcome. Xiao Xiao steps in. Lin, and I heard you become a Doctor of the Night. I came to congratulate you. The two women immediately stop arguing in the presence of such intimidating figure. Lin introduces her. Everyone, this is Xiao Xiao. She's my fiancée. The two women are shocked. Fiancé. Bloodsaw returns, grinning. Congratulations, Lin. Not only the Blood Witch, but even the head-under creatures acknowledge him. Truly the best disciple I could ever have. Even better than the master himself. Suddenly, Alice appears, pulling Lin along. Dinner for your birthday is ready. Bloodsaw adds, Lin, according to the chronological order of the Dark World, today is the same date as the day you arrived here. So we decided to throw you a birthday party. Lin looks serious. Bloodsaw asks, what's wrong, Lin? Do you want to change the date? We can pick another one. Lin starts to cry. No, this day is perfect. I love it. Everyone celebrates as Lin shares his thoughts. The first time I arrived in the Dark World, all I felt was fear. My goal was to survive. But as time passed, little by little, I discovered that despite how frightening the people here seemed, they were also very interesting. Now that I've adapted and made so many friends, this once intimidating pharmacy feels much more comfortable. Maybe this world isn't as bad as I thought. And I know there's still so much more for me to explore, and that's